All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, January 29th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to call this hearing back to order. Today is the second day of the public hearing to receive comments on two recently released documents related to the potential Sacramento Delta update of the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Watershed, or Bay Delta Plan. On December 12th, 2025, staff released a revised draft of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan, along with a new Chapter 13 of the supporting draft report. That release initiated a public comment period, and we're here today to listen to input. I'm joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're viewing us virtually, you're either viewing us through our traditional webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's hearing, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is instructions, and there was a link at the top of the notice on how to sign up. But if you're having any challenges getting onto the Zoom platform, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are, your camera will be off, you will be on mute until it's your turn to speak in today's hearing. For everyone here in the room, good morning. Good to see you all again here today. We are in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few quick announcements for us. Please do observe the exits. If you happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's hearing, there is a laptop on the side of the room in order to sign up. But if you're having any challenges, please do just speak to the clerk of the board. With that, and also please do just silence your phones so that we have an uninterrupted discussion today. A little bit of procedure. I'll now provide some information on how the hearing will be conducted. This hearing is being held in accordance with the notice dated December 12th, 2025, and fulfills the requirements for receipt of oral comments as described in the board's regulations and state and federal law. There will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. The board will not take any action today or during either of the two remaining hearing days. Rather, board action will occur at a later publicly noticed board meeting. Please keep your comments limited to the December 2025 revised draft of the Bay Delta Plan and the new content in Chapter 13 of the draft staff report. While I or my fellow board members may ask questions, staff and board members will not be responding to oral comments today. Board staff will prepare written responses to oral and written comments prior to the board taking final action on the report and updates to the Bay Delta Plan at a future meeting. Finally, folks may feel inclined to comment on how the Bay Delta Plan updates interact with specific water right applications or change petition projects that are part of a pending State Water Board water right process. These projects are subject to a prohibition on ex parte or off the record communications, and the board may not discuss those projects outside of their respective proceedings. Therefore, any references to new projects must be made generally. If you reference specific projects or by name during your comments, I will politely ask you to refrain and remind you of these restrictions. Quick overview of the agenda. Today's order of proceedings will begin with opening remarks that my fellow board members may make, followed by a short presentation from staff. Following the staff presentation, we will hear from any elected officials and tribal leaders who may be present and who are not already part of our panel presentations. Then we will move to those groups who have requested to make panel presentations and individual comments. Staff will provide an overview of the panel presentations and times for individual comments and their presentation. We plan to take a short break in the morning, a lunch break, and another short break in the afternoon. As described in the notice, we are limiting speaking times to ensure a productive, efficient, and fair hearing. Oral comments by individuals will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Panels will be limited to 20 minutes unless otherwise arranged. Speakers should also be making their comments at only one of the 3 hearing days to ensure all interested participants have an opportunity to speak. As a reminder, we are accepting written comments as well. We encourage you to keep your oral comments as concise as possible and submit more extensive comments in writing. Finally, I also want to take a moment again to recognize that the Bay Delta watershed is a complex system that serves as a critical resource for the state. It provides drinking water for millions of Californians, provides much of the water supply for farmland throughout the state, and is vital to California Native American tribes whose cultures are deeply entwined with the watershed and the ecosystem. Providing balanced protection of all beneficial uses is incredibly important and requires careful consideration. Your input on the newly released Chapter 13 of the draft staff report and revised draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan will help inform the next steps the board will take to update the Sacramento River and Delta components of the Bay Delta Plan, and we are intensely listening to your feedback. Now, look to board members if there's anything they'd like to remark this morning on or reflect. And hearing none, would kick things over to staff presentation.
Great. Thank you very much.
Morning. Good to see you, Ms. Riddle.
Good to see you too. Good morning. Again, my name is Diane Riddle. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in the Division of Water Rights, overseeing the board's Bay Delta planning and implementation efforts. With me today are Sam Bashevkin, Nicole Williamson, and Matt Holland, program managers with the division. We also have Samantha Olson and Penn Scoble with the Office of Chief Counsel and additional members of our team attending virtually and in the room today. We will not be repeating the full staff presentation that we provided yesterday, but instead I'll be providing a very abbreviated presentation in order to provide as much time as possible for public comments. For those interested in a more detailed staff presentation, we encourage you to watch the recording from the first day of the hearing that's posted on the board's YouTube channel. Next slide, please. I'll start by providing a summary of the topics we plan to discuss today. First, I'll begin with an overview of the purpose and format of this hearing. Then I'll provide a high-level overview of the documents that the board staff released last December. Those documents include a revised draft of potential updates to the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta watershed, simply referred to as the Bay Delta Plan, and a new Chapter 13 of the supporting draft staff report. Lastly, I'll end the staff presentation with next steps and future opportunities to participate in this process. Next slide, please. The purpose of this hearing is to receive comments on the two documents that staff released in December, including the draft plan and Chapter 13. In addition to the overview that staff provided yesterday, there are also summaries of both of these documents that are appendices to the notice that was released for this proceeding, for if the public would like to view those. Next slide, please. This slide identifies today's agenda. First, we'll hear from a panel of fishing organizations. Then we will hear from officials with Napa, Solano, and Yolo counties. We then expect to have time for about an hour of individual comments before lunch. I have gotten some questions if folks want to comment in the afternoon versus this time frame. We will accommodate that. We'll make sure we get to you if you're on the Zoom platform.
Ms. Riddle, I'll just say process-wise, what we'll do for this morning comment period is just for folks that want to go ahead and make their comment during the morning, I'll have them raise their hands and we'll just take them in that order.
Great. Thank you for adding that. After lunch, we plan to hear from a panel of tribal representatives. Our last panel today will be from Central Delta Water Agency. We will then finish the day with individual comments, which are anticipated to begin after 2 p.m. and continue until around 5 p.m. unless we get through the comments today sooner than that. During today's hearing, again, the board members may ask questions or provide input, but no formal action will be taken. Next slide. This slide provides a timeline of the most recent actions to update the Bay Delta Plan relevant to today's hearing. In September of 2023, the State Water Board released for public review and comment a draft staff report documenting the potential environmental and economic effects of different possible alternatives for updating the Bay Delta Plan, including regulatory provisions and voluntary agreements, or VAs, proposed by water users and state and federal agencies. These were later renamed as the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Proposal, or HRL. The State Water Board also held a multi-day public hearing to receive comments on that report. Those public comments helped to inform the draft Bay Delta Plan that was released for public review and comment in October of 2024. That included possible options for a voluntary agreement pathway and regulatory provisions described in the 2023 draft staff report. Following public comments on the October 2024 draft Bay Delta Plan, board staff released a revised draft plan for public review and comment in July of 2025. The July 2025 revised draft plan included proposed changes to the October 2024 draft based on public comments, including provisions for a regulatory pathway and a VA pathway to implement the HRL flow, habitat, and other commitments that would both work together. The comment period for the July 2025 revised draft plan was modified to coordinate the public comment process with a limited review of the 2023 draft staff report, or the Chapter 13, providing additional time for a review of the actual changes to the plan themselves. Again, on December 12th, we released the revised draft plan as well as Chapter 13 for public comments. The December revised draft plan includes minor revisions to the July version of the draft plan. Chapter 13 includes analyses of revised proposed plan amendments described in the revised draft Bay Delta plan. Next slide, please. As I mentioned on the previous slide, the comment period for the July 2025 revised draft plan was modified to make minor revisions to the plan and to coordinate the public comment and review process with Chapter 13. Public comments on the revised draft plan can now be informed by these additional analyses. The board is also accepting the comments on Chapter 13, but is not accepting further comments on the remainder of the draft staff report that was released in 2023. The responses to comments on the 2023 draft staff report and Chapter 13 will be provided together with the release of the final draft staff report to ensure that the responses are comprehensive. Next slide, please. Now I will provide a very brief overview of the revised draft Bay Delta plan in Chapter 13. The revised draft plan includes a regulatory pathway again and a VA pathway to implement the HRL commitments. Both pathways would have regulatory effect upon plan adoption. The VA pathway incorporates the HRL commitments and would apply to the HRL water rights identified in Appendix B1 of the revised draft plan. The regulatory pathway would apply to all other water rights as well as the HRL water rights in the event that the VA pathway is discontinued. Other updates to the revised draft plan include the incorporation and designation of tribal beneficial uses, refinements to water quality objectives in the program of implementation, as well as updated flow and habitat accounting for the VA pathway. Next slide. Chapter 13, titled Revised Proposed Plan Amendments, includes an updated project description consistent with the updated Bay Delta plan with associated environmental, economic, and benefits analyses of the revised draft plan. Chapter 13 synthesizes and builds upon previous analyses presented in the 2023 draft staff report. Together, Chapter 13 and the revised draft Bay Delta plan identify the specific actions from the alternatives previously evaluated in the draft staff report and described in previous drafts of the plan that are moving forward for board consideration. Previous comments received on the 2023 draft staff report were considered in the development of Chapter 13. Next slide, please. The hearing that started yesterday on the revised draft Bay Delta plan in Chapter 13 will conclude tomorrow. All written comments on the revised draft plan in Chapter 13 are then due on Monday, February 2nd. As detailed in the notice, the board is not accepting further comments on the remainder of the staff report. I've said this a few times. Commenters are encouraged to organize their letters using clear headings to distinguish between comments on the revised draft plan and Chapter 13. Also, we are asking that commenters identify and distinguish specific CEQA-related comments from other comments to the extent possible. To submit your comments, or if you have any questions, please email comment letters and any questions to sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. Next slide. After the close of the comment period, State Water Board staff will review the oral comments received during the hearing and the written comment letters that we receive. Based on both the comments on the 2023 draft staff report and these new comments, staff will develop the final draft of the Bay Delta Plan and the final draft of this staff report. The response to comments and final draft versions of the plan and staff report will then be released prior to the board meeting to consider adoption of the Sacramento Delta updates to the Bay Delta Plan and the final staff report. Next slide. This slide includes contact information and resources where you can find additional information on the Bay Delta Plan update and implementation processes. We have web pages for the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan, for the proposed VAs, and for the Bay Delta watershed. Comments on the draft plan updates and questions related to the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan should be sent to staff at sacdeltacomments@waterboards.ca.gov. To stay informed on Bay Delta watershed activities, the public should subscribe to our Bay Delta Notices email subscription list. This concludes the staff presentation. We can take any questions or go to our panel.
Thank you, Ms. Riddle. Just providing a moment in case any board members have any questions at this moment. And hearing none, we can move on to our first panel, which is a group of fishing organizations, and ask folks to come up. Thank you. Oh, and as our panel comes up, just wanted to check with the clerk in case there were any electeds. I didn't see any on the platform. And if you are an elected official on the Zoom platform or here in the room, either raise your hand or just pop up. All right, seeing none. Mr. McManus, good to see you this morning. The light's on the mic.
Let's try again.
All
Check
right.
test.
We can. Good morning.
Morning, board members. John McManus here. I'm the Senior Policy Director with the Golden State Salmon Association. The rest of the members of my panel will be joining us via Zoom. They're scattered all over the place. I see one of them behind me, J.D. Ritchie, with some guitars I'd like to own behind him. We represent fishermen all up and down the state of California and beyond, involved in every aspect of the salmon industry, and I'm talking about sport fishing, commercial fishing, and in the businesses that serve the fishery. I'm here today to ask you to consider reworking parts of your Bay Delta water plan to take into account changes on the ground brought about by the Trump administration with Action 5, which I understand is not adequately represented or captured in your current document. You've taken years to get to the point where we're at today, and we're hoping you can take a little longer to get it right in the face of changing water realities like Action 5, which is pumping more water from the Delta than any of us planned for. I want to say a couple of words about that. I think you heard yesterday from Carla Nemeth that a lot of juvenile spring run were taken at the pumps, I believe in the month of December. And I think this is when we had a big rain runoff event. It's important from our perspective to understand what those fish are. And the federal government has told us that they actually track these fish. They were wild offspring, born of hatchery-bred parents from the conservation hatchery in San Joaquin. The parents came back and they went up into the Tuolumne River. And they successfully spawned there. And that's what we were hoping would happen. That's the whole idea of putting this conservation hatchery in the San Joaquin, is to recolonize lost habitat down there. I'm told that these fish were trapped in rotary screw traps in the Tuolumne River, and later they were followed as they came down to the pumps. So there's disagreement as to whether these are protected under 10J, the Federal Endangered Species Act. I'm not going to get into that question. I don't have an answer for that. But the point I want to make is we were making progress in recolonizing these fish, and it's been negated by the federal pumping under Action 5 right now. Again, I'm not sure you've got Action 5 adequately covered in your current plan. And we would ask you to reopen that plan and take a look at that and think about that. In addition, the state has changed its ITP, the incidental take permit for salmon in the Delta, recently. I think that was in December also, and I'm not sure that's adequately captured in your plan, so we'd ask you to incorporate that as well. Another aspect that I want to comment on briefly is, as I understand it, the VAs are dependent on federal funding. And the last I checked, Elon Musk had made mincemeat out of the federal budget, and I say that figuratively. I think folks know what I'm referring to. But the bottom line is federal funding that you might have thought was be available to support the VAs is not available. And as far as we can tell, it's not going to be. So I don't know how the plan currently reflects that reality. I just want to move on and reiterate some of what you heard yesterday. It was fascinating for me to watch yesterday's proceedings. You heard that we're in a bad way. We're losing species. We've lost the Delta smelt, longfin smelt are hammered. Salmon runs have gotten hammered. And even our hatchery runs in the Sacramento Valley are negatively affected by flow conditions in the Sacramento River. So we need some help. There's some disagreement, I guess, as to the strength of benchmarks that are built into the existing plan. If you adopt the existing plan and the voluntary agreements fail to provide benefits, how will we know in a timely manner in order to take action? This question came up yesterday, and it was informative for me to listen to the discussion. But I think it's a real one that really needs to be looked at a little bit more closely and maybe refined in your plan. Basically, we need better benchmarks so that if it fails, you can act expeditiously. We also heard the attorney from San Francisco Baykeeper yesterday comment that if the plan is failing and parties want to take legal redress, it's awfully difficult to do so. In fact, it may be impossible virtually. I don't know if there's improvements in the plan that could be made that address that comment, but I'd like to just point your attention to it. Sometimes I'm asked by fishermen why our side shows up at these meetings and presents, and they rarely see the big water user groups. I'm not sure what the answer is to that, but I just want to flag that the look is not necessarily good. Some people end up feeling like the big water users feel like they have this in the bag and don't have to show up and present to you like we do. Again, I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's a look that you may want to be aware of at a time like this when I think people here would agree that democracy is being tested. This board, I think, wants to be part of a democratic process that feels inclusive to everybody. So finally, I would just ask you again to revisit your document, revisit your plan, incorporate Action 5, the ITP, think about better benchmarks, and think about legal redress. With that, I want to move on to our next panelist, who is Andy Giuliano, although I don't see Andy in the lineup. Andy, are you with us? Uh-oh. Well, I do see J.D. Ritchie. So J.D., I will toss to you if you want to introduce yourself and...
I'm here, John.
Oh, Andy. Okay.
My apologies there.
Okay. Andy, take it away.
All right. Good morning. Do I sound okay, John?
Thank you.
You sound fine.
Okay. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Andy Giuliano. I'm here representing our Sport Fishing Center, Fish Emeryville, and also I'm a board member of the Golden Gate Sports Fishing Association. We are the largest charter boat landing in the Bay Area and generate 40% of our revenue from ocean salmon fishing. Today, I represent the Bay Area charter boat fleet and hundreds of families whose livelihoods depend on a healthy Sacramento River. Charter boats are the public's access to public California fisheries. I've been fishing these waters since 1972. That's 54 years and a third-generation Californian. To us and our customers, salmon isn't just a line item in a budget or a statistic in a report. It's the heartbeat of our community. In the Bay Area, salmon is more than an industry. It's a tradition that binds us together. I've seen firsthand how a single successful season can sustain a local economy, from tackle shops to the restaurants. I've also recently seen the heartbreak of a shutdown, forcing some to sell their boats, others into early retirement. When we bring salmon home, it doesn't just stay on the boat. It goes to our neighbors and our families and our family tables. Sharing salmon is a meal and a ritual of Californians that is currently under threat. When you drain the rivers, you aren't just moving water, you're emptying our plates and our pockets. The charter boats I represent are small family owned businesses. When flows are diverted and salmon runs collapse, boat owners and captains can't just pivot. They lose their homes, their legacies, and their ability to provide for their children. We know the biological clock of this river in great detail. We know that fish we catch today are the result of water levels from 2 or 3 years ago. If you push forward the proposed water plan now, you are effectively deciding today that our industry will go dark in 3 years. You are signing a pink slip for every deckhand and captain in the fleet. Healthy wild runs are the only way this fishery survives. We know the science, good river conditions for spawning, and out migrating are non-negotiable items. The Sacramento River is the lifeblood of the West Coast salmon fishing industry. Diverting more water during these critical windows is a gamble with a resource that is already pushed to the brink. This board is the only agency with the authority to mandate to protect the fall run and the industry that relies on it. Quite simply, the future of California salmon is quite literally in your hands. We ask you to prioritize the health of our rivers from further diversions. We're also asking you to protect the jobs of real people, real Californians like myself, who work on the water every day. Please do not allow this plan to move forward at the expense of our heritage and our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. We next go to JD Ritchie. JD?
Thanks, John, and thanks, members of the panel, for hearing me. You guys got me okay, volume-wise?
We can. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Well, I'm sort of the river version of what Andy just said. My name's JD Ritchie. I operated my guide business in the Central Valley for 23 years until I had to uproot my whole family and move because I couldn't afford to fish for salmon that weren't there anymore. A little about me. I started my dream job in 1998. I called it Sacramento Salmon Company. I'm a sixth generation Californian, so I've been here my whole life, and the whole family has. And so when I started Sacramento Salmon Company, back in those days, the salmon runs on the Sacramento River system were extremely robust. We had in 2002, we were up to almost 750,000 salmon in Central Valley, and I was able to fish from spring run May till it closed back in those days in January. So what's that, 8 or 9 months straight of salmon fishing? And well, we all know, if we fast forward to now, that there are no salmon fishing days anymore because it's been shut down for 3 years. So again, that forced me to make a real crucial and sort of traumatic decision to have to uproot my entire family, sell my house in the area I've called home for, since my birth, and take my kid out of school with all his friends and move him somewhere else. So we moved up to Lake Tahoe, where there's still sustainable fishery. But you look at all my contemporaries pretty much have followed suit. I mean, with a few exceptions, but most of them have been forced with the same decision, have moved because of the lack of salmon in the river to Oregon, Washington, Idaho, etc. So, and I just wanted to kind of, Andy sort of gave you the whole economic impact, but I'm just one guy. And so I'm small prong in the whole thing, but just me moving affects, it kind of causes a whole domino effect in a small way. So I don't go to the tackle shop here in Sacramento anymore. And speaking of that, I talked to Alan Fong, who's he used to be the manager of Fisherman's Warehouse, the largest tackle shop in Sacramento. They were down 75% once salmon went away. I mean, that's a big number. And so there's me not going there. There's me not getting fuel at the local mini mart. There's me not grabbing a burrito at my favorite little Mexican restaurant on the way home. And you can see, just I'm one guy, so that's just little little things, but it's more than just I'm out of business. I stopped, you know, going to all those places that I spent money in as well. So I also encourage you to take a harder look at this, and hopefully we can find a way to keep a little more water in the river and have sustainable runs in the future. So thanks for the time. I really appreciate it. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, JD. Our next speaker is Kevin Gaddis, who's with the Coastside Fishing Club. Kevin?
Hello, Chair and board members. Thank you for having me back. I'm sorry, I just dropped my document. One moment. Okay, thank you, chairs, members, and the State Water Resources Control Board. Thank you once more for the opportunity to address you. My name is Kevin Gaddis, and I'm here representing Coastside Fishing Club. Our organization has over 12,000 registered members statewide, spanning the coast from Morro Bay to Eureka, and with a strong representation throughout California's Central Valley. I'm here today to convey with utmost urgency how critically important salmon and the water flows they depend upon are to our members, to our communities, and to the ecological and economic fabric of California. As I mentioned yesterday, Coastside doesn't just talk about salmon, we're deeply invested in their survival. For 17 years, our all-volunteer salmon smolt acclimation net pen project has been a labor of love and commitment. In that time, we have cumulatively released nearly 8 million juvenile salmon, and we currently handle about 750,000 smolts annually. This represents countless hundreds of volunteer hours each year, driven by a passion to restore what has been lost. The project is a powerful example of collaboration supported by California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Mokelumne River Hatchery, the Commercial Salmon Trollers Advisory Committee. Its primary goal is to increase ocean abundance for all users. An early and significant success of our work was to scientifically demonstrate the markedly higher survival rate of smolts released in the sanctuary of the harbor compared with the more stressful in-river releases. This data has actively influenced and improved release strategies at both state and federal hatcheries, proving that citizen science and partnerships can directly inform better management practices. However, hatchery programs alone are not a substitute for a healthy river system. They are a lifeline, but they cannot overcome the existential threat posed by inadequate water quality and flow in the rivers these fish call home. We desperately want to see wild and hatchery-supported runs rebound to levels that once inspired generations. Recreational salmon fishing is more than a pastime. It's a gateway activity that introduces families, and especially young people, to a lifetime of outdoor stewardship. It fosters a profound appreciation for our natural world and creates a direct personal connection to our public trust resources. That connection was poignantly underscored by the young woman yesterday who spoke about the immense difficulty in accessing healthy outdoor experiences due to issues directly tied to low flows and hot water. Her testimony was not an isolated story. We heard several testimonies about how low flow, and in particular the algal blooms, limited opportunity for outdoor experience. This reflects a systematic failure that disproportionately impacts inland communities, cutting off a vital pathway to outdoor engagement and limiting opportunities to form the very bonds with nature that create future conservationists. This brings me to the central critical authority of this board. State Water Resources Control Board is the only agency with the unambiguous power and responsibility to establish and enforce the water quality standards and flow requirements that determine the health of our rivers and the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary. You hold the unique authority to directly affect the health and welfare of salmon, steelhead, and the entire aquatic ecosystem. Conversely, if these species continue their precipitous decline, the responsibility for that long-term peril will rest squarely on the decisions made or not made by this body. Bay Delta Plan is your primary tool to fulfill this duty. We urge you to recognize that the health of salmon is a bellwether for the health of our water systems. Strong science-based flow standards are not an impediment to water management. They are fundamental foundation. Protecting salmon means protecting the waterways that supply millions of Californians, support agriculture, and sustain countless other species. Our thousands of members in the broader fishing community are counting on you to use your authority with courage and foresight. Please act to adopt and implement a Bay Delta plan that prioritizes the ecosystem, recognizes the irreplaceable value of recreational fishing, and secures the water flows necessary to ensure salmon are not just a memory, but a living legacy for generations to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, panelists. If I can just sum up a couple of comments and then if there's any questions from the board. The recreational fishing industry in California alone is worth somewhere between 6 and 7 billion. Now, this is more than salmon I'm describing. This is recreational fishing across the board, includes tuna in Southern California, but a big chunk of that is salmon. There are millions of Californians that fish recreationally. They can't all be here today, and if they were, you guys wouldn't have enough time to hear from them. We recognize that you have a task to balance beneficial uses. We get that. And we're not suggesting shutting down irrigated agriculture. We're not unrealistic. We just need a little bit more water, and we think we could get salmon back in a good way. You heard yesterday that we think we're going to have a season this year. We believe that there's something over 300,000 fish that returned last season, which is much better than the years before. And I just want to make the point, this is not because of VA habitat type of restoration projects. It's because we got water in 23. That's why we're getting fish back. So all this stuff about we can bring the fish back by creating more spawning gravel. The habitat is not currently the limiting factor. It's water, is what I want to say. Can you imagine? J.D. Ritchie reports that he was fishing on Spring Run just a few years ago. And it's not because of J.D. that Spring Run are in a bad way now. It's because of what's happened to their habitat. So I will rest there. I thank you for hearing us out, and we'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. I appreciate you and the voices here you've synthesized from the fishing community. It's really important for us to be hearing from you all, and just thank you for the time here in front of us. I appreciate your comments and kind of focusing in on, are there some better benchmarks within the HRL or, and even on the regulatory side that we can make sure that we're keeping an eye on. Do you have kind of a sense of what those might be, when taking a look at the current HRL proposal and, or even our regulatory pathway? And if not, certainly, look forward to the written comments, but I appreciate, the thought of, if things are going to move forward, how to ensure that we move forward in a way that gives us all some trust amongst each other and continues to hopefully move us in the right direction when it comes to the sort of system that we want. But wondering, if you just have general thoughts now, but look forward to your written comments on that otherwise.
Our team would love to get back to you in writing about that and capture our best thinking.
Thank you.
And we will have some best thinking to share with you on that.
You always have, and so it is appreciated that, I know, having the fishing season closed now for 3 years has had incredible impacts, I know, on folks. It's good to see that it may be open this year, but to your point, we need to keep an eye on the long term. And importantly, it is these times when there is more water in the system that the ecosystems have an opportunity to bounce back. So, looking to fellow board colleagues, if they have any questions for the panel or comments. Vice Chair.
I don't have any questions, but I just really want to thank you for your constructive comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Looking to other board colleagues. Board Member McGuire.
I also want to thank you for the comments, and I appreciate your remarks about Action 5 and the changing conditions that we are all experiencing. So I concur with you that we need to understand when there are operational changes in the system, what those impacts have. Now, how those are incorporated into the planning process and how we move forward, I think all remains to be seen. And I know our staff are looking at that and trying to better understand what that means. But this is one change. There could be others in the future. And so it's something I'm definitely keeping in mind as we go forward here and leading up to this decision about how, if and when conditions change, how those are implicated in the plan itself. So thank you for that.
Take your time, get it right, please.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Much agreement, and thank you again, Mr. McManus.
Thank you.
Appreciate you and folks here. All right, let's go ahead now then and move to our second panel, which will be a panel of elected officials and board members from Napa, Solano, and Yolo counties. And they have not arrived yet. So what we can do then is take some individual commenters. I do appreciate folks on the platform that have already raised their hands, indicating that they could speak this morning. So we will go to individual commenters until we have our panel of electeds. I believe the first person we can call is then Patricia Schafferl, be followed by Mary Fitzpatrick, then Margot Schuler.
Good morning, board. Thank you.
Good morning. No, thank you for being able to quickly provide comment here. Good to see you.
I wanted, by way of background, I've been involved in the Delta planning process since 1980. I started in 1978 at the federal level, and then was the author of the Toxic Pit Antiquated Methods, and also co-author of Leaching Fields under the Assembly Office of Research. And at the outset, I want to say that we still have a huge problem with selenium and its bioaccumulation in the Delta. And I join with the NGOs who have contacted you to say, hey, the relaxed standards adopted by the Central Valley Board will not protect the salmon and other fishery and biological resources from this, from these contaminants. But today I wanted to focus primarily on what's before you. And I wanted to say you're negotiating against yourself. The Supreme Court is really clear. California and the Water Board in California v. US has the authority to adopt standards that for even the federal government, water quality standards that are not in direct conflict with Congress. And Congress has been really clear. They have dedicated 800 million acre feet annually to the restoration and mitigation to protect and ensure the doubling of the salmon. They have required under 3406 of the CVPIA that salmon populations be doubled. And as you know, in 1995, when I was around also, you have that as an objective that needs to be achieved and implemented through D 1640, 41, and also your current action. I stop at red lights, not because I voluntarily stop at them to make sure that we go through safely, but mostly I stop at them because I know I could lose my license and face penalties. And I urge you today to not negotiate against yourself and adopt a regulatory pathway that is consistent with your own staff's recommendations in the 2010 Delta Flow documents and other documents by scientists that indicate that flow, the temperature, salinity, all these requirements are necessary to ensure that you achieve the objectives that you've adopted, which is the doubling of the salmon. So I saw and heard the notions that we have these benchmarks. And I'd like to suggest the following course of action, which is that you adopt a benchmark that in 8 years, if the salmon are doubled under the voluntary actions of the water agencies, that you'll revisit your regulatory adoption of flows contained in your staff recommendations. We know that flow is essential to the survival of species, not only salmon, steelhead, sturgeon, and other aquatic resources and terrestrial wildlife throughout the Bay and Delta. But you've turned it on its head. And if you adopt the voluntary agreements, you're going to be tied in knots by having to follow what the water agencies have suggested is a course that gets you out of their quagmire. We know that, as other speakers have said, especially on the McCallum, that it takes a combination of efforts. And U.S. Fish and Wildlife and has required under the BIOPS to acquire 4,000 acres of tidal restoration lands. And that hasn't been done since 2008 or 9. And yet they are claiming that somehow they're going to do this and not double count what's already required. And again, the U.S. NIMS have required 27,000 acres or 28,000 acres to be acquired as habitat, and we're nowhere near that. So I urge you to not get tied in knots under the rubric of these voluntary agreements, and instead you adopt clear standards, enforceable standards that will give you the ability to measure both whether the flows and these voluntary actions that the water industry wants you to take will be successful. Otherwise, you're giving your power away. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Schifferle. Really appreciate your comments and contributions here to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Fitzpatrick, be followed by Margot Schuler, and then Stephen Rosenblum.
Good morning. My name is Mary Fitzpatrick. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views. I'm a retired teacher, a volunteer for Climate Action California, and a member of the Sierra Club. Birdwatching is my hobby and has taught me an appreciation for the Delta, a true natural resources treasure. I'm not a scientist or a policy expert, but I understand that good policy is vital to protect our natural resources for the future. Water resources and agriculture are inextricably connected, and water policy and agricultural policy must be aligned and be based on the most current and widely accepted scientific data. Policy that addresses only water quality standards and flow requirements for surface water, but does not address the water table or agricultural uses, is, in my view, incomplete. I think that because California agriculture depends on a finite supply of water, water access should not be based on historic first come, first served rights, but on a contemporary science-based understanding of what the ecosystem can provide without damage and loss. This has never been the case in California, and that is why we see loss of species like the Delta smelt and algal blooms. Agricultural rights need to be reviewed and restructured such that water pumped from the water table is accounted for, along with water taken from surface sources. Priority must be given to food production for the United States, not to exportable crops destined for overseas. Priority must be given to growers using water conservation techniques, fallowing land during drought, and growing less thirsty crops. And perhaps priority should be given to small family farms over corporate investors and hedge funds. Climate change is inevitable. It will impact water resources, and water policy must have a planned and structured, not an ad hoc response to drought. The correct response to drought is not to reduce surface flows to as low as 35%, but to curtail consumption. Finally, good policy has clear known standards and effective enforcement. Voluntary agreements are not good policy. The public needs to see a bright line, fair implementation of regulations, and consequences for transgression. While voluntary compliance may work in small, tight-knit communities, in a state with 40 million inhabitants and tens of thousands of individual districts or entities claiming water rights, real limits and real enforcement are needed. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Ms. Fitzpatrick. I really appreciate your good comments here and contributions to our discussion and dialogue on the Bay Delta Plan. It's much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Margot Schuler, be followed by Stephen Rosenblum, and then Heinrich Alpert. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the honor of participating in the hearing here this morning. My name is Margot Schuler. As someone raised in the Southwest, I grew up understanding the value of water. I was thrilled by the water-rich landscape of the Bay Area when I migrated here to begin my adult journey. I raised my daughters in West Berkeley. My daughters both grew up to be wildlife biologists. I spent 25 years of my work life at East Bay Mud, initially as a civil engineer in planning and environmental compliance, later as a water distribution superintendent with D4 and T2 certification for the bulk of my time. I have participated in the Bay Area Sierra Club Water Committee and as an active member of the Berkeley Public Works Commission, advising City Council on infrastructure issues for over 2 decades. When my daughters were studying at UC Davis, I once lamented that their careers were likely to be quite depressing, observing and documenting the extinction of species and struggling against the tide of human priorities to find paths for survival of native species. One responded, "Are you kidding, Mom? You work in water. Way more depressing." I spent my career, I had the honor working in a public agency that has done extraordinary work to protect our natural world, improving the increases with demonstrated increases recently with salmon in the McCullamy. You have before you one of the most significant decisions in the history of our region, finding a way to deliver water for both our immediate human desires and for the future of our entire ecosystem. I plead that you take this opportunity to deliver to us a future with a California as rich and verdant as that we inherited. Please reject the proposed voluntary agreements that maintain a failed status quo. The VAs lack viable enforcement mechanisms or clear accountability if users fail to meet flow, habitat, pollution, or temperature goals critical to survival of fish and protection of drinking water. Habitat restoration without sufficient flows will fail to restore the aquatic ecosystems on which our future depends. Adopt and implement the staff recommended Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan that's based on new protections anchored in science that require increased flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers. Your decision must be based on facts and science, not political pressure and wishful thinking. We, the people, are counting on you to protect water. Yours will be a legacy vote. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Schuler. Appreciate your comments here this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Stephen Rosenblum, be followed by Heinrich Alpert, then Carlo Dessa Campos.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Rosenblum. I live in Palo Alto. I'm a chemist and have been working full-time on fighting climate change since I retired in 2007. For the last few years, I've been the energy policy team lead for Climate Action California, but as a fisherman and hiker, I've had a lifelong interest in the preservation of our rivers, lakes, and oceans. I've spoken at several past hearings of the State Water Resources Control Board, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, and the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency on the issue of sustainable use of our water supply and the preservation of sustainable flows in the rivers feeding the Bay Delta. In cities, we have installed low-flow toilets and shower heads and automated drip irrigation systems to conserve water. It is incumbent on our agribusinesses to do the same by using the 80% of the California's water that they currently use. The State Water Board should reject the proposed VAs because they would maintain the failed status quo. Massive diversions and water exports are driving species to extinction, causing toxic algae blooms, destroying the fishing industry, and impacting tribal and cultural uses of water. The board should proceed expeditiously with adoption and implementation of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, including strong new science-based protections that require increased flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers in most years. As was mentioned by previous speakers, the VAs lack viable enforcement mechanism. There's no clear accountability if water users fail to meet flow habitat pollution or temperature goals critical to salmon survival and the protection of drinking water. Reduced, as previous speakers have pointed out, reduced flows harm salmon, steelhead, and other native fish by raising water temperature. There's no substitute for adequate river flows. Voluntary agreements are fine as long as the fish have cold, clear water flows that support their life needs. Low freshwater flows also cause toxic algae blooms in the delta that can kill pets and wildlife and make people sick. Underserved delta communities suffer the most, and this is an issue of environmental justice that an incorrect decision by the board will haunt them for years to come. In conclusion, I urge you to reject the unscientific and unfair voluntary agreements and provide sufficient flows of water through the Bay Delta to preserve the ecosystem. Thank you.
Good to see you again, Mr. Rosenblum. Thank you for those comments. Thank you again for continued contributions here. Next, I'd like to call Heinrich Albert, be followed by Carlo de Sa Campos, and then Jeff Brown.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I admire some of the previous speakers that have been involved in this process since the 90s. My own following this and participating at meetings like this is not that long, but since the 2010s, I have been following. And at that time, this board, the State Water Resource Control Board, took the position and did studies that supported that, one, our river wildlife and fish in particular, certainly species like salmon, but also other species like delta smelt, were very affected by water quality into and through the delta, and that the main factors were freshwater flows and temperatures. That was the position of this board at that time, saying that the reason that our fish and other wildlife dependent on our rivers was in such bad shape was primarily due to flows and water temperature. But since that time, we've shifted more and more to emphasizing voluntary agreements. And from what I see in the draft report now, there's just not really any scientific analysis that shows that the voluntary agreements are going to protect the fish and wildlife beneficial uses, the in-stream flows that are a beneficial use, or the public trust resources. So that makes me feel very discouraged and makes me think that the decisions are being made for political reasons and not based on the science. The voluntary agreements promise a lot of habitat improvements to the extent that those are real and not simply counting existing things that have already been done. That's great. But habitat improvements are not the limiting problem. New floodplain grounds that never get inundated or rarely get inundated will not help the fish. So I call on you to follow the science and not the politics and let the voluntary agreements go. We need to call for a defined fraction of unimpaired flows as the way to keep or to prevent further degradation of these critical environments. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time this morning, Mr. Albert, and providing your comments here and contributions to this discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Carol Desacampos. Apologize, Carol. I was calling you Carlos, I believe. And then next, call up Jeff Brown and then Nancy Blastos.
I'm here. I don't know if you can see me.
Not currently, but you should be invited to come on camera if you wish as well, Ms. Desacampos. Good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm impressed by all of the people here who have made comments. They're experts. I'm not an expert. I'm just a witness. My name is Carol Desacampos. Both my parents and I were born and raised in California. In 1960, I was 17, so I remember Democrats and Republicans, friends, neighbors, and family in our rural area of San Joaquin County discussing the water project. Some were concerned that it was a bad idea to start something that may end up hurting us in Northern California in the long run. Others argued that we needed to help Southern California. When California voted to pass the State Water Project, California's population was nearly 17 million. They needed help, and Northern California was thought to have an endless supply of water. So let's be generous. California now has 40 million people, more than double 1960's population. There are millions more irrigated acres, new housing developments, bottled water for sale, water futures sold on the stock market. There's a Texas holding company for California Water Service, and who knows how many out-of-state or foreign entities are making demands upon California's water. And I could name a few, but there's no time. It's not just water for Californians anymore, it seems. Voluntary agreements are not enough to protect our natural resource, to prioritize the environment and protect native species, or to include all Californians. Current demands on Northern California's water supply seem unquenchable. I can only imagine future developments, more exports, including water, and the demands of various water-thirsty technologies and related industries. Draining Northern California, killing rivers and habitats, destroying the delta is like killing the goose that laid the golden egg. The effects of losing a forest, for example, are sobering, referring to the transpiration system. If we continue to drain our fresh water, as we have the past 60 years, we are contributing to water contamination. Salt water contaminates water that once provided local communities with drinking water. Saltwater incursion also destroys soil, including farmland, draining our forests, rivers, and lakes, destroying habitats, and causing the extinction of species in order to irrigate valley scrubland, promote other enterprises and development is simply wrong. We need to rethink. Trying to accommodate every possible business venture would require unknown, possibly limitless provision of water to and for other areas. We will be sacrificing our water sources, our delta, our rivers and streams, and killing our natural biodiversity, including species like salmon. The original intent of the State Water Project was so successful that it could not possibly have imagined its own failure. I do not believe the origin of the State Water Project was to drain California, to destroy natural resources, or to cause the extinction of species in order to facilitate opportunists, profiteers, or plunderers. We also need transparency. Any and every voluntary agreement should be made public to California in terms the public can understand, not legalese. With whom is the agreement and for what purpose? How much water was guaranteed? By whom? And was it delivered? And who was left out? Before there is another vote, I hope all Californians will know who and what destroyed our resources and hold those responsible accountable. We cannot manage nature. We can manage business. It's time for a new approach based on prioritizing nature, our water producer, using sustainability and environmental science. The consequences of the current plan, like a collapsed aquifer, may not be reversible. Thank you for this opportunity and your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Desacampos, for your comments here, your voice. It is important here and really critical to our discussion, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jeff Brown, followed by Nancy Blastos, and then David.
Hello, my name is Jeff Brown. Thank you, board members. I am a resident of Palo Alto, a retired NASA engineer, and I've been in the Bay Area since 1981. I've spoken before you on the Bay Delta Plan at least twice before. I have to admit that I cringe when I read and hear that the purpose of the Bay Delta Plan, the human-designed Bay Delta Plan, is to establish water quality and flow standards to protect, quote, beneficial uses, unquote, of the Bay Delta watershed. After all, it's only been over the past 175 years that humans have had any significant say in the water quality and flow rates seen in the Delta watershed. Contrast that with the hundreds of thousands of years prior to that, where nature was the sole arbiter of those parameters. And the record of the watershed's health over the past 175 years has been dismal. And this isn't to say that the state water board shouldn't attempt to establish a viable plan for the future and ongoing, a keyword, ongoing health of the watershed, but that it should use as its baseline for that plan the required parameters set by nature, not voracious cities and massive export industries. The 2010 Delta Flow Criteria report pointed to what those parameters are, but it seems that in the intervening years, the Bay Delta Plan has moved farther and farther away from what those standards should be, and has tried in an effort to accommodate the political process and the lobbying that comes with it to create an alternate truth. But there is no alternate truth, and there is no path toward watershed health that is lined with voluntary agreements. I would defy anyone to name any substantial set of voluntary agreements for industry in any realm that have really held water. And the reason for that is simple. The purpose of industry and the politics that support it is to compete. And in competition, there is always, I don't think it's an offense to say, there is always cheating. There's always pushing to the edge. There's always skimping and cutting corners. But that, as the past 175 years have shown, doesn't work for sustaining a natural ecosystem. And that's what the Bay Delta watershed is. It is the pumping heart of a circulatory system that brings water and nutrients to both animal and plant species over more than a third of this state. So again, I asked the board to do away with the thought of being able to achieve a laudable goal through voluntary agreements, and really think toward, again, establishing a Bay Delta plan that will carry well into the future to sustain the health of the ecosystem and leave what will be a meritorious legacy for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Appreciate your time this morning and your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Nancy Blastos, be followed by David, and then Alex SWR.
Good morning, Water Board members. My name is Nancy Blastos, and I live in Redlands. Thank you for offering this time to us. I have been impressed by the quality of the comments. As a child growing up in New Hampshire, clean water served a core purpose in my life. I had the luxury of moving to a lake house with my family for the summer. I swam, I had pollywogs for pets, and sunfish nests underwater by my wharf. Did you know if you wander into one of those nests, that mummy fish bites your toes? I had the best of nature and appreciated it. Now water is disappearing rapidly. The United Nations warns of global long-term depletion due to climate change. Lakes are shrinking, rivers are drying up to unsafe levels, estuaries are toxic to fish and humans with toxic algae blooms. Underground water sources are declining rapidly due to big ag pumps draining water from underground sources. This will be irreversible. Ground level will start to sink. This water bankruptcy is caused by living beyond our hydrological means. Farmers and big ag are desperate to harvest and export their crops for financial gain and to feed us, I hope. The Bay Delta Plan must not rely on VAs because having decreasing rain will not replace the loss. VAs increase the possibility of water theft from the Delta residents and Bay Area residents. Fines are not enforceable when thefts occur. CEQA has been scientifically eviscerated by the loss of scientists, so no suggestions will be offered for our environmental plans. As a member of AmericanRivers.org, I felt exhilaration when the Klamath Dam was removed. Water flowed freely. The salmon came back. Safe recreation resumed. Then that water was diverted to the farmers. Stagnant water will return as the salmon will exit. VAs are a danger to water science, and water is life, and life is water. Equitable distribution of water to citizens is on the line. Clean water is a human right which must be protected by science. We must have a scientific plan so that we can provide water for all. I won't even mention, of course I'm going to, the international companies that are stealing our water and bottling it and selling it to our own inhabitants, selling our own water to us and internationally. I want to just remind you about the film Chinatown. Thank you for listening to me.
And thank you for participating here this morning in the discussion, Ms. Blastos. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up David, be followed by Alex SWR, then Richard Lautze. And just a note, I know there was terrible fog out there, so I think our panelists are caught in traffic and are otherwise delayed here. So we'll just keep going through individual commenters on either in person or here on the Zoom platform. If you are in person and want to provide comment, just pop up. For those on the platform, appreciate those that raise their hands. If there's anyone else, please do raise your hand. We'll go to David.
Thank you, board. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good morning.
Okay, great. Yeah, good morning. My name's David Kishida, lifelong Bay Area resident, born and raised in California. And I'm also involved in some state and federal fisheries management for CDFW. I'm the Dungeness Crab Gear Working Group and the Dungeness Crab Task Force as a recreational representative. And on the federal level, I'm on the Ground Fish Advisory Sub-Panel of the Pacific Fisheries Management Council as the Northern California recreational rep. So been involved in doing this stuff for a while. And so I just have a list here I'm going to go through. So when it comes to voluntary agreements, they're basically the same as politicians voting for term limits for themselves. Why would a person or an entity or organization agree to something that's going to be negative to their financial or business interests? So it really doesn't make much sense to allow someone to give them that opportunity. We should manage them to a certain level. And also on a scientific level, just an estuarine ecosystem, how it basically is healthy is if there's adequate water flow. So if you don't give it water flow, it's not going to be healthy. And that's what's been happening, it's a negative. And salmon, sturgeon, delta smelt, other fish, they've been around for millennia. They've gone through droughts, floods, historically, and they were fine until it was said earlier over the last 175 years has been an issue. Once we became involved, we've had negative impacts on them. So that's not good. All right. And we should also, as a negative example, we should use the San Joaquin River system. Look at what happened to that with the water mismanagement. It went from a very healthy ecosystem to it's not very healthy now, and why is that? I would say it's because of us, so that's not good. All right. And also, to finish this off, seems the decisions being made are not scientific but political. And we need good water management along with good fisheries management. And that's, I don't want to say it's you guys, but that's your task, is to keep this healthy. And I don't see that happening over the last, 25 years. The 80s and 90s were, even though we were diverting a lot of water, pumping it south, the Delta was pretty healthy, but once the 2000s started happening, we started pumping more and more and more and more water, and it's just been negative and downhill ever since then. So hopefully we can reverse this. And, as it was said earlier, the reason the fisheries are healthy this year, it's not because of water management. It's just because it rained a lot. There's a lot of water. So, and we were still able to pump a lot of water south. But when it comes to drought years, that's when we really need to keep an eye on, how we're managing this. Are we still going to pump it south? And then we're going to lose everything. We're going to have harmful algae blooms due to no water flow through the Delta. So that's it. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Kishida. Appreciate your comments and contributions here to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Spear, be followed by Richard Lautsy, and then Allison Bishop.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Alex Spear. This is my first time speaking at a water board thing. Unlike some of these people, I don't have decades of experience. I'm an unofficial scientist, random member of the public, and I would like to remind you of the recreational value of fish to the greater public and to our mental health. Let's be real, the voluntary agreements are wishful thinking. It won't help. Our fish need more water. We need to increase the water flows. Water is held in the public trust. In the past, it's been massively mismanaged, or we wouldn't have all these critically endangered, threatened fish in our San Francisco Bay Delta. And it is your duty to avoid political pressure, which must be humongous, to make the right decision. Follow the science. Give us a healthy ecosystem. If you ask a random person on the street, hey, who should get more water? Who should we value? Fish in our local ecosystems or agriculture? Every time they're going to answer fish. People love seeing fish, even if most of us aren't fishermen, okay? We're not off catching fish. But if you see a fish locally, like say in Lake Merritt, Instagram, it's all popular. Like, look, I saw a fish, cool. People love fish. We were all crushed when the algae blooms killed off all the fish in the Delta and the estuary. And we don't want that to happen. We should do better. California can do better. Please do better. We all deserve healthy ecosystems and a healthy delta so that we have more fish. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Spear. Appreciate your comments this morning. Thank you for the contributions here. Next, we'll go to Richard Lautsey, and then we'll go to a couple of folks in the room. I think I said pretty clearly, if anyone was wanting to speak that's here in person, they just needed to pop up. But it sounds like Jennifer Pierre and Alice Towie will go then after Richard Lautz. Thanks.
Morning, my name's Richard Lautsey. Good morning to the members of the board. For 30 years, I had the privilege of teaching a class on California water at the Urban School of San Francisco. Each year, I would take 18 high school seniors into the field for the last 6 weeks of their high school career. These students were excused from their other classes, so we were able to travel together in a short bus, of which I was the driver. The goal of the class was to expose students to the complexities of water management in the state of California. My job was to introduce them to as many stakeholders as possible and let them hear firsthand what the issues were. Peripheral canal, Kesterson Reservoir, levee setbacks, tunnels, pumps, fish screens, delta smelt, tribal water rights, Mono Lake, public trust. We biked along the California Aqueduct, kayaked to Consumers River Preserve, backpacked above Hetch Hetchy. We traveled with members of the San Francisco Water Department, the Hetch Hetchy Management Group, LADWP. We also met with Friends of the River, Tuolumne River Trust, Restore Hetch Hetchy, Paiute elders in the Owens Valley, tribal leaders among the Klamath. We met with rice farmers, delta farmers, dairy farmers, almond growers, and row crop farmers. My job was to expose the students to the experts so they could form their own opinions. Most years we ended the class standing on the shore of Mono Lake, a place that to me represents a microcosm of the entire state. Every year students ask the same question: why is the lake still not at the mandated level of 3692? Why is LA still allowed to divert water from the tributaries of Mono Lake? I think this demonstrates why voluntary agreements cannot work. 30 years after a legal mandate, Mono Lake is still not restored and still in danger. It's not DWP's job to restore Mono Lake unless you, the board, make it their job. You must protect the public trust. More directly related to the Bay Delta Plan, it's not the San Francisco Water Department's job to reestablish salmon runs on the lower Tuolumne unless you make it their job. As they tell my class, their job is to deliver high quality water to the people of the Bay Area. They do a great job of that. You, the board, need to set limits on how much water they can impound. You need to help define their job. You need to create the baseline based on years of evidence you have, not based on voluntary agreements. I think it's your job to represent the underrepresented. You need to put limits on the water available for the sake of tribes, fish, and the environment. You need to use science, not politics, to make your decisions. Yesterday afternoon, a panelist in the fourth panel said that you have the framework. You need to reconsider the starting point. After all these years, we cannot start with voluntary agreements. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours and for your contributions here to the discussion. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer Pierre, followed by Alice Towie, and I believe we have another in-person commenter in the room, Raina Hickey. One second, yeah, it should pop on. I think many of us are trying to unmute it. Good morning,
Okay.
Ms. Pierre.
Good morning. Does that work? Okay, great. Good morning. Thanks for having me. And again, sitting through another 3-day workshop and on this important topic. We've been listening in. I just want to be clear. I'm with the State Water Project. The Central Valley Project has an entire important conference that they're doing. So the fact that they're not here in the room doesn't mean that the HRL parties are not here, either online or texting and sharing information and listening to the valuable comments, your comments and public comments that we're hearing during this workshop. We are here. We have been here. We've done numerous panels, but we really felt like at this point in this process, it's time to really hear from everyone else. We've presented what we can. We still support the HRL as the best path to meet the needs of the environment and other uses. Recreation was just mentioned, hydropower, farming, businesses, everything that runs the state. It's been vetted by 2 different independent science panels, one at UC Berkeley, one at the Delta Independent Science Panel. It was mentioned yesterday, but I just want to underscore not only the scientific basis report that you did, but also these independent panels have both looked at this and said, based on the science we have, this is scientifically sound. It's ready to be implemented. There was a lot of commentary yesterday about whether or not HRL is ready. It's been ready. It's still ready. And you heard yesterday, the one panel we did was about habitat readiness and the fact that that's already being implemented and there's been a head start on that. The HRL parties are builders. We're solution finders. That's what we've been trying to do. The cuts that we're going to make to our water supply, the funding that we're putting on the table, they reflect in total an entire reservoir's worth of water. So there's a lot of commentary about this not being enough, but what matters is the context. And I think this month has been so important for me to help others explain and understand what's happened. So for example, on January 9th, there was 136,000 CFS moving through the Delta under the Golden Gate Bridge. That's the equivalent of 250,000 acre feet a day. In one day, 250,000 acre feet moving through the Delta. That's not when HRL water or even unimpaired flow matters. That's not when it matters. It matters on days like today when there's 50,000 acre feet of total water moving through the system. That's when 800,000 acre feet of additional water really matters. And that's why the HRL is targeting these middle year types, is meant to be flexible, is meant to really be additive to the times when the system actually needs the water. It also reflects 8 years of habitat construction, which I think is the maximum human possible amount of construction of habitat of anything in the state we could possibly do. That's a push, and that's why we started early, and we are committed to those numbers. We invite others. We invite the opponents of this to join us. We have been making that invitation. It's been on the table for years. We hold the door open. The governance we propose is still open. There's still so much value to having the dialogue, learning about the system, and using the resources that are being proposed to really maximize the operation of the system for all of its beneficial uses. We're ready to go as soon and as if you adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierre. Do you mind if I ask you a question? You had said that this is going to be an additional 800,000 acre feet into the system. Is that 800,000 acre feet of outflow? And what year type, or you just want to be able to nail down that number from you a bit better?
Me too. So I don't have it in front of me. So there's variations, right? I think there was a table showing yesterday by staff's presentation. There's differences in different year types, but on average, I think the number is around 800,000 acre feet for below normal, above normal, and dry years. In wet years, there's a little bit of water, but again, that gets to my point of, is there value in adding more water in these, sustained wet year types? And then with dry years, I think there's already so much curtailment that there wasn't a place to look for it. I'm hopeful that the state is able to look at environmental water purchase programs that could really start to reduce demand in critical years. I think that's a path that we should be exploring. And I think the HRL program sets up a path for that. And so does some of the Prop 4 funding and other funding that we've seen in the state. So the number, I'm sorry, I'm not being exact. It's an approximate number and in my brain.
You said about on average 800,000 acre feet.
If staff
those
wants
years.
to correct me.
Yeah, actually, that'd be helpful. Just because
Okay.
that's
between
a
7
larger
and 8.
volume than I was understanding. That's all.
Oh.
But maybe folks can clarify or not.
I can check into that.
I have a question on
Yeah.
that.
Oh, Vice Chair has a question as
Ms.
well.
Pierre.
Ms. Pierre. Sorry.
Ms. Pierre,
Yeah.
on another matter.
Sorry. Vice Chair has a question. Apologies.
Yeah, and you can answer this or not, and maybe Ms. Tui, when you come up. We've had quite a few comments about enforceability from those that are concerned about the plan, as well as benchmarks. And so just wanted to give you and others an opportunity to talk about your perspective on enforceability and benchmarks. And I think I or others will be asking staff for their comments on those two issues as well.
Yeah, I think we've been thinking about that for a long time. Obviously, there was proposed enforceability agreement and enforcement agreements that have been on the table for quite some time, and we see enforcement as kind of multi-tiered. The program doesn't work unless all the water users are in it, and I'm really happy to see more water users have joined since it's last been before you. And so it doesn't it doesn't work when one water user isn't producing. So for example, we're going to be charging our users $10 an acre foot so that we can go buy environmental water from upstream users. If we don't produce the $10 or they don't produce the water, we're all on the hook for it not working. And we don't want to be in that position because, we are trying to implement this program. So I understand many don't feel that's good enough, that you want something from the board. And so there is opportunities from the board. We think the triennial reviews are incredibly important for there to be a public, disclosure and discussion about what we've learned, what we've done, what worked, what didn't work, what needs to be adjusted. We think 8 years is probably the minimum amount of time that can be till you really need to make a shift. But I don't think that we have been pushing back too much on the board's proposal to have an ability to call a red light prior to year 8. So, that there's all these mechanisms to basically say time out, this was really not the right path, if that's what occurs. But there is, we are self-incentivized to make it work and to do the things we said we're going to do. And I think very wanting to have a very transparent discussion about what's working and what's not working. From my perspective, I don't want to speak for other parties, but I do see HRL and unimpaired flow, whatever, the updated water quality control plan at large as a scientific experiment in a lot of ways. There is a lot of information we know. There's a lot of information we don't know, and I just want to make sure we're giving ourselves a space to use the resources being put on the table, regardless of which path we're using, to really understand that. And I think I heard some comments yesterday about the science program. Anyway, I'm getting off, but this is in my mind about enforceability is really about giving some space to test some things, improve our understanding, and make adjustments. That is kind of the foundational piece of what we're proposing, but I don't think that's limited to HRL. I think it can be done in the context of the whole water quality control plan, and I hope it is.
And maybe I'll be a little more specific. I think you're talking about yellow light, red light in the event that the results don't materialize. But what if the water or the funding doesn't materialize? And enforceability on that.
The enforcement agreements of old allowed for the board to essentially take enforcement actions on a party that was not performing. So, as we see it, if a party's not performing, that's going to impact the program. So I think we'll probably, have a, intervention with whoever's not doing their job internally. If that doesn't work, we're going to come to you and say, this was our partner and it's causing the whole program a problem, and we need the board to step in and deal with this particular party or deficiency of something that was committed to and not happening. So that's how we've seen things. And, I think those are not final, so I'm not sure if that will be revised, but that's how we've seen that for quite some time now.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Ms. Pierre. I agree that it is the package in its entirety that is really important here in the Bay Delta update, because as we know, as we see, there's a lot of variability year to year, both in operations and hydrologically what's available. So what I feel is the great benefit is that this isn't set it and forget it. And yes, there are, the triennial reviews, but year to year, within the year and even month to month, I think it'll be really important that this board remain just understanding so that we can collectively remain understanding of what the system is doing and how we're managing it. I think, as we know, it can be a bit of a black box in there. It's a complex system. It's not just the major projects, it's the other diverters as well. And so I think what this affords us is that ability to have a more nuanced and timely, transparent, and open discussion as to how we are being protective and how we're moving the needle in the right direction on this system when we have a lot of complexity in the way that our modern regulatory protections are structured between D1641, the BIOPS, FERC decisions, all of it, make for sometimes not the easiest understanding, I think, collectively as a state, as a board, as a water user community, as to how we are being protective or not. And so just thank you. I appreciate the back and forth. This has been helpful.
Thank you for the forum, and I appreciate that there'll be a forum on the triennial reviews to really continue to expand everybody's understanding of the different trade-offs. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, did you want me to address that question about 800,000 acre feet?
Yeah, make sure understand what the average out. I mean, and outflow. I know there's a difference. There's sometimes re-op. It's not all outflow.
There's a number of things at work here. So the number that Ms. Pierre quoted, I think it probably was approximately the sum from the initial 2018 proposal, the MOU that came in 2019. And that was construed as essentially a sum of all of the flow commitments that were included in that table. As we elaborated our understanding of the proposal, we came to understand that some of those components were not relative to the baseline conditions that we were observing and the baseline conditions that we documented in the staff report. So there's a difference between the accounting base and the baseline. And so the modeling results in the staff report in the 2023 draft and in the limited recirculation this year consider the changes in flows relative to the baseline that was established for the project, rather than the accounting base that's defined in Appendix B. That's one component of it. Another component is there were some changes in the proposal that was brought to us in 2022, along with the shorter duration. Some of the volumes of water changed. And then in addition to that, there are the reoperations of reservoirs. Not all of the components of the flow are provided on a strictly additive basis. And so if there's a reservoir reoperation involved, in some cases, that can be reoperating to meet an in-stream flow requirement that's changed, which doesn't necessarily add that total quantity of water. And in other cases, that quantity of water can be provided in the season that it's provided, but there can be a refill effect at a later time. So there are a number of complications that arise in interpreting those numbers from the tables. Like the current table is table 9 in the Bay Delta Plan in section 4.4.9.3. But just to point out, those are additive above the HRL base for accounting purposes, not above the baseline.
Thank you. Appreciate that nuance. Next, I'd like to call Ms. Towie.
Excuse me. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Board, and the public that's listening in. My name is Alice Toohey. I'm the Director of Water and Natural Resources at the East Bay Municipal Utility District. We've heard several speakers today comment about the success of the Mokelumne River. We are very proud of that success, and I'm here today to express East Bay MUD's continued support for the voluntary agreements. We talk about the Mokelumne River sometimes as being small but mighty. Even though we're only about 2.5% of Delta inflows, we provide some years as much as 50% of the commercial catch off the coast of California. And we think that's because of the JSA partnership, the program that we've been doing since 1995 that was codified into D 1641. And we see that JSA program as really being kind of like a proto or a smaller version of a VA. It includes targeted flows, habitat restoration, with a collaborative governance and science program. So we're excited to take the next step. We've designed our VA proposal to be additive to that program and to hopefully continue to improve the success on the Mokelumne. I do have a few comments on the draft plan before us. I want to express, first of all, my appreciation to you and to your staff. I know it's been a tremendous amount of work to put this document out. We're pretty happy with the direction things are going. There are a few places where we're hoping to continue to engage with State Board staff to make some improvements. On the flow accounting for the Mokelumne, what we see in the December draft is significantly improved over what was in the July draft. There's a few specific places we've identified, just like a handful of kind of targeted red lines that we will submit in our comment letter, and we hope to discuss with staff just to make sure that the flow accounting truly aligns with our proposal. Just to the question earlier about enforcement, I'll just reiterate what Jennifer Pierre said. We feel that enforcement agreements are really fundamental and essential to this program. It's important for all of us on the river to really know clearly what everybody's obligations are and to have that spelled out. And we also think that the enforcement and transparency that was originally intended in those enforcement agreements, I think is responsive to a lot of the concerns and comments you hear about the VA program. So we're appreciative that State Board staff are continuing to engage with us on the development of those enforcement agreements. Turning to the regulatory approach, I want to say thank you for introducing the concept of the water supply adjustments. We appreciate that you heard us about our concerns about water supply impacts. We think the intent and the concept is really good. Again, we do hope to engage with State Board staff on specifically the tributary-specific WSA for the McCollum. There's some nuances about the way our system works. You know, we tend to operate Pardee and Comanche as a unit, and I think that table 5 only shows Comanche. So we hope to meet with State Board staff once they're done with the public workshop and have a conversation about, you know, what our actual operations and regulatory requirements are, because we think it's possible to create something that is a little more implementable. And then the last thing I'll just say in my short time left is that we do continue to be concerned about the temperature impacts under the regulatory pathway, particularly with unimpaired flow. You know, obviously, if we're in the VA program, we expect that wouldn't apply to us. We would just continue to do the temperature management as we've been doing it and just keep with the requirements in D1641. But we have done some modeling looking specifically at 2025 as the most recent calendar year that showed that, you know, even with the water supply adjustments, it would be difficult for us to maintain cold water pool under the regulatory pathway. So that is a concern for us on the McCollum because temperature management does continue to be a limiting factor. So again, I'll close my remarks there. I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, I just want to say thank you to State Board staff. I know it's been a really long road, and I appreciate their continued engagement and that, you know, when I call them or email them, they still answer the phone or respond.
Always.
So thank you all.
Always. Thank you, Ms. Tui. I appreciate those comments. And just, you know, when it comes to the regulatory path and impacts on cold water, I think it's why you see the cold water requirements, carryover requirements, which, you know, we had a good conversation on. Please do take a look at those, make sure that kind of fit for, I know, the sort of cold water management regime that you have for the McCollum.
We absolutely will. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for the patience in mispronouncing your last name.
It's fine. I do it myself sometimes. And I will just acknowledge the fog out there is no joke. It is like a thing. So.
Very much so. Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for folks that jumped up and provided comment. I believe we have about 4 of our 5 panelists here. So we can go ahead and move to our panelists of electeds from Napa, Solano, and Yolo counties. Yeah, feel free to come up. You can go ahead and take a seat as well here as a panel.
Looks like they're coming in.
Oh, they're
yes,
filtering in. Okay, we'll let's go ahead and give ourselves just a 10-minute break then, and then we'll start in at 10:53 on the panel.
Perfect,
so we can
thank
just
you.
give a moment for folks. All right, thank you so much. See you all here in 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. I mean, we're not.
Where do you want to sit? You're going first. Wherever you are.
Whatever you like. Yeah, so I think, and full. Sit low here.
We're just gonna line up. Turtles on the log.
Who else is coming? Yeah.
All right, everyone. Appreciate the 10-minute break. Welcome back. We are now moving on to panel number 2, which is a panel of elected officials and board members from the Napa, Solano, and Yolo counties. Like to kick it over to the panel. I'm not sure who would like to kick us off. That's going to be you, Mayor. Good to see you this morning.
Good to see you too, Chair.
Sorry for, I know, the rough conditions getting in, and so thanks for being here with us.
Yes, but very important to be here. And I want to recognize all of our board members as well. Thank you for having us. There was a note that there might be one of our elected officials online. If they still are, they should go first.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and let Miss Cristobal go. Kimball, apologies.
That's
The text was
okay.
really,
I
text was very small on my screen. Apologies for that.
That's not a problem at all. And thank you very much for letting me go first and kicking off this important panel. Thank you again for the time, Chair Esquivel and board members. This is obviously a really critically important multiple day hearing. So my name is Mary Kimball. I am the board chair for the Yolo County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. And, it's really important that we are here today to be able to thank you, thank the water board, thank the board staff who have worked so diligently and hard, DWR and our partners, of course, in Solano County, for including our district in the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. As many are aware, Yolo and Solano have had a long-term and successful partnership on Puda Creek. And in fact, for those who know the area well, literally the locals call it Yolano because it's an area that have, the creek may divide us from a county perspective, but not from a land use and a water use and a collaborative perspective. And in fact, many farmers farm on both sides of Puda Creek and have been working together for many, many decades. What may be less known is that our 4-county region of Napa, Lake, Yolo, and Solano have had a long-term partnership in working together on regional water issues as part of an integrated regional watershed management planning program for many years. So we are well accustomed to working together and to working on these kinds of projects and programs. From the district's perspective, our district's mission is to ensure a reliable water supply for our local agriculture, communities, and the environment of Yolo County. Additionally, we work closely with our small rural communities in Yolo County, as well as many of the small water supply agencies in Lake County and in Clear Lake. And personally, I want to add that I grew up on a small farm, 20-acre farm, just outside of Cache Creek, actually part of the Cache Creek watershed. And I personally know, having grown up there since the early 1970s and with so many small farmers and regional larger farmers, that Cache Creek is literally the lifeblood and has been for, again, many years for agriculture and small communities in Yolo County. Because of this, I think I really need to say, similarly to our regional partners, that the unimpaired flows approach would devastate our water supply and water reliability for our agricultural and small communities of Yolo and Lake counties. One of the unique aspects of Western Yolo County is that active conjunctive use management has occurred for decades, and the district has been a leader in optimizing surface and water availability and monitoring groundwater well before SGMA. We are extremely proud of this fact, and again, we are happy to and in part of this leadership from the standpoint of water monitoring, and very excited to continue to do this as a part of Healthy Rivers. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program would allow our district to continue to proactively manage both our surface and groundwater supplies to sustain the socioeconomic and environmental well-being of Yolo County, as well as our regional partners that are in the room today. Thank you again, Chair Esquivel and the board members, for listening to our concerns from Yolo County, and I pass over to my colleague from Napa, or whoever's going to go next. Sorry, I'm not exactly sure, given I'm not in the room. Thank you.
No problem, Lise. Thank you so much, Ms. Kimball. Really appreciate your comments and continued contributions here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is, well, actually, a lot of the comments I would have made have been noted, so that was really well done from our speaker online. Well, good morning once again. My name is Alma Hernandez, and I serve as mayor of the city of Suisun City. This time, I do have a new update for you all. I was just appointed and elected by my colleagues as chair of the Solano County Water Agency. So today, I also represent the 7 cities, the 5 supervisors, and the 4 presidents of the irrigation districts of Solano. And
congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to first off thank you all for your diligent work and efforts, and the staff here as well for the revisions that were implemented in the revised draft Bay Delta plan, and for your continued engagement with our region. We value the process and the opportunity to continue open and ongoing dialogue. Our 4-county region, Solano, Yolo, Napa, and Lake counties, have a long history of collaboration, as you heard online as well, on complex water issues. We have successfully partnered through SGMA implementation, the Westside Integrated Regional Watershed Management Plan, Regional Water Supply Planning, and most recently in our coordinated responses to the Golden Mussel. These efforts demonstrate the regional watershed-based solutions that they are achievable when local agencies are engaged early and meaningfully. And we look forward for that continued collaboration here with the State Water Resource Control Board in our region as well. One of the things that I want to quickly note at a very local level, and using my experience commuting this morning, on my way here, I really value being able to be here in person, not only because I get to know you better, I listen in sometimes when I'm commuting or on the way back, so I also know it's a very complex conversation that's taking place. And one of the things that I value is not only the continued opportunity to be here, but knowing that it provides me an opportunity for you to get to learn a little bit more about us as well. So I planned my trip. I knew that I needed to get here early, get here on time, look for parking. I knew colleagues would be joining to be able to kind of sit there and collaborate right before we got a chance to speak. And those are all the things that I knew of and about. And those are all things that I thought I had control of as well. And on the causeway, in the middle of the causeway, there was a broken down incident, and I was in the causeway for about an hour in the middle of fog. And what it reminded me of is, although we have a lot of opportunity to see all the things and changes that we're trying to do, and collectively, there's a lot of really great minds trying to resolve some of the water concerns happening throughout the state, that we don't control every element or every aspect. So at a very local leadership level, I think for me, the most important thing is how we can create greater clarity about when we see something that we just have enough time to make an adjustment for. In my example, I happen to have my navigation system, and it cued me just in time that there was an accident ahead. And I slowed down enough in the causeway where there's no no way to like veer off to the edges enough to avoid any accident myself. And I think that that is the ask of all of us. It's how do we implement, or how you as the regulatory body implement enough guardrails or enough systems that if there's something that happens as we're implementing these changes, that there's enough lead time for us to collectively come back and address some of those issues. I really much like the red light, yellow light, and green light efforts that have been put in place because those provide one avenue for us to kind of address, like, hey, at a local level, these implemented regulations are actually not panning out the way that we thought of. And we may not see that for years ahead or maybe a decade ahead. It depends. But the opportunity to figure out how do we continue to fine tune what that navigation system cues are to allow us at the local level to respond fast enough to indicate to you as the state water regulatory board what changes may need to happen in the future. So those are the things that we're concerned about at the local level, as greater clarity on what those pathways and opportunities look like. For Suisun City, the Suisun Marsh, I've mentioned it before, it's the largest contiguous marshland west of the Mississippi, and we very much recognize the sensitivity of just water and everything that has to do with it at the both local and regional level. So I always advocate about what changes may happen and how they can affect us at the local level. So one of the things that just to really button up here for you, we continue to advocate and prioritize healthy rivers and landscapes as a preferred implementation framework for us. And we continue to advocate to provide greater regulatory clarity on pathways and timelines that support local and regional investments as well for us as we implement some of these changes, and to continue to direct engagement with our local agencies to ensure solutions are implementable, equitable, and durable. And in closing, I want to reiterate my appreciation for your work and commitment to continued collaboration. We stand ready to partner with the State Water Resource Control Board to achieve shared goals that protect our environment while also supporting the communities that depend on these water systems. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Well said, Mayor. Good morning. My name is Scott Sedgley. I have the honor and the privilege of serving as Napa City's mayor. I was a 30-year firefighter with the city, raised in Napa, so I know it well, know the city, and I know the importance of our water systems that we've grown. So let me. I have some prepared thoughts. While many people associate Napa with wine and tourism, our city of 78,000 has many Napa natives, or sometimes called Napans, that make up our hardworking agricultural community. The city of Napa has invested in surface water supplies through the years and relies equally on two major water sources to meet our community needs: local Lake Hennessy Reservoir and the State Water Project, where we share our regional intake at Barker Slough with our Solano County neighbors. Our community has embraced efficient use of our precious water resources through robust, consistent investment in water conservation programs. Our city has been able to accommodate modest, less than 1% growth per year to tackle affordable housing and shelter the homeless while containing our municipal water use during drought years and wet years alike. I'm very proud to report that the city of Napa uses the same amount of water in each of the last 2 years, 24-25, as it did in 1996. We are doing our part. The city of Napa supports the Healthy Rivers and Lands program. The HRL program embraces balanced water supply, environmental flows, agriculture, and recreation. The alternative regulatory pathway with unimpaired flows would be crippling to our viability as a community. It would strain new affordable housing, reduce the economic viability of our community, and could lead to many of our businesses leaving the city and the state. Our community water system has been built resiliency to our two major suppliers, geographically feeding from opposite ends of our community. The proposed reduction in availability of our state water project supply directly affects our ability to support our community. We experienced the 6.0 South Napa earthquake in 2014, the Patrick, Atlas, and Tubbs fires in 2017, as well as the Hennessy LNU fire in 2020. Our ability to serve and protect our community, especially during emergency situations, in large part is due to the reliability of our water supplies. Thank you for listening, and I encourage you to act in the best interests of our local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, hello, my name is Amber Manfrey. I am the chair of the Board of Supervisors in Napa County, and I have about 25 years of experience in natural resources science. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and I understand how difficult it is to balance competing interests. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you for that work. My notes are a little out of order here, but I want to be really clear that Napa supports the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, formerly known as Voluntary Agreements, the additional flow, non-flow science program, and adaptive management commitments brought forth by proponents recognize freshwater resource dependency for users while advancing the Delta ecological objectives. The unimpaired flow regulatory pathway of water supply adjustments for north of Delta summarized by water year type in Appendix H would we're not in favor of it because it would push Napa into greater depletions of already strained local water resources during dry and critically dry years and or ramped up dry year purchases, which may not be available to us due to large buyer competition. We don't really have the population and the resources to compete with major urban centers who might want to buy that water. So for us, this is a big risk. And I also want to say that we have limited capacity and many other issues to contend with. As Mayor Sedgley mentioned, we've had a lot of disasters. In fact, between 2014 and 2024, the county of Napa experienced more disasters than any other county in the state of California because of all the fires we had, added on to disasters that were more widespread. But we've really had to contend with a lot, and we've come through it really well. But for such a small community, it takes a lot to do that work. And if we also have to contend with water shortages, it's going to take a lot of our existing capacity away from the other work we need to do to keep residents safe and well. So I am concerned about that. We have been working hard on having a collaborative, positive relationship with surrounding counties, especially Solano County Water Agency, who we negotiate water arrangements with for Lake Berryessa, and also I personally led the charge on adopting the strongest golden mussel, some of the strongest golden mussel. Trying to find the spot where this is, but we've addressed the golden mussel crisis together, and I think we've done a really good job of that as neighboring counties. Let's see. 5, 6. So I'm getting toward closing here. Our big concern is not having the water supplies we need in dry and critically dry years, particularly. If we don't have the water supply that we need in those dry and critically dry years, we may lose pressure at our Jameson Water Treatment Plant, which is the node that creates water delivery all the way up to Calistoga and down to American Canyon. And I think it's also very important to note that the city of American Canyon relies nearly 100% for their water supply on the North Bay Aqueduct and the State Water Project. So in dry and critically dry years, this is a huge risk for them if they don't have the allocations they need. Yeah, and that the system is designed for the current allocation structure, and we'll have to redesign the system if we don't have that or, face loss of pressure in the system, which is a big problem. So we would appreciate that if you move toward the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program so that we can continue to meet our community goals of affordable housing, healthy communities, sustaining our environment and our community vitality. We need flexibility in our water portfolio to maintain our valuable agricultural industry, and I think importantly to also comply with SWRCB because of the relationship. We are in a high priority basin, and we're trying to get ahead of that, wrap our arms around that and tackle it. But having water cuts, especially in dry and critically dry years, will really undermine that work that we're doing on SWRCB. So in closing, as you have heard from this panel of board members from Napa and Solano counties, do we have someone from Yolo? Yeah, and Yolo counties. I hope you can understand and feel our passion for our local communities. Our region has a long history of working together effectively, and we look forward to continuing that, such as with the Pewter Creek Accord, our West Side IRWMP, and more recently on Golden Mussels. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program provides another opportunity for our region to continue our strong record of collaboration and working together. Thank you for your time and consideration of what you have heard from our community, and I look forward to continuing these conversations with you. I'm a big fan of adaptive management, and I do understand that conditions change and that we'll respond to those things as they come up, but thank you for hearing me out today.
Thank you so much, Supervisor, and thank you, Mayors and Ms. Kimball. Really appreciate you being here with us. I agree, Mayor, the in-person component does help. We get to know each other better. Really appreciate everyone's comments here. And particularly, your comments when it comes to getting it right enough and being able to have something adopted here that can ultimately be flexible, knowing that Mother Nature will provide what she will. It will be uncertain. But I think what we desire here is being able to adopt something, and is why we're taking this dual path approach of both the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal and the regulatory framework as well, in order to have something that we don't have to come back to, have this decadal long process to try to update, but really have something that can here move with us in tandem and be flexible into the future and be able to pivot if so needed. So just really appreciate those comments. When it comes to the regulatory pathway and the unimpaired flow standards, have you all had a chance to take a look at the water supply adjustments? Just wondering if you had any feedback as to whether or not that ameliorates some of the concern, especially in the critically dry years, I know, but just wondering if there's any sort of feedback on some of the adjustments that were made to the unimpaired flow regulatory approach.
I would have to circle back with our water supply managers before commenting.
That's fine. I appreciate that. And, I know as electeds, you all are managing a lot more than just on the water side. And so appreciate you being here and providing your comments. But look forward to written comments on, any feedback when it comes to those water supply adjustments on the regulatory side. I think that would be helpful. So.
Yes, thank you. I think what I'll add just for us, it's we see the work that is being made in the unimpaired flows, the fact that it's actually a pathway where we started off on it being completely off the table. I hope you can tell that even my tone has changed from the first time I came to what are you doing to our community to, hey, we see you, that you see us, right? And then there were some technical questions from our staff, but they are a little more scientific in nature, so I will actually let them lead that part of the conversation. For me, it was really about ensuring that you also see that we're still monitoring, we're still reading, and we're still familiarizing ourselves with the material, and then we'll continue to come back as those questions arise. And I know that you're very accessible, so I know that if I were to send out a communication, that you are responsive to help clarify any of the information that we would continue to have questions on. I know staff still has questions. They still want some pieces there to be adjusted. In the rate, especially dry years, and temperature, were some of the things that I remember reading on and having them kind of flag for us as well. And for me, it was really around how do we adjust and how fast can we adjust if something is just off? And it's like, as you pointed out, just as coming in late to this conversation, the first time I came, I was listening to all of you talk about the years of work already taking place. So I agree with you. We live in a very fast-moving and fast-paced environment. Climate change is real, and it's moving in ways that we may not have anticipated. So how fast can we collectively work together to figure those pieces out as it'll continue to change? And that's why I'm here. It's like, I recognize that, and I'm really interested in how can we collectively work on that piece together.
Really appreciate that, Mayor Hernandez. Thank you for your leadership. I'm really glad to have you here, and the rest of the panel here, really much appreciation. So.
Thank you for the opportunity to share with you. And as Supervisor Manfrey said, our system was designed for the State Water Project allocations that comes into the south end of the town, and our old reservoir built in the 20s at the north end. It all works together, so we can push water back and forth in between, and we're dependent on that supply and into the future of our community. And agriculture is a big part. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mayor. Really appreciate it. Thank you again to this panel. Sorry, before I let you go, let me just make sure, look to my fellow board colleagues in case they have any questions or comments they'd like to provide to the panel. All right, hearing none, you're off the hook for now, and we'll talk to you here then soon. Thank you. All right, we are at about 11:20. We'll take a lunch break at 12. And let's go ahead. I know I still have some hands raised on the virtual platform. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make sure and speak? And please do just go ahead and come up. You can introduce yourself at the microphone then.
Good morning. My
morning.
name is
Good to see
Jennifer
you.
Hansen. I am representing Nevada Irrigation District. I serve as the general manager. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity to provide comments on the Bay Delta Basin Plan update. We greatly appreciate it. We are a new party into the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program, and as many people are aware, we've been working diligently with staff to make that happen. So I'm very appreciative of their hard work. And all their great questions they've had. We have had the opportunity to look and model the new water supply adjustments that came out with this newest issuance. And unfortunately, in Nevada Irrigation District, under an unimpaired flow scenario, we would experience some very dramatic impacts, negative impacts. And that's primarily associated with reductions in carryover storage and the ability to provide not only treated water, but also raw water supplies. Nevada Irrigation District is very unique in the fact that most of our system was built in the late 1800s. So if you want to see something very old, come on out. But what it does is it restricts us from having access to other water sources. We do not have access to groundwater. We are at the top of the watershed. And so through our modeling, what we have discovered is that we would essentially not be able to serve any raw water. Other folks refer to it as irrigation water. In our case, irrigation water is not used for large corporate farming. It is used simply for private residential, small agricultural uses throughout portions of Nevada as well as Placer County. And the reason why we wouldn't be able to serve raw water anymore, which is about 90% of our water use, is we simply would not have enough water to feed the treated water plants. As well as we have 400 miles of open canals, and it does take quite a bit of water to move through them. We will provide some further comments related to the modeling. I think there might be either something we're not understanding in the model or a model issue, which I can speak with Water Board staff regarding. But I also wanted to express our support for the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program. As many of the comments indicated, it seems to be being couched as extremely negative as well as detrimental. But I would like to reiterate that it does provide for flows, it does provide for habitat, it provides for a robust science program, but I think what is perhaps the most beneficial is that it provides for a forum and almost forced collaboration with all of the water supply entities within the basin to work together. We will be in this together, we will have to work together, and we have an incentive to make this work and to be successful in it. I did also want to touch on one other comment, and that was related to enforcement. There was many concerns related to how will this program be enforced. And one thing that I don't believe was noted, unless I missed it, was that not only is there enforcement agreements and enforcement mechanisms couched into the program, but also many of us have larger regulatory proceedings that are related to operation of our large hydropower projects. And for example, we are going through the process right now of requesting or applying for a 401 certification, which many other agencies have as well. And in the draft certifications that we have been seeing come out, it is already noted as a requirement or condition of those 401 certifications. So if we were not to comply, there would be a regulatory channel directly with the state board, but there would also be a regulatory channel through the FERC licensing process. And then lastly, I've also heard concerns expressed regarding habitat projects. And I did want to share with the board, and some of you may know this, but NID has developed a very neat habitat project that is directly going to benefit salmon within the Auburn Ravine. And we came up with this program from working with an actual fishery NGO that's very active in the area. So we went to them, we said, what would be the most beneficial? We really want to make a difference. They said, our biggest problem is unscreened private diversions going onto private properties where juvenile salmon get caught in them. And so through our conversations with them, we've developed this idea of a grant program to complete screening on these private diversions. We have NGO partners. We're working with the California Family Water Alliance, which is a agricultural entity, as well as other water suppliers. So we are committed to the habitat portion, and I did want to thank all of you for this opportunity to speak and to express my support of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape program.
Thanks goes to you as well, Ms. Hanson. Thank you for being here in person with us and for your contributions and leadership at Nevada Irrigation District. Appreciate it. Yes, Board Member Firestone.
Sorry, and just a general comment and part response or follow-up on your good comments. You know, I think as we've talked about, the changes that include the water supply adjustments are really significant reductions in water supply impacts for folks. And I think I just want to emphasize how important it is to make sure that we're all understanding how they would work, and if there's particular needs that need to be incorporated in a final to make sure that this is really implementable. Because I think regardless of, you know, the prior panel was saying, you know, we can't predict, there's always things we can't predict, but we do want to make sure that we have an implementable regulatory pathway. And so, you know, to the extent, I know that we were trying to incorporate, you know, physical limitations of systems and ensure that there's flexibility once we get to implementation of any of these things. You know, this is a general basin plan amendment, so we're not in all the weeds, but making sure that if there are provisions that would help address concerns as you're digging into, and hopefully with our staff, the, you know, understanding what those impacts would be, that we can, that you can also help us figure out how we can make sure that this regulatory pathway is implementable. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Board Member. Agreement.
Chair Esquivel and the board members, I apologize for the interruption. I'm a widely known techno idiot. I appreciate the opportunity to address you today regarding my concerns about the draft Delta Plan update. I am Stephen F. Herringer, the fifth of 7 generations of the Herringer family to farm Delta soils. I have personally farmed Delta soils for over 55 years and been a trustee on Reclamation District 999 for over, 42 years. As a Delta farmer, we have been proactive regarding our water conservation and usage dogma, moving our operation to drip and regulated deficit irrigation techniques 30 years ago. Our 6th-generation family farming team operates today under sustainable and organic practices. Our great concerns are not against sharing excess water with other state water users, but rather doing so in a way that protects and preserves the incredible blessings of the largest land estuary and the habitat it supports for future generations. It's absolutely clear that the overdrafting of water out of the system causes irrefutable and irreversible damage to water quality and environmental sustainability. The original Delta Plan was conceived to protect the Delta from further degradation by identifying that the system needed to maintain 75% of unimpaired flows to achieve a healthy environment. Subsequently, the board modified these flow expectations down to 55%, a frightening experiment for Delta environmental health. Now, the political monster rears its very ugly head in the form of voluntary agreements negotiated under the cover of darkness and a total lack of citizen transparency between compromised state government leaders and large water users south of the Delta. I have personally witnessed algae blooms and invasive plant species floating down the Sacramento River in large pods. These low river flows are also conduits for potential salt intrusion, which would decimate our very productive agricultural soils. Harmed as well are the many species of fish, water creatures, and land animals that rely on clean quality water of proper temperature for their species survival. As individuals and as a board, you are now carrying the responsibility to ensure the survival of the great California Delta for future generations by ensuring a clean and vibrant estuary. The decisions you make today must abandon political leanings and not only preserve, but restore and improve the Delta for 100 and 200 years from today. My descendants and yours are counting on you to do the right thing, abandon the VA agreements, and promote regulations that would achieve those ends. Thank you for your consideration and attention. Thank you also for your service, and I encourage you to enjoy a glass of great Delta wine with your next salmon dinner. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Herringer. Really appreciate you being here in person and providing your comments here to the board. Next, is there anyone else in the room that would like to come up? Call Mr. Mario Manza from the Bureau of Reclamation. Good to see you, Mr. Manza.
Thank you.
For
Good
being
morning,
here.
board. Appreciate being here. So I'm Mario Manzo. I'm the Deputy Manager for Reclamation's Bay Delta office, and I'm here on behalf of the Regional Director, Adam Nichols, who's at our annual water users, so unfortunately wasn't able to be here. So since the 2022 Memorandum of Understanding on the Healthy Rivers and Landscape, Reclamation has been working and making significant progress working with the parties on that program and concurrently advancing the operation of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project, with Reclamation most recently signing the Record of Decision on Action 5 in December of 2025. With Action 5, we made several advancements for communities and species relying upon that limited natural resource. We incorporated the best available science from the last few years, including the Fish and Wildlife life cycle model for Delta smelt and including the Fish and Wildlife life cycle model for Delta smelt on Fall X2, and the information from the National Academy of Science on Delta and Shasta management. We're also improving our weekly assessment process, including use of the SACPAS website to make as much information publicly available as possible. Every week we add more automated features and hope other state and federal agencies will follow suit and also making their information as publicly available. Specific to HRL, it is still included in Action 5. It's included as reoperation of Shasta, as reoperation of Folsom, and reoperation of Delta exports for those HRL parties. And it's as proposed in the 2022 MOU, and it could be implemented once finally approved by the board. So I know there's been a lot of questions about whether it's still included. There is a bit of confusion as it relates to the 2-year early implementation provision. That was removed from the Action 5. So the 2-year early implementation was not a part or a consideration in the 2022 MOU. That was something that the parties developed as part of the reconsultation efforts that were concurrently going on at that time. And it was premised on the idea that there would be timely adoption of HRL Also that there would be consistency with the state water project in that adoption, and then also that there would be an approved monitoring program to collect that data to allow for us to inform HRL. So none of those things happened or have occurred, and so therefore it was removed from Action 5. But as I stated before, the reoperation of Shasta, Folsom, and Delta continues to be in the Action 5. We understand the board still may have questions on Action 5 or the written responses we provided back to your public comments. And I had a note here that said we're still open to meeting with y'all, but I think we've gotten over that hiccup and we have meetings set up with our staffs next week. So if nothing else from these hearings, it's good that our offices will start talking again and having that coordination. So we've also been doing a lot with the Healthy Rivers and Landscape on implementing habitat projects. Consistent with the best available science in our structured decision models, we've obligated $300 million since 2018 towards habitat projects in the Central Valley. We see these physical projects in the Central Valley, as one of the few efforts actually moving the needle for species. And we look forward to working more with our partners like the Regional Water Authority, river partners, our Sac River Settlement contractors, the Bridge Group, and others to implement actual change. While we've done a lot, there's still much to do. Specifically, discussions are needed with the state's executive in order to return to the key tenets of the 2022 MOU. This includes correcting the water quality control plan to reflect a shared agreement on 3 key items. Those items are adaptive management and continued incorporation of best available science, the 8-year period, and the extent of the executive director's authority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monzo. I really appreciate you being here before us. I know you're not in Reno then with the rest of your colleagues, so being here does really mean a lot, and I appreciate your comments. On Action 5, I think just to reiterate, I think the concern certainly is that, we're adding blocks of water in, and then the action will be taking blocks of water out. And so it's really trying to figure out, well, what is it that we have as a project then? What is it that we could expect? And so I appreciate, we'll have further follow-up. Let's begin to really start to unpack a bit better and understand, what it means for this project of trying to increase outflows and increase flows in the system while it seems taking action that's taking out other blocks. And just because I do have you, and it has come up prior, I know we talked a little bit about the monitoring regime yesterday. It would be great to be able to perhaps set up some meetings just around the gauging in the Delta and some concerns around, water quality monitoring that may not be being published as it was prior. So just maybe a pin there as well, just because I think that broader, as we said, kind of pivoting to this more, this modern regulatory regime that we're putting in place, this making sure that we have monitoring in place that really lets us assess, understand, and have transparency into the system, I think will be really important. So I just wanted to flag for what it's worth, maybe that conversation.
Yeah, we'd be happy to have that conversation. I think it's less about a change in monitoring and a change in vendor, and so that's been confused.
Yeah, well, for sure. Yeah, and I don't, not to say there's been an official change in monitoring, but because the change in vendor is resulting in data not being out there, I think that's what we're trying to just figure out, how do we make sure we address and unpack, and I appreciate that.
Happy to have those conversations.
Yeah. Vice Chair.
I just want to thank you for being here today, and I saw yesterday and today, so appreciate your attention to this. With respect to Action 5, I just can't impress upon you how important it is. I'm glad you're going to have the meeting with our staff. We don't have the ability or time to get into technical details, but it'll be really important for us to get a thorough analysis of the range of implementation for Action 5. Because without that, what we'll have, our staff will do the best they can, but we're, I think, as the chair's indicated, just really grappling with to what extent it could impact this very important project. And I'm just not familiar with, kind of tracking what you're saying about the 2022 MOU and whether or not this was contemplated. But regardless, if it hasn't been analyzed, that's, a hole that we need to fill as far as our analysis, so that we can then determine whether or not we need to make any further adjustments. So thank you for your willingness to meet with our staff, and look forward to the outcome of those conversations.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manzo. Board Member McGuire.
I just wanted to also express my thanks for you being here and sharing those remarks. And just to add one question, if I could, you mentioned 3 areas in the water quality control plan that Reclamation still felt needed some review and consideration. And you've mentioned adaptive management, the 8-year period, and executive director authority and approvals. And just to clarify on the when you said 8-year period, is that a reference to the review process, the red, yellow, green process that would happen towards the end of that 8-year period, or was that some other concern?
I don't think it's a concern. I think it's what all the parties have been talking about with sideboards and understanding that we don't get to year 8 and then try to make a decision again with no triennial reviews or emphasis throughout the duration of trying to understand what's happening. And so it's just reflective of not waiting to the 8th year to try to redo this all again.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification.
And I should ask, it's also a concern about trying to stop it somewhere in the middle abruptly.
I understand. Yeah, thank you for that. That's very helpful, and I'll look forward to seeing the written comments.
Really appreciate you being here, Mr. Manzo. Appreciate those good comments and the exchange here. I look forward to what I know will be further follow-up here.
Appreciate it.
Much appreciation. Thank you. All right. Looking quickly in the room in case there's anyone that would like to pop up. And then otherwise, we have we'll take comments here for about 20 minutes and should be able to get a few folks in. I'll go ahead and go in order of hand raised here. And I'll first like to call up Lane Fajou, followed by Allison Bishop, then Karen Jacques.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Wonderful.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Hello, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Lane Pajot. I grew up in the Delta and care deeply about its communities and ecosystems. I want to be very clear at the outset of my comments that implementing voluntary agreements in place of enforceable unimpaired flow regulations would represent a profound abdication of the board's duty. The Bay Delta is in crisis. Salmon populations have collapsed, fish and moratoriums have destroyed crucial industries. Delta communities are living with decades of harmful algal blooms and chronic health impacts, and several species are on the brink of extinction. These outcomes are not accidental. They are the direct result of decades of over-extraction and regulatory failure. Candidly, your failure. And that is why it is so alarming that at this moment, the board appears poised to step back from its role as a regulator and instead place its faith in voluntary commitments from the very water agencies that caused this crisis. The State Water Board is not supposed to bend a knee to water agencies. Your job is not to broker political compromises. Your job is not to regulate anyone's or to advance anyone's 2028 campaign narrative. Your job is to regulate. It's to protect beneficial uses, public trust resources, and water quality for the people of California. VAs invert that responsibility. They ask the public to trust that powerful water diverters will restrain themselves, decide how much water is convenient to leave in waters, and police their own impacts. And you give those water agencies an 8-year head start to abuse this trust before the chance of implementing unimpaired flow regulations. The Bureau of Reclamation's participation, or lack thereof, is a perfect example of this. The Bureau has repeatedly demonstrated that it is unwilling to comply even with existing state law requirements. Yet the VA framework treats it as a reliable partner without meaningfully analyzing what happens when it fails to follow through. But the Bureau is not an exception. It is a microcosm of a deeper failure. Relying on the very extractive agencies that caused this crisis to save the Delta, when doing so conflicts with their expressed mission to secure as much water as possible, will fail us. It has cost communities their livelihoods, their health, and their faith in public institutions. And make no mistake, choosing VAs over unimpaired flows will only further erode public trust. Communities already feel that government agencies serve powerful interests first and people last. We don't need another example of that with the State Water Board. Thankfully, this board still has a choice. I want to look up to the State Water Board. Your mission is admirable and your potential to protect California's ecosystems and communities is immense. This agency exists precisely for moments like this, when powerful interests demand your flexibility, but science, law, and the public interest demand your resolve. You can choose to lead by adopting a science-backed, enforceable regulatory framework that guarantees at least 55% unimpaired flows across year types, protects beneficial uses, and begins to restore public faith that this agency can serve people and not power. You can show Delta communities, fishing families, tribes, and future generations that this board still believes regulation matters and that public trust is not something to be negotiated away. I urge you to reject the voluntary agreements, reclaim your regulatory authority, and do the job that this board is created to do. Thank you sincerely for your time, and have a good day.
Thank you as well for yours, Elaine. Really appreciate you joining us here, being part of the discussion, and providing your comments to the board. It's meaningful and really appreciate it. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Allison Bishop, be followed by Karen Jacques, then Robin Durston, and Amy Stroud.
Good morning, Water Board and public. My name's Allison Bishop. I'm a third-generation Northern Californian living in San Francisco. In my lifetime, I've witnessed the degradation of our natural environment, loss of species, and general prioritizing of human greed above all else. I'm acting where I can to help change this. I'm very concerned that the revised Bay Delta plan with voluntary agreements does not effectively consider the non-humans relying on access to water. In particular, life in the rivers. The needs of the fish have been particularly well studied. Solid research recommendations to return to a thriving fish population have been made, and these recommendations are being ignored. I do not want this. I know there are enormous demands for the water in California, but we must take care of the basics, meaning life, water for the life in the rivers, or at the very least, we will lose out on the beautiful environment that makes California a desirable home. But we lose so much more. I want to return to an environment where the rivers are full of fish and other life, and where toxic algae blooms are not a regular occurrence. This requires enough fresh water flow, which will not happen with the voluntary agreements. Voluntary agreements benefit big ag and antiquated non-water conservation-minded systems, but not fish and other wildlife. I'm asking you to please do what is necessary and scientifically correct, which is to implement the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan requiring of flows of at least 55% in Central Valley rivers in most years. Because this is quite, sorry, I'm having a cat interruption here. Because this is quite probably our last best chance to reverse the damage caused by our over-extraction of water from our fresh waterways and general neglect. Thank you for listening.
Thank you as well, Ms. Bishop. Really appreciate your time. And cats know when important things are being discussed and want to get their word in too. So
yes,
thank you. Much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Jacques, and be followed by Robin Durston, and then Amy Stroud.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to comment. I'm a longtime Sacramento resident, moved here in 1980, have absolutely loved the beauty and the biodiversity of the Delta, and I'm watching it, all of that just decay and fall apart because so much water is way beyond what is sustainable is being diverted out of the Delta. And I second the concerns that the two previous speakers have raised. I see the voluntary agreements as political negotiations by powerful players behind closed doors, while the rest of us, including local residents of the Delta and the tribes who have lived here from time immemorial, being locked out of that dialogue. And I do appreciate that you are, giving us time to speak in these hearings, but we have been locked out. We don't have anything if we lose the Delta, if it collapses, and that is a significant risk. It is also my understanding that restoring habitat without providing adequate flows is a nice effort, but it won't fix the problem. The flows are the thing that is the most crucial. And we are in a different world with climate change. We have got to learn to live within our current ecological limits. And that means communities working on water conservation, local groundwater refill, recycled water, using all those things as much as possible to maximize their water availability. And I'm so passionate about this, I'm losing my train of thought for a minute, but we've got to live within those means. It also means that agriculture has to become much more efficient, and that some crops that guzzle huge amounts of water, and especially those crops that are then sent overseas, like nuts and alfalfa, that we're going to need to change some of the crops that are grown to meet the current ecological situation. So I join with the two previous speakers in pleading with you to go with a regulatory model that gets us a minimum of at least 55% of water flow that follows the science and that is transparent to the public. And again, thank you for this time, and may our beautiful Delta and every species in it survive, the salmon come back, and the smelt stop being functionally extinct. Thank you.
You're here. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Jacques. Really appreciate your words here, your comments, and your passion. It's much appreciated. Thank you for being here and part of our discussion.
Thank you for the time.
Next, I'd like to call up Robin Durston, and then I believe we'll just end with our final commenter virtually here, Amy Stroud. And for others that haven't had a chance to comment yet, just to note, I think the next time we'll be back after lunch, and our panel presentation at individual comments will likely be somewhere around 2 o'clock. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Thank you.
Oh, good morning. Yes, I'm just coming to you as a concerned citizen. I'm a California native, and my brother is a farmer in the San Joaquin County. Just noting the salmon this is the third year that they haven't had any fishing industry in the salmon, and the delta is plagued with toxic algae, impaired waterways, and changes in water quality. The water quality goal should be to attain the highest quality water. No comprehensive review of the water standards since 1995. We need a comprehensive review. Inadequate water quality and flow standards were left in place. These standards have a disproportionate impact on California Indian tribes and communities along the Delta. They harmful algae blooms, rising salinity, increasing levels of dangerous chemicals are not safe. The water boards have promoted voluntary agreements, or VAs. The VAs are not based on environmental science and have excluded certain Indian tribes, environmental organizations, and fishing groups. If these VAs are used as a standard, it would be harmful to the ecosystem and lack input from interested parties. We ask the EPA to investigate the discriminatory water management practices and policies, initiate rulemaking for the adoption of Clean Water Act compliant water quality standards, which must include tribal beneficial uses, and the adoption of flow-based temperature and HAB criteria. Flows need to be managed for the benefit of the public interest. The state must be in compliance with the Clean Water Act. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Durston. Appreciate your comments. Next and last, before we head off to lunch, I'd like to call up Amy Stroud.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and members of the board. I'm a resident of the Bay Area. My concern is the December 25th updates to the Bay Delta Plan are scientifically inadequate for all beneficial uses in favor of politically powerful voluntary agreements. I wish all California rivers could flow naturally, but in this comment, I want to focus on what happened to the Merced River when diverters were allowed to regulate themselves. I know the Merced was covered in Phase 1 Bay Delta update adopted in 2018, but as Chris Schutz noted in his presentation yesterday, Phase 1 has not been implemented. So by default, the current state is unregulated VA flow commitments. In my opinion, the draft plan that supports the VAs is not an experiment because we know what will happen when diverters are in charge of flows. Case in point, Curtis Alexander wrote an article for the San Francisco Chronicle in December 2024, highlighting that the Merced River was completely dry for 5 miles from June through October in 2022. And this wasn't the first time. Dry riverbeds become a permanent death zone for riparian plants, insects, baby fish, and eggs. It raises water temperature and reduces water quality both upstream and downstream. Anything with feet or wings will abandon the habitat, nutrient-rich sediment will blow away, and what is left becomes a hotspot for greenhouse gas emissions due to respiration. Locals indicated that groundwater became contaminated and deadly with high levels of salt. The real scary thing about the story, if that's not scary enough, is that the diverters who sucked the river dry believe they had every right to do so, according to your analysis. Some of these water rights were pre-1914, which are considered inequitable and handed out with no concern for the environment, fish, or cultural uses of river flows. And some of these water rights are considered paper rights for an over-allocated river. Chairman Esquivel, I did have a glimmer of hope yesterday morning when you said the Water Board will be taking a closer look at water right administration. Please consider current climate realities. The Merced River, like all of California rivers, works hard to support all beneficial uses of her water. According to your website, beneficial uses are domestic drinking water, agricultural, industrial, power generation, safe recreation, aesthetic enjoyment, navigation, preserving and enhancement of fish, wildlife, and aquatic ecosystems, tribal and cultural uses, and subsistence fishing. With full disclosure, I must admit that I added the safe to recreation after hearing that people are swimming and recreating in HAB-infested waters. As we saw in Gary Bob Kerr's presentation, during the years the VAs have been in charge by default, agriculture has benefited while the other beneficial uses have had the opposite experience. In summary, I urge the board to try an experiment by proactively regulating and implementing scientifically adequate minimum flows year-round, especially in dry years, to support all beneficial uses of California rivers and delta for all residents, including the salmon. Thank you, Chairman and members, for listening to my opinion, and have a great lunch.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stroud. Really appreciate those opinions and the comments here. Much appreciation. And to your just note on what I said yesterday, it may be helpful to reiterate for folks. We currently don't administer actively water rights at all times. This board attempted to between the 2012 and 2016 drought, but then successfully did so in this last turn of the drought for the first time in the state's history. The reality is that the Water Rights Administration is a tool and should be a tool to help us effectuate this change that we want. Since we don't actively administer water rights, any water that's put into the system right now isn't protected as outflow, isn't protected from other diverters. It is hoped that that's the case, but absent that tool and absent this board actively administering water rights, we don't have the system in which we can protect blocks of water or water developed through a regulatory process as outflow, and is critical that we develop that tool for ourselves as a state, as other Western states do, in order to actually get more out of this system, be more granular, protect senior water rights, and protect in-stream flows, and really actually manage water in this 21st century. So it is why, as a package, you find me being supportive of both the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal and our regulatory backstop, because that work in common between those two approaches is what we need to get to and is critical that we do in this state, for what it's worth. Thank you again, Ms. Stroud. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any comments or thoughts from what we've heard so far this morning. Otherwise, we will transition into a lunch. We will reconvene then at 12:55, and we will move into our tribal representatives panel, which I'm really looking forward to having this dialogue with our tribes. I know we will hear concern, but hopefully it's an opportunity to continue to try to drive to consensus as well. So we will see everyone here at 12:55 after a good lunch, eat up, recharge, and we'll see you all here in about an hour. Thank you, everyone, for a productive morning.
I don't know. When are they coming?
All right, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. It is 12:57, and we can bring ourselves back. Thanks again, everyone. We're here on day 2 of a 3-day workshop on the Bay Delta Plan update. We are now moving to our third panel of the day, which will be a panel of tribal representatives. Really appreciated folks coming on here, and we'll hand things off to the panel. I'm not sure who would like to kick us off. I know there's a few folks attending virtually, and we have Mr. Vincent LaPena here.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Vince Lapina. I'm the tech manager for Wilton Rancheria. And thank you all for having us here, being able to make these statements. I do have a prepared statement. Of course, I have my own feelings about water and the river. As a Native person, you know, we really don't separate our relatives of the water and the land from our own family. They're just part of our extended family. And so when we have our obligations to take care of these things, we're looking at taking care of our family. And so I'm going to go ahead and just read our prepared statement, and then I'll have the other panelists go after that. So thank you again. Wilton Rancheria maintains deep ancestral, cultural, and subsistence ties to the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. The tribe's interests in the Delta are not abstract, historic, or symbolic only. They are ongoing, living responsibilities grounded in cultural practice, subsistence activity, stewardship obligations, and intergenerational continuity. The tribe submits these comments based on its own sovereign interests and responsibilities, while recognizing that multiple tribes maintain ancestral and cultural connections to the Delta and its resources. At the outset, Wilton Rancheria acknowledges the State Water Resources Control Board's recognition in the revised draft Bay Delta Plan of tribal, cultural, and subsistence considerations. However, recognition alone does not satisfy the board's legal obligations. As discussed below, the revised draft plan and its associated environmental analysis fail to reasonably protect tribal beneficial uses and other protected beneficial uses, rely impermissibly on unenforceable and discretionary implementation mechanisms, and do not adequately analyze or mitigate impacts to tribal cultural resources, public trust resources, or tribal sovereignty interests. The Bay Delta Plan is a water control plan adopted pursuant to the Porter-Cologne Water Quality Control Act. As such, the board has an affirmative statutory duty to identify beneficial uses of water, to establish water quality objectives that reasonably protect those uses, and to adopt an implementation program capable of achieving that protection. The revised draft plan acknowledges and purports to designate tribal, cultural, and subsistence uses as beneficial uses. Once designated, those uses must be reasonably protected through enforceable water quality objectives and implementation measures. A plan that acknowledges such uses but defers their protection to voluntary, discretionary, speculative, or future actions does not satisfy the board's obligation under state law. The revised draft plan relies heavily on the voluntary agreement and Healthy Rivers and Landscapes pathway as a primary means of implementation. While collaborative approaches may play a role in water management, the board may not abdicate or defer its statutory responsibilities by substituting non-binding agreements for enforceable regulatory protections. As reflected in Chapter 13 and Appendix H3, many purported mitigation measures are advisory in nature, contingent on future participation, or applicable only to select implementation pathways, and lack mandatory performance standards, enforceable thresholds, or clear accountability mechanisms. The plan does not establish mandatory regulatory backstops to ensure that tribal beneficial uses, fish and wildlife uses, and other protected uses will be reasonably protected if voluntary commitments are delayed, modified, underperformed, or fail altogether. Such reliance on discretionary measures is legally insufficient, particularly where the affected uses are culturally significant, time-sensitive, and dependent on specific flow, temperature, and water quality conditions. For Wilton Rancheria, Delta conditions directly affect cultural practices, subsistence activities, and stewardship responsibilities. Salmon and other aquatic species are not merely ecological indicators, they're integral to the tribe's cultural identity, traditional knowledge systems, food sovereignty, and responsibilities to future generations. Altered flow regimes, elevated water temperatures, degraded habitat conditions, and continued ecosystem decline undermine the tribe's ability to exercise cultural practices, transmit traditional ecological knowledge, and fulfill its stewardship obligations. The revised draft plan does not adequately analyze these foreseeable impacts to tribal uses, nor does it demonstrate that adopted objectives and implementation measures will reasonably protect those uses under a range of hydrologic and operational conditions. The board also has independent and continuing obligations under the public trust doctrine to protect trust resources, including fisheries and the ecological systems of the Delta. These duties are affirmative and ongoing. A regulatory framework that prioritizes negotiated flexibility over enforceable protection without making explicit findings supported by substantial evidence that trust resources will be protected under all reasonably foreseeable conditions raises serious concerns under the public trust doctrine. The board must demonstrate on the record that adoption of the plan will not cause or allow substantial impairment of public trust resources. In addition, the substitute environmental document prepared for this plan does not adequately analyze impacts to tribal cultural resources and cultural practices as required by CEQA. As reflected in Appendix H2 and related materials, the environmental analysis improperly narrows cultural impacts to physical disturbance of archaeological or historic sites and does not meaningfully evaluate impacts to living cultural practices, subsistence uses, cultural landscapes, or stewardship activities that depend on delta hydrology and ecosystem function. The analysis relies heavily on future actions, adaptive management, and voluntary measures that are not fully defined or enforceable at the time of plan adoption. Deferred and speculative mitigation does not satisfy CEQA's requirement for informed decision-making, particularly where impacts to tribal cultural resources may be significant and irreversible. Wilton Rancheria is also concerned that the process leading to the revised draft plan has not provided meaningful early and ongoing government-to-government consultation regarding the development of implementation pathways that directly affect tribal interests. While the plan references tribal engagement and traditional ecological knowledge, tribes were not positioned as co-decision makers in the development of voluntary agreement frameworks that now serve as a central component of the proposed implementation strategy. Meaningful consultation requires more than outreach or post hoc engagement after key structural decisions have already been made. Nothing in these comments is intended to waive or diminish Wilton Rancheria's federally reserved rights, including rights reserved at the creation of the tribe's reservation under federal law, nor to waive any rights, claims, or remedies available under state or federal law. State water quality planning and implementation must be carried out in a manner consistent with federal supremacy and may not impair or subordinate such rights. Wilton Rancheria raises these issues to preserve its rights and to underscore the legal necessity of enforceable protections for tribal uses in the Bay Delta Plan. For these reasons, Wilton Rancheria urges the State Water Resources Control Board to revise the proposed Sacramento Delta updates to ensure that tribal beneficial uses and other protected beneficial uses are reasonably protected through enforceable standards, that any reliance on voluntary agreements is accompanied by clear, mandatory regulatory backstops, that impacts to tribal cultural resources and practices are fully analyzed and mitigated in compliance with CEQA, and that tribal governments are engaged through meaningful government-to-government consultation in the department and in the development and implementation of the plan. Thank you on behalf of Wilton Rancheria.
Thank you, Mr. Lapina. Really appreciate those comments here. Look forward to the rest of the panelists and some here discussion with you all. Thank you. All right, who next from the panel would like to present? Great, Mr. Gomberg.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Max Gomberg. I'm here today representing the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, whose ancestral territory spans 7 counties, including much of the lower Sacramento River and foothills. I want to start by taking a minute to imagine where we would be if the board had never allowed for VAs in the first place when developing this water quality control plan. All that time and effort that the board staff spent engaging with the VA parties could have instead been used for robust tribal consultation and development of immediately protective tribal beneficial use water quality standards, including those for fish consumption, plant gathering and use, and ceremonies and other water-based cultural practices. We could have a water quality control plan that advances those uses far more than the current version does. For example, we could have a timeline for setting numeric water quality objectives for different stream segments based on tribal beneficial uses. We could have mechanisms to fully integrate tribal ecological knowledge into assessment and monitoring programs on each tributary. We could have had multiple formal agreements between tribes and state agencies to work respectfully and collaboratively with adequate compensation on non-flow habitat restoration and enhancement measures. We could have had tribal involvement in designing processes for evaluating the success of unimpaired flows and temperature goals. We could have had a plan that centers tribal reparations, equity, environmental justice, and that would serve as a model for other subnational governments trying to do right by their indigenous populations. Instead, we have this proposal, which above all else is designed to maximize minimize financial impacts to those with political power and influence. I want to talk briefly about Section 11415.60 of the Government Code. That's the section that allows agencies like the board to approve settlements between the parties. So let's talk about who counts as a party here. In the current formulation, the only entities that count as parties are water districts, DWR, and maybe the Bureau of Reclamation. So what does that mean about who doesn't count as a party? Tribes, environmental justice advocates, fishing industry organizations, and others whose contributions and care for the Delta and this watershed is just as high, if not greater, than those aforementioned entities who have party status. This is both discriminatory and contrary to the spirit, if not the letter, of the law. Let's be clear. The voluntary agreements are irredeemable. They are racist and exclusionary. They are wholly inadequate, ineffective, and practically unenforceable. They violate the entire legal framework Californians have built for environmental protection over decades. They weaken climate resilience goals. They make a mockery of the board's stated commitments to tribes and racial justice. This board could have done better. If you approved the VAs, we will not forget your betrayal. And I'm going to close with this. Water Code Section 178 allows for you to be removed from your positions by a majority vote in the legislature, both chambers, for dereliction of duty, corruption, or incompetency. Now, we may not have the votes to remove you, but know that a vote for the VAs is fundamentally a betrayal of your duty to tribes, communities, and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomberg. Who next on the panel would like to go? Mr. Myers.
Ayukwi Naknau, Frankie Myers, Mach Machok, Shregon, Kennecott. I am the principal at Fix the World Consulting, the former vice chair of the Yurok tribe. And I can't express to you how incredibly frustrating it is for me to be sitting in another room in front of you all again, listening to our strong, powerful tribal leaders tell the same story to you all over and over and over again. And yet here we are, moving towards an agreement and a proposal that perpetuates systemic racism, that perpetuates unjust treatment of tribal nations, and an erasure of this history as a state. And I want to make sure that we're talking the same language because we're talking about tribal nations. These are not citizens, they're not individuals, they're not stakeholders, they are tribal nations at the same level of the state of California, equal to the federal government, with their own governing bodies and their own responsibility to their own tribal citizens, to the land and the water around them. And yet here we talk about advisory groups and we have discussions about making sure that tribal voices are brought to the table for discussion without ever acknowledging why tribes aren't at the table, why it's not our table to begin with to have the discussion with you. At the turn of the century, this state was responsible for the attempted genocide of our people. And we fought back. We were systemically left out of the water rights system in this state on purpose. Today, we are connecting history to present. And I'm speaking to every single one of you on the board, not in your positions, but as human beings. In a time, in an era where it's no longer accessible, it's no longer acceptable to simply say you're doing your job. Now is the time when you can't just do your job. You have to look at the historical context at which we're sitting in today. We are moving forward. We are moving forward a system that we can all agree on was racist. We're not shutting it down. We're not starting over. We're not holding ourselves accountable to make sure that we're building a better system that is inclusive, that truly recognizes the tribal nation status of the individual sitting here today. We are whitewashing over it. We are continuing the administrative process of systemic racism. This isn't a history lesson. This is understand what we're doing and what we're talking about, what we're agreeing to, what we are saying to future generations today. That yes, we understand the system was flawed. Yes, we understand it was systemically racist to tribal people. And yes, we're going to perpetuate it. Yes, we're going to perpetuate it. We're not going to stop and pull back and make sure that future generations see that what California is doing is right. We're moving it along. We're creating an environment where tribal governments and tribal nations are once again asking for what should have rightfully been theirs. What is rightfully theirs? It's extremely frustrating because we have an abundance of work to do to restore our lands, to restore our salmon, to restore our rivers to the way we know they need to be. And yet here we are, asking the state to do the right thing again, to recognize the history of this state and to recognize the place that tribal nations should be in this process. I'm tired of consultation because it demeans every single tribal nation. Without actual decision making, we have relegated millennia of tribal leadership to stakeholders again. Welcome.
Much appreciation, Mr. Myers. Ms. Norris.
Hi there. Good afternoon. First, I want to thank all of my colleagues who spoke previously. Each of them has expressed things that the California Indian Environmental Alliance is in support of. We support everything that's been said to date. I have three pieces that I'd like to, or by my colleagues, I should say, to date. I have three things that I wanted to include. The first is that I wanted to. There's three pieces. One is the SWRCB, which is the Mercury Water Quality Objective. The other document and the basin and the tribal beneficial uses pieces within it. And then the second is what's happening in the San Francisco Bay. Then I want to talk about what's happening in the Central Valley for their basin plan amendments. And then lastly, a little bit more on our perspectives on voluntary agreements. The SWRCB, as many of you will remember, was able to identify that there was a robust review of the definitions for tribal beneficial uses, and those were in there to then be adopted by regional boards. And since that SWRCB has taken place, we've been waiting over 10 years now to have the regional water bodies or the regional water boards put those definitions in their basin plans and to designate water bodies. And you can, see in the San Francisco Bay basin plan that in 2024 the goal was to designate water bodies, but since that time the goal has moved to just put the definitions in the basin plan amendment. So and there are plans to do surveys, but there's not funding for tribes to do their own internal surveys. And we have found that tribes that do their own internal surveys are able to contact more members and get more trust to receive the information that the regional boards really need. Otherwise, these studies ends up being a small number of individuals that are found at community events like Big Times or the like. So we are recommending, as we have been for the San Francisco Bay, that the regional water quality control boards can take some guidance from the State Water Quality Control Board. And if you take that into the Central Valley, also I wanted to say about that, the San Francisco Bay Plan, Basin Plan Amendment, is that it does say that there was some outreach since for consultation, and it says that community-based organizations were invited. Well, I can say as the California Indian Environmental Alliance, who's been working on tribal beneficial uses since 2003, that we were kept from those meetings. We would have liked to have attended, but we were not invited. And we were told that the tribes
Ms. Norris, I apologize to interrupt you, but because I think it's important to make sure and make the distinction, the VA process wasn't a board process. That was an outside process, and I think
I haven't talked about those yet. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I
I haven't
apologize.
talked about voluntary agreements yet.
Okay.
I'm talking about the basin plan for the San Francisco Bay.
Okay.
And I'm talking about those specifically because the Bay Delta Plan refers to the San Francisco Bay and the Central Valley basin plans in order to designate water bodies, saying that that's not their role. But they're relying on those. And so I'm bringing up the San Francisco and the Central Valley because because it's taking so long for their processes. We really need the State Water Board to have more robust statements in the document to ensure that these regional boards move more quickly. But I wanted to say that San Francisco Bay one really does need. We have a new tribal coordinator, and we really need that person to go back and outreach to those tribes, because in asking of the tribes we work with in the San Francisco Bay, they weren't included in consultation and they weren't included in conversations where they truly understood what a TBU was. So we recommend that the new person who's come on board to help to do that. And we ask the State Water Board, if you're really going to, make it so that the regional boards are responsible for these pieces and that you're not going to put them in your basin plan as a requirement and you're putting the definitions and then going to the water boards and saying, you go ahead and designate. I'm saying that their timelines are very long and they're not actually completing the outreach as well as they could.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Norris, and did want to note that we are designating currently in the Bay Delta Plan for coal.
So that's perfect. So then I'm going into coal for the Central Valley. So thank you for that. The Central Valley is also defining coal, but we've been saying over and over again, the tribes have said over and over again in the Central Valley, specifically even, that the they would like to see both coal and subsistence included because subsistence is in the North Coast a sub to coal, and that they can't be uncoupled. They are intrinsically connected to one another. So by only doing one and not the other, it's problematic. And then I wanted to point to the North Coast and notice that in their basin plan, there's numerical objectives for water bodies that have TMDLs for mercury, for example, but there's narrative objectives for designation that can be put forward. So I keep saying over and over again, why is it that we can't designate water bodies with narrative objectives? It's been done in the North Coast. There's examples where it's actually been used, and I really encourage you to go back and look at that as you get ready to do this basin plan amendment for these two regions and also for the Bay Delta plan. And lastly, to wrap up, the voluntary agreements. We have watched for many years with our colleagues here, the tribes that have spoken and those that aren't here today, as they watched repeatedly them try to engage in the voluntary agreements process to set up the underpinnings of what this process will look like. And at the outcome, what we are seeing is that there's not tribal participation in leadership roles to the level that there really should be. Tribes are the first users of the landscapes, and what we have here are voluntary agreements where a lot of the users that are based on monetary uses have roles and able to identify what's going to happen and what percentages will be used by them. But for tribes, as our colleague Frankie Myers was talking about, and particularly, I'm really concerned about the fact that tribal cultural uses, tribal subsistence uses, tribal uses that have been used for since time immemorial are not going to be protected under these plans. We can see it, it's clear, and we're setting something up that is going to be dangerous in the future. And with that, the last thing I'll say is that over and over again, we have raised and I don't use the word lightly, the racism that has been part of that voluntary agreement process has really been apparent, and it's really disturbing. And the fact that we just keep going forward without fixing the parts that are broken, that are in the underpinnings. You can't just continue to move forward when there's things that are intrinsically broken in this. So I'll stop there, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Norris. Really appreciate those good comments and general comments as well around regional board basin plans and general tribal beneficial use implementation. That was all helpful for me to hear as well. So thank you. Yes, Mr. Wallace. You should be invited to unmute here. And Mr. Wallace, a pop-up screen should come up that invites you to unmute. You can see you are trying to. If you take a look on your screen, do you see a pop-up that may have come up that is inviting you to unmute? I see maybe you're trying to hit the space bar to unmute as well. Okay. I'm going to look to our folks to just see if maybe we can elevate you so that we don't have to.
How's that?
There we are.
There we go.
There we
Thank
are,
you
Mr.
so much.
Wallace.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Thanks for not giving
Good to
up
see
on
you.
me,
No, of course. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Board, Dagum Dialeti, Albert Brian Wallace. I'm Nisanan and Washoe, and I'm currently the CEO for the Indigenous Future Society, but also I'm the former chair of the Washoe Tribe of Nevada, California. And I wanted to stick kind of within the four corners of the agenda and the proposal, but I totally shout support and belief in everything that's been put down by my esteemed panelists and colleagues and brothers and sisters, and it is really hard to contain the emotion in these kind of processes. So I really appreciate everybody's patience with just how important this is to all of us. And we're trying to represent the voices of ancestors and future generations and those that are coming behind us, as well as our other relatives who have been sharing these really beautiful places for us since time immemorial. And so I just want to kind of talk like, for 15,000 years, the indigenous peoples that are represented on this call and in these hearings right now have governed these waters for since before history was history, right? And salmon filled these rivers, watersheds sustained massive populations without crisis. And now for the last 150 years, as we've been able to witness, that the state has managed these waters, the result has kind of been, like species collapse, perpetual drought, and escalating conflict that creates all this emotion that you're feeling in this call right now and in these hearings. And so for us, like the track record is really clear. And so the question is always for us is, so why are we still being asked to kind of for input instead of being recognized as co-governors in these decisions? And so, and so you may ask, well, what's that mean? And I'll try and describe it, as far as this process is concerned, it kind of boils down to like four basic kind of issues. One is decision authority. The other would be resource parity. Another one would be data sovereignty. And finally, the indigenous science equity question that keeps coming up. And when I'm talking about decision authority, it's like tribal representatives should hold co-equal voices and not just be looked at as for input. And that if there is a unanimous tribal opposition to some provision, does that provision not advance, or does it just keep moving on as kind of whatever the witnesses that are on this have been describing? And to us, that's what government to government means. And in the question of resource parity, I think I'll just bring up that what we would hope for in this process would be direct funding to tribal governments. And I would offer at least $500,000 minimum per participating tribe for hydrologists, biologists, and legal staff. And if you could, not make those competitive grants, but direct allocations. Because if we're paying for consultants and scientists and all these other processes in this, why are we not paying for the tribes and their efficacious indigenous knowledge that, predates, it's 15,000 years plus old of R&D. That's like 2,500 generations of PhDs, kind of at this table right now. And on the question of data sovereignty, all data from tribal territories must remain under tribal ownership. If the state can hold it in trust under tribal guidance, but the tribes need to guide the publication, use, and analysis of this information so so we know what's being used for. Because it's precious knowledge that we're willing to share. And if there's not indigenous like care or OCAP principles, and these are data sovereignty frameworks that tribes deploy with themselves, then it would be hard for us to share this knowledge, period, in the end. And on the question of indigenous science equity, I would say that indigenous knowledge holders represent, PhD equivalent rates of reimbursement or recognition, and it's not just stakeholder input. They're peer scientists with thousands of years of respected knowledge and modeling. And I don't think that's very radical kind of suggestion. And we just kind of believe those are the kind of the basic conditions of any kind of genuine conversation or partnership regarding governance. And I guess the question is, it keeps coming up, are we ready to do this yet? We've been talking about how this has been going on for a long time. And so I just kind of want to kind of end with like some four basic questions that I'd like to present to the board. And on decision authority, can the board provide examples of previous state water board advisory committees where tribal recommendations were binding? And if none exists, then I guess, that's the question that's before all of us is what are we going to yield out of this particular process? On the question of resource parity, what's the total budget allocated for PAC technical work, and will the tribes receive proportional resources based on the number of sovereign governments represented? In relation to data sovereignty, will the State Water Board adopt formal indigenous data protocols before any knowledge is solicited? Or are we expected to share knowledge under state standard data governance and kind of these, historic extraction processes? And then finally, on informed consent, the state of California actually has endorsed the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And so the question for me was, will this process implement Article 19's requirement for free, prior, and informed consent, or will it rely on consultation without consent frameworks? And then finally, on timeline, would be the February 9th webinar gives us 4 days to prepare for substantive engagement. For government to government relations, shouldn't we be co-designing the process timeline rather than being invited into these predetermined short schedules and notification processes? And so just in closing, I just want to echo for me and hopefully the others that these indigenous first water nations that have been represented here come to this process with thousands and thousands of years of indigenous knowledge and science behind them that created thriving biodiversity, and those are that's the benchmark. That's the baseline we should be heading for, not 1914 state water law frameworks that we're trying to make work, for these longer term issues and the futures that we're all hoping to see come true. And so I just want to say I'm not asking these questions, and seeking that they're obstacles. We're just looking at, or I'm looking at them. These are just the foundation for a meaningful partnership moving forward. And so that's it. And I there's all the other witnesses are more powerful than what I've tried to put down here. But I support everything here. But I just want to kind of offer some kind of clarity on what within the four corners of the proposal that you're before us right now, and kind of responding to that. So thank you so much for the deference, and it's just hard to put 15,000 years of knowledge into 15 minutes. And so I just look forward to doing this more. So thank you very much.
I look forward to that as well, Mr. Wallace, and I really appreciate your good comments on the 4 points around decision authority, resource parity, data sovereignty, informed consent. I will get back to those here once we listen to our last panelist, and just thank you for the very constructive comments, and everyone as well here still. Mr. Curti.
Hi, thank you. My name is Giorgio Curti. I'm a sociocultural geographer and critical ethnographer for the Kachildihi Band of Wintun Indians of the Calusa Indian Community Council, or CICC. I am authorized by the executives of CICC to speak to their interests and concerns, but I'm not a decision maker. Those are the executives. I think an important point to amplify what everyone's discussed so far, and I thank everyone for their deep insights and concerns and knowledge and wisdom that's being presented here. And I think what I'm going to discuss, I'm going to focus a little on cultural resources in Chapter 13, but it intersects and interweaves with everything that's been discussed. I think something I just came on this panel, so I'm not sure it's been discussed yet, but the mission of the California Water Boards is really important, I think, for us to think about. Quote, to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses, and to ensure proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of present and future generations. So with this mission, there seems to be a failure to understand that all lands, airs, and waters of the state of California are native lands, airs, and waters. The First Peoples have primacy here. And I think, as Frankie was talking about, tribes are not simply stakeholders, tribes are rights holders. But tribes also have a dual status as citizens of the state of California, the US, and citizens of their tribe. So there needs to be double attention to that dual status. And there seems to be a failure of that with what the water boards have considered here with the Bay Delta Plan to date. The water boards holds obligations to be institutionally and structurally inclusive of and attentive to Indigenous present and future generations. There's been a whitewashing. There's been a subsumption of tribal concerns and rights and interest and relational lifeway systems to white stream society. There's also been a failure to understand how cultural resources and interdependent cultural practices envelop and intersect all actions of preservation, enhancement, and restoration of water, which is the most sacred element of life. And Chapter 13 abjectly fails in this respect. So I think to touch on what everyone's talked about on this panel and to identify the failures of Chapter 13, I'm going to pull in my academic background and identify some issues around language. Scholars Jeff Rose et al. Have observed that acknowledging that agency management decisions are not neutral, that they often silently favor a particular worldview over others, can begin with language. Communication and rhetoric scholars Ben Bradley and Leanna Stanley have further demonstrated that communication and rhetoric are not merely accomplices to settler colonialism, but primary organizing vehicles through which settler coloniality is deployed and maintained. And that is currently what your environmental documents, environmental reviews are doing. They set up language and the languages of the tribes bringing concerns here. They're not really understood, but they're placed in a value of relationship of superiority and inferiority. And what you're doing is you're relegating cultural resources, one, to issues of the past, not the present or future. So I think a vitally important question we need to answer is who produced this chapter? Who had the authority to talk about what cultural resources are to tribes? In fact, they define cultural resources as property types under the National Historic Preservation Act and California Register of Historical Resources. Those are not cultural resources. Those are property types. They like to confuse words, ideas, and things, and they perpetuate an ecology of negligence where non-state actors, i.e. consultants, come in, they pretend like they're the experts on tribal issues, and then they try to misappropriate and speak for tribes, try to define their histories, their geographies, their identities. And then the agencies, the state says, well, we use the best available information. No, you didn't. The tribes have the best available information. So for Calusa and numerous other tribes affiliated with the Bay Delta watershed, natural resources are cultural resources. And there appears to be a severe lack of awareness and attention throughout Chapter 13 of how water is indelibly interdependent and interconnected with tribal cultural practices, relational lifeway systems, capacities for collective continuance as unique tribes and peoples, and a form of life itself. For Calusa, water and waterways are kin. They are living beings. That is not being considered here, nor are the cultural components related to that being considered here. Section 3.77 states cultural resources describes the potential impact on cultural resources, this chapter does, that may result from changes in hydrology or changes in water supply under the revised proposed plan amendments. It fails to achieve this claim and to consider how water itself is a form of life and a cultural resource intimately and irrevocably tied to other cultural resources. This needs to be addressed. For Calusa, when water inundates ancestral remains, that water becomes contaminated, and Calusa members cannot use this water. This is something that we actually have consulted with the water boards on, and you should be well aware of. So this speaks to another issue where tribes bring information forward. That's part of the best available information, and yet because it's not directly in this specific process, it's left out, putting an undue burden and an unfunded mandate on tribes to, again, repeat themselves and repeat themselves and repeat themselves. And then you have folks who don't really understand these issues saying that they're the experts on cultural resources, very often archaeologists. So with these contexts and to this end, I think we'd like to challenge the water boards to respond to what its mission precisely means. For what and for whom? What are you preserving? What are you enhancing? And what are you restoring? And what are you not? What may you be complicit in perpetuating and aggregating? Right? These are some important points here that I don't think are being directly considered. If you talk about present and future generations, does that include indigenous present and future generations? Does it include indigenous present and future generations only when assimilated into white stream societies' values and ways of living and life? Let's remember the reason we don't have clean water, the reason why we're dealing with the effects of colonial and industrial climate change has nothing to do with the tribes. These are systems that you're reproducing in your notions of how you engage water, this sacred element, and you're asking the tribes to sacrifice once again. So I think it's important to recall Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-1519 about the attempted genocide of Native peoples. One of those ways that Governor Newsom identified and discrimination occurred was denying the existence of tribal government powers. It sounds to me like these voluntary agreements are, again, a denial of tribal government powers. You're reproducing it. This might be a form of what's called in the literature slow violence. It's not spectacular. It's not fit for a TV to look at, but those experiencing it, the tribes are feeling it. It's real. And you're having these detrimental health effects, undermining capacities for collective continuance, and this continues to occur. So this would mean, by definition, that with a decision to perpetuate and support systems that undermine tribal rights, tribal opportunities, tribal capacities, tribal relationships, that you would be making a decision to contribute to the settler colonial project of replacement. The replacement of Native peoples, Native lands, Native airs, Native waters with settler colonial society, settler colonial presence, settler colonial values. So we've got to remember, despite the proclamations of N-1519, depredations and prejudicial policies of California state governance endure well into the 21st century through numerous state actions, including the Bay Delta Plan. For Calusa, most directly, the Sites Project, directly connected here. I understand you all say we can't talk about that. You like to partition things, segment them, so you can manage the claims of indigenous peoples according to your preconceived conveniences and your preconceived guardrails. When we talk about holistic way of life, we have to talk about how all water is interconnected and what the implications are for your decisions. So this is all in need of direct correction and collaboration with and in deference to tribes. Anything less is a failure in your mission, the Water Board's mission, unless you define your mission as applying only to White Stream settler society and its capacities for social and environmental resilience that depends on the replacement of Native peoples and the exploitations and commodifications of Native lands, airs, and waters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curti. And importantly, thank you to all the panelists for their words, their perspectives, their wisdom, and the emotions. It is more than understandable. The frustration, the emotions around the way that our tribal communities within the state and this nation have been treated. And so just know that it is all well taken and appreciated. Your voices are critical, and not just your voices, as sovereign governments. I want to not come off defensive, but be responsive a bit here. And just as maybe just a little background, for myself, before coming to the state board, I had the honor of working for Senator Boxer in DC. My first issue portfolio was Native American issues, tribal issues, and so very honored to have been able to work with a number of California tribes through those years and bring with me then my understanding of certainly sovereignty, the need, where we worked on several Indian water rights settlements, the need for equity for tribes and a reconciliation ultimately. And so thank you for the words, and know that if you look at the racial equity resolution that this board adopted, we've acknowledged a number of the points that folks have made. And yes, those are words, and what really matters are the actions of this board. And so, and I know, and I heard, consultation isn't enough, but we haven't been afforded, unfortunately, myself, an opportunity to consult with tribes on the Bay Delta Plan. I know that folks, maybe there's a gap in trust to come to the board for direct consultation where we can have more of an opportunity that's not in this limited time to be able to really unpack and how we meaningfully address the concerns of tribes, and importantly, redress and here reverse what is a history of exclusion and a history that I know I am shameful of, and having only a small part of it insofar as being born in '82, I guess. All that to say that I just really appreciate hear the input of folks, the emotion, and want to resolve to continue to ensure that we have the right relationship with the California's Native American tribes, knowing that there is no unified tribal voice. Each tribe unto itself, I know, has concerns that are unique to them, a unique history, and a place. I did want to circle back, Mr. Wallace, to your questions when it comes to decision authority and examples of in other projects where this board may have done differently or is doing differently. And I do think about the Scott and the Shasta. Mr. Myers, you're aware of this board's work, I think, on minimum in-stream flows there, and the work that this board did to bridge, but importantly to make meaningful change in the watershed and bring tribal voices as equals into that process. We don't have that same relationship here on this project, but it is one that I would like to make sure that we create and we have. I think of our work on Clear Lake with the Clear Lake Hitch and tribal interests there. They're also an example, I feel, of the board's responsiveness and co-management ultimately, and importantly, listening to the concerns of tribal members and elders who have come before the board. So I think and when it comes to resource parity, Mr. Wallace, unfortunately, we at the state board aren't resourced with dollars that we're able to get out to tribes to facilitate this capacity. We're interested in figuring out how we make sure that any of the funding programs we may potentially have help build that capacity, because there is a gap. And I see it, I know it, when it comes to the many lawyers and engineers and folks on tap that others through this process have that I know tribes don't. And so know that there is a need for equity and in the understanding that there is that lack of resource. And we're here to make sure we can do what we can with our programs and certainly speak to our partners at the Resources Agency and others to ensure that we keep moving in that direction. On data sovereignty, Mr. Wallace, I did want to note, it was in yesterday's presentation, I know from the staff presentation, but when it comes to the traditional ecological knowledge components and the parts of the plan that are speaking to the tribe, we, and especially on the data components, we are adopting care principles there. Data sovereignty is an important extension of the sovereignty of tribes here. And so know that that is spoken to as a model within our current regulations. And when it comes to just informed consent, I agree that consultation is not enough. AB 52 on consultation on CEQA is an absolute floor. And when it comes to early and often engagement, we need to continue to do better and ensure that, again, we're not just meeting some legal floor, but instead the true spirit of what it means to be sovereign to sovereign government relationships here. Stop there for now. Just again, thank you. I can't appreciate enough the honesty that you all come to, both with your knowledge, your wisdom, your thoughts, and your feelings here amongst it. It is incredibly important for us as a board, and your voice is critical to not just this moment, but the continued function of this board and its other authorities and actions as well. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any questions for the panel, anything that would be helpful to follow up in particular on, but do know that we're here to continue to be responsive. And this isn't, it's not just in this moment, and want to be able to build further the relationship that ensures that tribal voices are not just heard, but meaningfully incorporated. Mr. Curti, I do see your hand up. If you wanted to provide some quick response, by all means.
Yeah, thank you. I just, two things. The first is I also posed questions to the water boards, and it would be nice to have at least some initial responses to those. The second thing is it becomes an interesting matter when a state agency says, we do not have funding for X or for Y. If you have funding and you need to fulfill compliance working through Western sciences, now indigenous knowledge, using the term that the federal government uses, is acknowledged as an aspect of best available science. So it becomes very interesting when there's the statement that we don't have the funds for this. Are you hiring hydrologists? Are you hiring geologists? If so, then those same funds need to be allocated for tribes. I think something very important to remember is only Native peoples are asked to work for free. No one else is asked to work for free constantly. So I think we need to reconsider how, when we say if there's funds available, if you guys are funding other studies, indigenous knowledge as an aspect of available science has to be included in that, or else we have to ask why. Why is it not? And then the questions I asked, if you would like me to repeat them, I had said we challenge the water boards to respond what its mission precisely means, for what and for whom. What are you preserving? What are you enhancing, and what are you restoring?
California's waters, Mr. Curti, for all Californians. And yeah, I appreciate. I did get those questions. We'll try to respond to them. I think writtenly. I don't think I have anything further to say in person.
One key point there is the last question was, what may you be complicit in perpetuating and aggregating in the context that all the tribes brought to today? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Curti. Ms. Norris. Yeah, you should be invited to unmute.
Ah, there we go. The first time I just said Nis must be invited. Okay, so my only thing is, I mean, there are some points, and I appreciate that we can perhaps get some answers later from some of the things we brought forward. I appreciate that. But I did want to bring up that there is funding that the San Francisco Bay Regional Water Quality Control Board is providing for surveys, but those funds are available for an outside entity that was hired, but not for tribes to do their own internal surveys. So I just wanted to talk about that because I think that, not talk about it, but just mention that. I think that each of the regions, there should be some funding available. My understanding is there was some funding available from the State Water Board for tribes to use for TBUs. And tribes didn't take advantage of that. And the reason why, from what the tribes I spoke to, is it had to do with should the money be put forward with the studies they do, the raw data be FOIAble, and tribes were uncomfortable because of HIPAA to gather information on specific tribal members. So if there could be some answer from this water board on those funds, I think you'd see tribes taking more advantage of those funds.
I really appreciate that flag, and hadn't realized the Regional Water Quality Control Board was funding outside, other than tribal interests in doing what is some tribal work there. I really would like to have a follow-up meeting with you, Ms. Norris, about that funding and work and on the TBU work generally. I think, just thank you. I appreciate you continuing to be a really great leader out there on all that work. Mr. Myers.
Thank you, Joaquin, for your words. I do understand where you're coming from and your background. I think all of you up on the board have chosen this path in life because you do care deeply for your communities. You do care deeply for trying to do something right in this world and bring a balance. I fully understand that. The frustration that I am sharing, I think many of my colleagues are sharing, is this continued process that we're moving through. And what I implore all of you is to be brave enough to stop, to be brave enough to continue to work. As you said, Joaquin, we have made really, really good progress, and we have put things forward that do drive equity in California, both on the Sky and the Shasta and Clear Lake, as you had said. Can we please apply those same measures here within the Sacramento River Basin? Can we please take a pause to see how we can work within the frameworks that we already have and push the boundary? And every issue that we bring up, and every issue where we fight systemic racism, it takes brave individuals in positions such as yours to push it further. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your words. And my heart goes out to the rest of the colleagues for expressing their extremely intelligent comments and concerns.
Thank you as well, Mr. Myers. It means, again, an incredible lot that we have this space, that we have this open and honest dialogue with one another. And I am committed to continuing it in ways that further us along what are very difficult issues. And I've said it again, it's really a reconciling that it feels like. And we're trying to reconcile for this century. We're trying to reconcile for our values. And there's sometimes a lack of common vision. So thank you. Thank you for being partners in it. Okay. Looking to fellow board colleagues and Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I'll add my real appreciation for everyone that's participating today, despite the frustrations in this process and the many processes that have come before this. And I really, the testimony today is really resonates with me. And I just, I know there'll be more discussion by the board, and we're continuing to work through things. But I do want to just use this opportunity to recognize that in the more immediate term than a final decision on this. Even at the next board meeting, we have discussions around our more immediate strategic work plan, and we'll be having some funding discussions as well related to cleanup and abatement account funding. And I just want us to look at ways we can make sure that we're prioritizing implementation around the processes we've talked about today within those as we discuss them further, even just in the next coming month. And just, make sure we're reaching out to folks here that and other partners, tribal governments and individuals that have been working with us to try to make sure that there is meaningful support for that kind of partnership, both with tribal beneficial uses, implementation, but also just within the different water quality protection programs that we have. So I look forward to that continued follow-up in addition to sitting with a lot of the important words that you had today.
Thank you so much, board member. Okay, seeing. Oh, did Mr. Wallace, did you have your hand up further? Yes, please. Should be invited to unmute.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
I'd be real quick and just following up on the comment about the TBUs and just wanting to honor, the work that's been done, and respect all the hands that have been part of this. But the other fourth point I wanted to make, Mr. Chairman, was just the recognition of Indigenous science equity, and all of that's behind that, and the recognition of Indigenous hydrological wisdom and sovereignty is really something that really needs to be foregrounded and centered in these discussions, and I just kind of put that there. And then on the tribal beneficial use, following it, it's a promising framework, but I think it's been pointed out there's potentially these fatal implementation gaps. And so to kind of put out what's kind of, if I can put my finger on what's missing in the plan in section 4.52, it states that future water quality objectives or site-specific waste discharge or water right requirements for the protection of culture uses may be considered through subsequent regional board or state water board actions. And we could find it's really troubling and kind of a really troubling delay because cull designation without immediate protection mechanism means that, tribal cultural uses are designated but not protected, and that implementation is deferred to some undefined future processes. And then we're being asked to accept, kind of a symbolic designation while actual protection waits or gets delayed, again and again and again. So I just wanted to also highlight that. And again, thank you for this opportunity to point that out.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wallace. I appreciate that. And we'll see what we can do to maybe bolster some of the language in there, and know that I know we have ongoing projects currently to Ms. Norris's request, better standardization down to the regional water quality control boards when it comes to how they proceed on tribal beneficial uses, how they adopt them, and some guidance essentially from the state board. So that's, outside of this process, but I think to your point and concern, maybe there's ways of, within the language of the Bay Delta Plan, not just pointing to those other processes, but give some sense of where they are in the board's work and priorities so that it's not as open-ended perhaps. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you again to this entire panel, to the continued voices we hear from tribes. I know Save Our California Save Our Salmon will be speaking tomorrow, and we have others in the tribal community. So looking forward to those voices. And thank you again to this panel. It's been very helpful and meaningful to us here. Okay, I think our next panel will be the Central Delta Water Agency, and would like to call up Dante John Nomolini and Brett Baker. Thank you again, Mr. LaPena.
It's good to be back. I'm not sure we're in very much accord on what you're doing, but anyway, we can discuss it. I'm Dante John Nomolini. I'm the manager and counsel for the Central Delta Water Agency. And I apologize, I view myself as a dinosaur in a modern world, but I think I'm probably the oldest person in the room. And just to put it in context, the State Water Resource Control Board was created in 1967. And 1967 is when I passed the state bar. I spent a little time in the military, and then I started an active practice of law in 1968 and started in the water field at an early stage. So I've been in this process since the very early stages of what we're struggling about now. And what we're struggling about is the conveyance of water from north to south. And that's been the issue. It was a big issue for us early on when I started representing people in the Delta to try and protect the Delta interest. And it boiled down to how can we secure the basic promise was that only surplus water would ever be taken from the north. And if the north needed the water back, they could recapture it back from the projects, knowing that the demand in the north as demand in the south would grow over time. Of course, as a lawyer, I was asked early on how I could secure the position that we would be honored with regard to that commitment. And we looked at contracts. At that time, they talked about, first it was 90% of the Delta would automatically be protected through what they call the Waterway Transfer Plan. And I've got a number of exhibits. No way do I suggest that I can get through those in 20 minutes. But I put them in the packet in hope that you might want to see what is the basic evidence of what I'm going to talk to you a little bit about. But the problem I ran into was the eminent domain, not the eminent domain, the emergency power exercised by the governor or the president. And what I didn't know is if anybody would ever do that over a fight over water. Well, the 76, 77 drought came along, and by God, they used it. And we've had governors that have declared emergencies even before the emergency existed. And you guys have been around on one of those. So it's the confidence in what's proceeding, and we all know, not we all, I know the politics from the dirty end all the way through because I've been on the low end of that fight. Ran water in those early years, and we were fortunate, at least we communicated. Bill Warren, who was part of the old group, he forced us to meet monthly at the Sutter Club. We never agreed on anything, but we all met together, their lobbyists, the water contractor group, and so on and so forth. And we spread around the cost. At least he had the desire to keep us talking. And in some things we worked together, but we could not solidify the politics. The politics change all the time. And right now they're, in my opinion, at the worst stage I've ever seen. In other words, the politics at the governor's level, if you've paid any attention at all, is very responsive to those people that we know are making major contributions to them. And I understand that. And my philosophy and understanding is that people work for the state, and those appointed by the governor are not going to have a great deal of enthusiasm of going against the apparent wishes of the governor. I've run into it in the court system. I realize that I'm not asking you to do that. I'm going to talk to you about the major problems. I understand the politics. And I know the governor is not going to change his views to a negative on his major contributors. Just forget it. He's running for president. I understand it. The president doesn't understand water. He went to the same group of donors. He came back and he said, I ordered the Corps of Engineers to release water. He thinks there's some kind of valve over here on the border with Canada. The Corps of Engineers didn't know that he had ordered them. And once they found out, they released water from those reservoirs down the valley that had nothing to do with what we were talking about in terms of fires in LA. You guys know that. I just want to let you know that. where we are today is, and I give you credit for coming up with the conclusion that you needed water in addition to habitat to take care of fish, okay? I commend you for that, and I opposed your proposal because each waterway, in my opinion, has a different problem with fish. East Bay Mud is heralded as the great fishery people. They have a water release requirement below Woodbridge of only 50 cubic feet per second. Almost nothing. I litigated that in front of your prior board, said, what the hell are we talking about? 1,200 cubic feet per second on the Stanislaus, 50 cubic feet per second over here on the Colony. All right. What's happening in East Bay Mud is they have a hatchery. They have minimal flows in the channel, but they transport the fingerlings from the hatchery by truck and release them farther down in the system. That's the solution to that problem. It's not a flow problem. And you've heard all the testimony, and I have too, at those preliminary workshops or whatever that they held on the voluntary agreements. But they put East Bay Mud out in front when the real problems are depletions. Now, the reservoir operators have an obligation under 5937 of the Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife Code, and that is to take care of fisheries. They're not supposed to take care of the burden of the two water projects. The two water projects are responsible for blocking off the Sacramento River, Feds, American River, Folsom South, the state, Feather River. All right. Those are major problems for fisheries. It's the blockages of those rivers, and, you know, I don't know whether the climate is changing and so on and so forth, but fish can't go all the way up to where their native spawning areas are. And that's at a root of the problem, for salmon at least. Now, when I started out, salmon were not the issue. The issue was striped bass. And I went through hours and days of hearings about the need to protect striped bass. They were the bellwether. The striped bass index was the bellwether for the whole estuary. And that involved where we keep the mixing zone of salt and fresh water in Suisun Bay. If you look at a map, the largest amount of water in that range was in that area. So we fought over that pretty soon. And of course, when the state board started, it was viewed as being an independent body that could kind of mediate these disputes. Once they started showing some effectiveness, the politics really came into play. I understand that. That's just life on the farm in the real world. And so striped bass index dropped. Why? Because we were exporting too much water. We're exporting the water during the spawning season for striped bass. They went all the way down to Southern California. In fact, the trophy striped bass was caught out of O'Neill 4 Bay, which is down by San Luis, okay? All right. So striped bass then became a predator. Some biologists came in and said, oh, striped bass eat salmon. Well, fish eat fish. Salmon eat little salmon. Salmon eat salmon eggs. The best lures we use for catching salmon look like salmon. I don't know if you fish, but if you do, you're going to know what a watermelon apex is, and it looks like a little salmon. So we've gone off on this fishery thing. Some of it's credible, and a lot of it is not. And so there's been concern in the water community about reverse flow restriction at Old and Middle River because of smelt, which do not exist in the native form, except they found two, I think, in the Deepwater Ship Channel that goes to Sacramento, and the most algae I don't want to say contaminate. Turbid water. Farther up, they had 10,000 acres in Lower Liberty to raise smelt, never raised one smelt. They all bought, another 3,200 acres and put it over there next to the Lower Liberty. It's just all not doing the job. You guys recognized it. You said, we need some flow. Okay. So the flow tension is between what's being exported and what must remain in the basin, in the watershed of the San Joaquin and the Delta. The water contractor game plan, and I don't blame them. I mean, they've got people that want to make a profit and do this, and I understand that. So if you see what they're saying shift that burden over onto the locals. In other words, those of us that have been promised, and those senior water right holders that have it, are promised priority over the projects. The projects have permits. Some of them aren't even licensed. They haven't demonstrated they put the water to use. The state of California, the Department of Water Resources has had these water rights since the late 60s. They still want to keep them open. They haven't developed the water. And so they come back and say, oh yeah, make those guys in the Delta pay for their share of what's necessary to take care of the fish problem that we caused. They don't say we caused, but it is we caused. And our position is you promised that we had priority and that if we ever needed water in the future, we can call upon you to give it back to us. All right, where's the water to give us back, huh? It's going to have to come from somebody that thinks they had a supply that isn't there. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. And so we're in this situation where we have these conflicts in front of us. We know how to litigate, but I mean, litigation is, you don't know who the judge is going to be. You don't know what the attitude is going to be. I mean, there's not a great deal of certainty. And I hope the lawyers aren't offended, but in my view, there's not a great deal of certainty in the law. There's interpretation of all that. Politics and all that still play a part. All right. So what I want to do today is I see us as being confronted with a huge problem for the state. We're talking about millions of acre feet of shortage. And I said millions. You guys are talking about whether or not we're going to have a farmer idle his land over here in the Sacramento Valley or whatever that may not save any water, but we're going to pay them to do it. That's what these voluntary agreements are about. They're not, in my view, able to produce real water in most cases. Now, there are a few cases where somebody's got a reservoir that captured flood flow, or you got a groundwater bank that you can monitor and see you gain water. There may be real water in it, but basically it's an attempt by the water contractor group to kick the cans down the road and to try and shift that burden on the other people, and it looks like the governor wants to give them money to do it. But it isn't going to solve the problem. And let me show you why. This little exhibit out of all the exhibits I put in, this is DWR's draft delivery capability report. All right. What is the capability? Oh, and the state water project, came on after the federal project. There was a state plan. The plan was we're only going to take surplus water from the north and go to the south. The state couldn't finance it at the early stage. The federal government came in and they did the CVP portion of it. They filed, received from the state a permit and a water right to divert water from the Delta. Then the state came along and filed for Feather River water for the Feather River project. And at the early stages, the feds and the state were fighting like hell over this because the feds were offended by the state filing on top of them for the same water. In other words, Feather River water diverted at the Delta was the Bureau's water right, senior water right. Feather River water siphoned off into Orville Dam was the same water, only it's taken off farther upstream. And there's ample federal documentation in the history of the Central Valley Project, and I've given it many times in my submittals to the state board, but you know, you're getting so much from everybody and you get a hell of a lot more from me than you can possibly read, but it's there. That dispute was there. There was also a concern on the part of Congress that it was misrepresented to them what the amount of water was that was actually being used by the senior water right holders in the Sacramento River, and also what amount of water was necessary for salinity control, which was an obligation and was an obligation then of the project. And it's documented in there like it ended up 3 times more water than they thought was told to them to take care of salinity control. And of course, they promised, there's federal documentation, promised they'd honor the 10504, which is protection of the county's economies, and honor 1160 of the Water Code, which is the Watershed Protection Act. They promised that. Congress said, hey, maybe we don't have enough water to keep these promises. So all of that was there, and there was talk about a total adjudication of the basin, and they decided it was too complicated. And so they let it slide. That has never been resolved. It was glossed over in the coordinated operating agreement. But that contention from a water rights standpoint is there. And before we let the Delta get destroyed, we will file that total adjudication. The environmental community wanted to do it themselves, and I discouraged them, said, we're not there yet. Until they build an isolated facility, we don't have to do that. And if they get close to it, and I'm still alive, I will file it. So let's look here at what the real dilemma is. You see, in 1977, the State Water Project's capability of delivery was 184,000 acre feet to 237. There's 2 numbers there because their analysis of what their capability was. They did it one year and they did it the other year. So they gave you both figures. And this is nothing I did. Now that's versus their average delivery of maybe 2 million acre feet. And then the Title A of the water contracts, Table A, I should say, is 4 million something. This was 4,133,000. So the water contractors were supposed to pay for all the projects as the need arose. Now, is it easy? Yeah. We just want to make sure the state is there leading the charge and we'll pay the bill. Okay. Well, the analysis was, and I finally found in the Weber Foundation documents, the actual hydrographs that they used to determine where the water was going to come from. And they concluded, and the state did as well, and the federal government, that the water in the Delta watershed, Sacramento-San Joaquin Basin, was insufficient to provide the water that they needed for the projects. And their need for the project was based on an analysis of what would happen if we had a 1929 through 34 drought. Now, this chart shows you that in that drought, they show 597,000 acre feet and 627,000. Well, they don't give you what's available in each year of that drought. They give you the average for the whole drought. Now, I have asked for years for the state board to require the projects to come back and show you how they intend to meet the water requirements for that 6-year drought, which was the planning for the projects. And I gave you the documents, they're in here. You go look at them and they explain what happened. They planned on going to the North Coast for 5 million acre-feet a year by the year 2000. Okay, during my lifetime, they were going to do it. They were moving along, and there was a change in the president. It became President Reagan. His Secretary of Resources was Ike Livermore. The project was the Dos Rios project on the Eel River, down there where it goes into the ocean. And they were moving in that direction. And there was a big debate. Bill Gianelli, who was a table pounder, Director of Department of Water Resources, to build the goddamn thing, just keep going, so on and so forth. And then there was Ike Livermore and Reagan that had a friend that owned a great deal of land in the bottom of what would be the reservoir. And then there was concern about Native Americans and the impact, because they were moved over there, I think, into that valley. And then now we were going to flood them out. So they went through a lot of debate, and somebody wrote a book on it, and it's pretty damn accurate from what I wasn't directly involved, but I knew the people and knew what was going on. And so Reagan asked the Corps of Engineers to look at further alternatives. Okay? Wild and scenic rivers legislation was coming forward. CEQA was coming forward. And it got delayed and the cost went up. So one of those bulletins I included in the handout here explains, and was written by the state, and it said that due to the cost and the uncertainty, the droughts don't happen every year. I think it's like once every 20 years. It's like floods once every 20 years. But anyway, they said, well, because of the uncertainty and able to go and do the development, and the fact that we don't have droughts all the time, there's a risk here. And so because of the cost and the fact we don't have droughts all the time, we're going to take that risk and put it on our customers. They said customers. Those are the contractors. So this is what happens. What is the firm capability of the projects to deliver water? They say periodically, oh, we can deliver 2 million acre feet. What about the gaps in the drought between what they can deliver and the 2 million acre feet level? That not only is the table A not firm water, but there's no firm water in between. Now, what's wrong with that? We are developing firm demand with permanent demand. For example, we go out and put a housing project out in the desert or in arid land. Those people need water when these droughts come along. They need water in every year. We go and we give water to a farmer, and he takes this desert land or whatever the hell. He can make a lot of money if you can put water on it, and he goes and plants a tree crop. The tree crop needs water every year. It may not be the maximum supply, but he needs water every year. So what we're doing is creating permanent demand that can't be served in these dry years. That's the tragedy of this thing. Now, quantitatively, the Bureau did a study, and I've got it in here. I'm just giving you can get these things off the internet. I didn't. One of these reports is about 1.5 inches thick. Anyway, they have concluded that by the year 2030, an average year, we're going to be short about 4 million acre feet. This is 4 million acre feet total. So we're short all of that water, and by 2030, it's going to be 60 million acre feet. We're talking about huge numbers. Now, somebody, and I think they made a mistake. I know Governor Brown set that Stewardship Council up to rubber stamp the whatever it was, two tunnels, no outlets, two tunnels. In there, and I put it in here,
Mr. Nomalini, I apologize.
they have, huh?
I just apologize. It's been almost 25 minutes now.
All right,
we've had on
I'm
the
going to
panel,
wrap up,
so,
and I'm going to
yeah.
give him a short chance here. But let me give you one more here. The Delta Reform Act of 2009, which was supposed to rubber stamp the deal with the conservation plan, which the water contractors and said, hell, it's going to cost too much money. We don't want to do that. So Governor Brown switched to a water fixed tunnel and an eco restorer for the environment that he could take public money and buy habitat that would otherwise would have come out of the conservation plan paid for by the contractor. All right, well, the Reform Act says there's a section here on reduction of reliance on the Delta, and the co-equal goals are to protect and enhance unique values in the Delta. Now that's where the solution is to get the focus on developing some real yield, whether you have to do it through desalting or conservation or whatever it is, and get it down near where the people need it, the big demand down in the south, and get off of this idea we're going to move water 400 to 700 miles in aqueducts that parallel earthquake faults, and the 2,000 cubic feet per second pumping plant over the Tehachapi's goes over the top of 3 fault lines. So we have to, I think, even though it wasn't intended to be anything good for us, and I think for all of us, the solution is in the Reform Act and trying to get our administration, and I know you guys aren't controlling it, and I understand, I feel sorry for you, but get the direction instead of taking and shifting the burden for something that isn't going to solve the problem onto somebody else, to a solution, or, you know, we're going to have to wait till the presidential race is over or whatever, but we're headed in a direction that has no solution. Anyway, all right, take over. You got the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nomalini. Mr. Baker.
I'll be brief. I did have one question. When we walked in just prior to lunch, I heard you say, Chair, I heard you say that we don't actively administer water rights, and I don't know. I puzzled over that during lunch.
Yeah, what I meant there is we currently are not looking at what's hydrologically available, telling water right holders whether or not there is enough in the system on their priority of right, their basis of right. We just,
okay.
We don't actively
curtail water rights.
We did, yes, in the last
Prior,
drought. Yes, yeah, but
And
aren't currently
the way you
actively
did it, we were happy to find the court to say you violated the due process and did an unlawful taking.
The
I'm sure you won't do that
2012-2016
again.
drought. Yeah, that was a 2012-2016 drought. This last turn of the drought, though, we implemented a methodology for curtailment and successfully curtailed. But we're not actively
And
doing
I
that.
need
So
about
that's what I
4
mean.
hours of your
Active
time to tell you
administration.
what's wrong with that process. All right, go ahead.
I'll hear the
Yeah, to be
precursor
continued.
on the
Mr.
drive
Baker,
home. No, I just wanted to, my comments are on the last slide. I made one slide from myself at the end there. But I disagree with that statement, because I think there's a lot of things that you guys do, not in years like this maybe necessarily, but when we were talking about transfers and moving water around, you're affecting and effectuating other people's water rights in an appropriate manner. But I think that what you just said, we don't look at the water that's in the watershed and make these decisions. And I believe that that's partially true, and part of the problem is there's a real lack of accounting, I think, for especially when you look at the larger diverters in our state. I participated in the TAC group talking about telemetry and really the largest users of water who use, I believe it's close to 80% of the surface flow or surface diversions in the state, don't really give us reliable data. I'm not really sure that we get reliable data out of the projects. I don't know how much
I'll
water.
say, Mr. Baker, if you don't mind there, we did recently update our
SB 88
SB 88 regulations, which will have the large diversions in the state actually reporting weekly.
Well, yes, it was supposed to be hourly, I think. But anyhow, all it is to say is for the modeling that goes on and the assumptions and the projections that are relied upon based on modeling, garbage in, garbage out, we still have a lot of bad data. We still get a lot of as a child, I always assumed there was somebody in an office somewhere who knew the answers to these questions. And sometimes the data is just not there, at least from what I've looked at. And I think what that does is it precludes adequate consideration for public trust and reasonable use. If you don't have a basis to know what the totality of the circumstances are, if you don't have an accurate accounting for what water is being moved around, there's no possible way you can adequately consider and mitigate the impacts to public trust resources and also the reasonable use of water. So thank you very much.
Make us tell you what our use is and what the place of use is. You're supposed to be supervising and monitoring when we have the state water project send water to Metropolitan Water District. Where is that water being used?
And is it being used reasonably? Yeah.
Where is it?
And I have to get back to Stockton so I can finish filing my supplemental statements of diversion and
Yeah,
use so
thank
you
you for
guys can
getting
get that
those
good
in by the
data from the
30th.
Delta.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yes, thank you.
Mr. Nominee, Mr. Baker, really appreciate your time here, continued engagement. The Delta water interests are really critical. And just thank you for always the wealth of knowledge and the experience you bring here to us.
I'm
The Vice
sure
Chair
you
has
appreciate it.
always do.
I
No,
feel sorry for you guys. You're
Thank
working
you,
under
Don.
this pressure from the top and they got this.
I'll just say that I didn't have any gray hair before starting this job. Vice Chair.
Don't go anywhere just yet. Good to see you. Thank you for your presentation.
Happy to be alive.
Yes, we're happy that you are alive and your sense of history is always just fascinating, well, I'm
gonna
probably the
take it with
second,
me.
I'm probably the second or third oldest in the room. So, but I always learn from you when you're here. A question for both of you, and that is on the proposal, and maybe staff could help me out on, the Delta piece on the methodology and providing for a default provision for Delta lowlands. And I don't know where this is going to end up, but I don't want to miss this opportunity to hear your thoughts on this provision and also see if we can get a commitment from you going forward, because there's, this ongoing complaint from the projects. I think it's the state water contractors that have that complaint. And so, we're in our comments, I'm sure we're going to see some concerns. And so regardless of how this turns out, whether that default goes in your favor or not, I do think we're going to need an ongoing process. And we had a really interesting report from the Delta Water Master most recently on information that's being collected on some of those projects, getting additional information about the hydrology,
You had
seepage,
a
and all that.
complaint from the Friant water users that went to the prior water master, and he rendered a decision on that. And I asked him, and he did, include our response to that in your records. So you have that complaint already. Of course, they're going to complain again. We've been picked on and kicked around and all this other crap. The problem is that their modeling to develop their availability of water ignores the fact that the Delta has water in it all the time from the bay. If your channel next to your property is below sea level, you've got water all the time. Now, they don't want to count water the bad guys, I call them communists just for fun, but I know they're not real communists. They don't want to recognize that. They want to stick us with a share, but they really want to stick the other senior water right holders, because when they calculate it, they say the Delta is consuming this amount of water, and therefore they're going to get some from us, and they're going to stick these other people for the water. So you want to have an alternative? We got to decide that issue. Does the Delta have water or not? Can you ignore the natural flow that comes in from the west? We think you can't. Water flow is there. We just haven't litigated that, but the water master received a complaint already. You think about, we've done enough defending cease and desist orders from your board through the water master's office. I mean, we've gone through this, and we finally won a decision in the Tanaka case that with regard to what constitutes riparian land. We had one of these contractors come in and say, hey, you have to maintain a connection to the river in order to keep it. And even though, and the argument was that the original deeds didn't say riparian, you had to mention the word riparian in there in order to keep it going. The court said, hey, we analyzed the deed at the time as conveying all the rights associated with this property, including water rights. So you don't have to mention it. When you say I'm giving you all my property, it means I'm giving you all my property. So we won that. You want us to litigate, or you want to negotiate? What do you want to do? We don't think we're obligated to pick up their burden on what they caused the problem on. They clearly have the obligation for salinity intrusion. We won that case against you guys in court already. That's the Racanelli case.
So I think.
So I'd be happy to sit down and discuss it with all of you new folks that haven't lived through all these crises. So let's just take it. We need about 4 hours, and I'll give you the background. The rest of it is just their game plan, trying to throw dung on us constantly because we don't want a peripheral canal or tunnel.
Yeah, and what I'm looking for is, a commitment to engage in further discussions.
Oh, I'm
just on the science on this.
Tell me when you're willing to listen to me.
Okay.
I'll take a stab at it. We're definitely here and engaged. And just to borrow a term from the previous panel, slow violence. I mean, that's literally what we feel in the Delta between the cease and desist orders, the even the names you guys give stuff. Who came up with this water unavailability analysis? And as he's mentioned, there's always water in the channel in the Delta. So I mean, I think those are. It's slow violence. We're, as he always taught me, we look like chickens, and they're dogs, and they're killing chickens. And the water is in the Delta, and that's where they want to get it from. And so
we can't use salty water. Huh? Well, in the 1931, the greatest of intrusions, the salt came in September. But right. You give permits for people to take salty water. They desalt it and use it. So
I look forward to, I know what will be further discussion from here.
Anyway,
thank you.
As long as I'm able, I'll help you.
Please.
Find a solution.
And it's much appreciation.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Nomalini. Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you.
Baker, apologies.
I've been called a lot worse.
All right. Let us now move on to individual commenters. Looking in the room in case there is anyone in the room looking to comment. I see Cam. Please. Ms. Bezdek, good to see you. Let me unmute you 1 second. Oh, sorry, I remuted you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. My name is Cam Bezdek. I am here with the Northern California Water Association. And as a refresher for anyone on the call, we are the water districts, water companies, small towns, rural communities, and landowners that beneficially use both surface and groundwater resources in the Sacramento Valley. I'm here to express our strong support for the approval of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as the best approach for the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, and we urge you to adopt this update as early as possible in 2026. The Healthy Rivers and Landscape program provides the balance necessary to protect all beneficial uses of water while making meaningful progress in the recovery of Chinook salmon. This statewide collaboration ensures that dedicated water quantity and quality coupled with habitat improvements will support the recovery of our native fish, birds, and wildlife. Through the projects, monitoring, and scientific programs under HRL, we are able to continue making progress within the Bay Delta with solutions that benefit economies, ecosystems, and California's long-term water security. Thank you, Chair Escovel and the board for your consideration of the program, and thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Bezdek. Good to see you. Thank you for being here and contributing to today's discussion. Looking, if there's anyone else and not seeing anyone in the room, we can start to move to our virtual platform commenters. I know there are still some folks that have their hands up from the morning when I was looking for folks. Do know I am going to just go through as folks have requested to speak currently because we are getting to the main block of commenters. So I won't be going off of raised hands for now. And hopefully folks can hang on as we quickly try to get through folks. Just don't want to see, I guess, a rush for hands and then folks kind of left out here. So first, I'd like to call up Greg Zlotnick, be followed by Rush Ream, then Megan Murphy, and then Vance Staplin. And again, this is just an order of folks having requested to speak when they submitted. Mr. Zlotnick. Oh, apologies, you're still on mute. You should be invited to unmute, though.
There we
are.
Sorry.
No, sorry in the least. Good to see you. Thank you.
Good to see you. Thank you, Chair Escovel and board members. I'm Greg Zlotnick with the San Juan Water District. We serve a number of communities in northeastern Sacramento and southern Placer counties. Consistent with our last 2+ decades of collaborative work with the Sacramento Water Forum to enhance habitat and resilience on the Lower American River, we urge you to adopt the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, incorporating the American River Tributary Proposal, which, among other commitments, uniquely provides significant additional flows to the river in critically dry years through groundwater substitution to be carried out in a manner adhering to our region's decades-long effective stewardship of our basins, which are some of the healthiest in the state. So again, we urge adoption of the Healthy Rivers program, and we appreciate your consideration and time. Thank you.
Thank you for your time as well, and thank you for those comments, Mr. Zlotnick. Next, I call up Rush Ream, be followed by Megan Murphy, Vance Staplin, then Colonel Stephen Mitchell. And, okay. Mr. Should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute, Mr. Ream.
Here we are. I'm unmuted.
Oh,
Can I go on the video? Okay.
Yeah, you should be able to be invited for that too.
Okay, well, I'm clicking. It says unable to start the video. Oh, here we are, perhaps. Okay, sorry for the difficulty. My name is Rush Rem. I've lived in the Bay Area for over 40 years, and I'm deeply concerned about the health of the Sacramento River system and the Bay Delta. I'd like to remind you that the brief of the State Water Board is to preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses for present and future generations. Restore, enhance, preserve. Unfortunately, your Phase 2 plan for the Bay Delta is, by your own accounts, destined to fail. Just look at your own 2010 flow criteria report, which found that 75% of unimpaired flow on the Sacramento River and its tributaries and 75% of unimpaired delta outflow would be needed to protect the Bay Delta ecosystem. As you well know, your Bay Delta draft falls significantly short of that, leaving the Bay Delta in perpetual state of environmental crisis. Salmon populations too low to allow for commercial fishing, slow-moving, warm, nutrient-rich water, deadly for salmon, but it's great for the toxic algae that blooms in the Delta. Non-flow measures cannot substitute for higher freshwater flows. You can't have more fish with less water. But how does your draft plan hope to guarantee what you admit are inadequate unimpaired flows with VAs, voluntary agreements? Let's call them what they are. Vapid assumptions. With no viable enforcement mechanisms, VAs are only vapid assumptions. We need real enforceable regulations, not bland assurances. It kind of reminds me of the Trump administration. Look, no climate crisis. It's all cool. Air pollution does no harm. Who needs science? Not a single conservation, fishing, tribal, or environmental group supports these VAs, nor should you. May I encourage you, and it will take courage, to stand up against special interests, no matter how well connected and how well funded they are. And stand up for science. Stand up for your own flow analysis. And stand up for your legacy. I'm 76 years old. I think about this a lot. What are you going to leave behind? What will you pass on to future generations? Say no to voluntary agreements and their vapid assumptions. Say yes to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Give our rivers and the Bay and the Delta a chance. You can do it. You can do it. We can't. And that's why we look to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rem. Appreciate those comments and contributions here to this discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Megan Murphy, followed by Vance Staplin, then Colonel Stephen Mitchell, and Robert Dunn thereafter.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the Bay Delta Plan in Chapter 13 of the draft staff report. I'm Megan Murphy, Senior Regulatory Advocate with the California Municipal Utilities Association, or CMUA. Together, CMUA represents 85 publicly owned electric, gas, water, and wastewater utilities statewide. And together, CMUA members provide water service to 75% of Californians and electric service to 25% of the state. CMUA would like to express support for the board's incorporation of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program as proposed by the HRL parties into the Bay Delta Plan and staff report. While these documents incorporate certain elements of the HRL, participating HRL parties have identified significant concerns regarding proposed modifications to various components of the program, including flow, accountability methods, and habitat accounting protocols. We ask you to incorporate their respective comments and include the HRL as proposed by the HRL parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. I appreciate those comments. I will make a quick comment since you brought up concerns around modifications that the board made to the proposals, or at least the documents that the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes parties provided us. I think it's important to recognize that, a number of the agreements and the accounting and some of the work amongst the water users for this program is to settle out issues amongst those water users. It's really important that this board be able to apply for itself the metrics and information that it's going to need to be able to understand if things are successful. So I appreciate the concerns, but hopefully the desire isn't simply for this board to take all of that as is. And I think very appropriate that, we've added some gloss. I hear concerns on some of the adjustments we've made, but we're here certainly to work through them. And know that the goal here is for the board to be able to also assess. And here, again, there's a lot of water users that are part of these agreements. And I know there's things in there to help one another have the trust to be able to move forward in this. And I think it's what's the right level that this board is going to be overseeing, and importantly, be able to really suss out what's going on. So for what it's worth, appreciate your comment, though. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Vance Staplin, be followed by Colonel Stephen Mitchell, and then Robert Dunn.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. We are witnessing extensive ecological damage caused by California's current water management. The status quo is undeniable. Without a change in course, we face further endangered species listings and quite possibly extinction of multiple species in the near future. But while the ecological data is vital, I want to speak to the human side of this crisis. The real people and communities behind the numbers. I grew up fishing in Northern California, and it was a wonderful place. Up until 3 months ago, I spent over 20 years selling fishing gear to retailers across the Central California Valley and coast. I've seen industry's highs and lows, but nothing compares to the devastation of the last 3 years. During this time frame, our commercial salmon fishery was completely shut down and the ocean sport fishery was restricted to a mere 6 days. When people hear that the California salmon fishery was a $1.4 billion industry supporting 23,000 jobs, the gravity of that loss often fails to sink in. The ripples of this collapse run incredibly deep. Salmon provide a massive economic engine pumping revenue into local gas stations and tackle shops, processors, restaurants, marinas, airlines, hotels, tourism, auto rentals, boat manufacturing and maintenance, and more. Both inland and coastal cities now feel this void. We didn't just lose revenue. We crushed generational family businesses, our traditions, and our heritage. This crisis is a direct result of mismanaging the water salmon need to survive. There is hope for a lengthened salmon season this year, but let's be clear, this isn't due to better policy. It is a result of the massive 2023 spring runoff that managers simply could not capture. Those flows benefited hatchery releases, not natural production. Our naturally spawned salmon were nearly wiped out by the low warm flows of previous years. We continually see graphs and spreadsheets that show the tremendous decline of our salmon runs over the last 25 to 30 years. They also show that hatcheries cannot replace natural production. We can never restore our fisheries to historic levels without a commitment to improving natural production through better water management. Reversing this demise to our rivers delta system can start now by not bowing to the pressure of what Californians see as Governor Newsom's backroom water grabs. The state board has the sole authority to push back and restore our systems to where they once were. I'm respectfully asking this board to reject the voluntary agreements because they are not a viable option to healthy river delta systems. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Stapleton. It was good to meet you and really appreciate your role and work here and your comments and contributions to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you as well.
Next, I'd like to call up Colonel Stephen Mitchell, be followed by Robert Dunn, then Verna Jagor.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and board members. I'm hopeful you can hear me.
We can. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I'm Colonel Stephen Mitchell, retired United States Air Force, and I hail today from Fairfield, California, where I've been living and fishing since 1976, and fishing with my spouse and children since 1998. I have numerous concerns about California's rivers under the revised draft plan because of the harm it will do our fisheries, particularly salmon, the harm it will do our Bay Delta estuary, and finally, what it will do to our California charter boat captains. I have concerns about dewatering risk and that the proposed flow rows and voluntary agreements could allow water to be diverted to such an extent that the rivers are effectively drained during dry years. I have concerns regarding the proposed flow rules impact on salmon. Diverting more than half of the river's flows is linked to negative population growth for salmon. Increased exports from Sacramento San Quintin Delta are also associated with high juvenile mortality rates. According to NOAA Fisheries, barriers such as dams have cut off salmonoids from 95% of their historical habitat, and I'm concerned about proposed projects like the Delta Tunnel. The voluntary agreements will further restrict necessary flows for fish and allow only reduced the remaining habitat. I have concerns about ecological collapse. The Bay Delta estuary is experiencing a severe decline with all salmon populations crashing, which has resulted in recreation and commercial salmon fishing banned for multiple years, which is, on a personal note, I haven't been able to take my family out on the river for the last 3 years to do salmon fishing. And finally, I'm concerned about our California charter boats, which help us access coastal waters and allow us to fish offshore. With our support, they have provided me, my family, and countless other fishermen with access to parts of California's northern water that I and most others would never be able to access without those captains. Our business sustains their livelihood, and they have helped me feed my family and numerous other individuals. With that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Colonel Mitchell. Appreciate those comments, and thanks for sticking with us through here and providing them. I just wanted to, just a note on timing for folks. I see about 30 individuals that we have here to comment. What I'll do is probably get through about 10 more individuals, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back then to the last 20. So next, I'd like to call up Robert Dunn, be followed by Verna Jagor, and then Rick Duenas. Mr. Dunn, you should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute.
Yeah, I should be off mute.
You are.
Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Dunn. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. I just wanted to chat with a few things that I've continuously been chatting about when we have these meetings. And it seems like it hasn't been going much anywhere or getting any progress, but just want to chat about the voluntary agreements. I'm against the voluntary agreements just because it's a way to circumvent law, justice for the people of the state of California. We need to have laws set in where there's some judicial judgments that can be set against the violation of these agreements. Also, litigation that can be utilized by the public to seek remedy for violations of the agreements. I'd like to ask also a question for these voluntary agreements. Who is supporting these voluntary agreements? Does the State Water Board support voluntary agreements, or do they support regulations that can be judicially served, and also litigation that can be judicially served? Or is it just a one-way street by the industrial ag complex that I yet to see show up at these meetings and talk about the voluntary agreements? Because they would be the total beneficiary of voluntary agreements, because they can be held accountable for violations against the people of the state of California. Number two is I want to come up with some solutions that I've mentioned in the past that will help the salmon and the fish populations sustain themselves. We see a lot of issues with the sewer treatment plants that need updating or expansion. That's creating a lot of problems, especially in drought years, which I haven't heard or seen anything about, fixing that problem. Another major problem for our salmon and steelhead in the river system is we're still currently operating under single species management. And what that is we have listed salmon species called the winter run king salmon, which spawns in the upper section of the river. And just so happens where I live in that area, that they basically rely on the last hatching of the winter run salmon in the river itself, where they spawn in the gravels. And at that time, while waiting for those fish to hatch out, we have the fall run king salmon, which was typically the largest run of salmon in the river, which natural spawning king salmon now are as endangered, if not more, than the winter run king salmon naturally spawning in the river. So what they do is they wait till the last winter run spring.
Oh, Mr. Dunn, apologies. It sounds like you may have gotten cut off here. Wait a moment in case just an internet blip for you. Okay, Mr. Dunn, trying to see if you're still on the platform. We will come back to your comments, Mr. Dunn, as you make. Okay, you should be able to unmute. Oh, there you are. You're back. You're back,
Yeah,
Mr.
I don't know
Dunn.
what
Thank
happened
you.
there.
Sorry
They
about that.
cut me off. Okay. So to get back to that, the one species management is creating an issue for the fall run king salmon. What happens is they wait for the last winter run fry to migrate out of the gravels. Well, during this time, about 3/4 of the run of fall run king salmon are laying their eggs in the same gravel areas. And what they do is there's water management set aside for the winter run, but not for the fall run. So at the time of that, they drop the water flows down since the winter run are not there. And what that does is exposes about 75 to 80% of the natural spawning king salmon, that would be the fall run, to drying of their spawning habitat, which we lose all the fish. It happens a lot. It happens almost every year, and then even worse during drought years. So we need to talk to the Bureau of Reclamation, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Department or DFW, Department of Fish and Wildlife, to mitigate that issue. It's very important because that's what we're all fighting about. We're trying to keep enough water for the fish and the delta, and that's where they all seem to migrate out to. That's where they live in their young life cycle, plus other native species. So that's a real big issue. It's causing the fish that spawn, which we want in the whole system, to get into the ocean and then be able to come back as adults to hatch out, so we have a good run. But if we're wiping out 75 to 80% of these fish due to simple small management, because the water difference from the 3,500 mandated water, 3,500 CFS mandated water releases for the winter run, and then as soon as this date comes, they shut it off, and then the fall run are exposed, and there's no water for them to live and hatch out. So that's a really big problem. If we can eliminate that, we will be able to not have problems about a lot of the water diversions that we're seeing, because little things that we're doing wrong, not fine tuning the system, is causing a big problem, which doesn't need to be there. And it's causing reduction in, water being able to be delivered to the farmers and so on. And so
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
an
Dunn.
issue that I see. Another thing that I thought, go ahead.
Oh, I was just thanking you, Mr.
Another
Dunn.
thing that
I
I'd mentioned is,
apologize. We're trying to keep folks to about 3 minutes to help be able to get through everyone. So if you don't mind trying to wrap.
okay. Also, I want to recommend cold water devices developed. That would be on surface shading of the water, so we can preserve cold water levels in the lakes, which hasn't been even implemented, or even any starter programs to study that, which I had mentioned to you in the past. Also going and lobbying to the DWR to get their FERC licensing, a permanent licensing in place, because not having a permanent licensing in place, they're able to circumvent a lot of protections for our fish and wildlife. And also, again, we need to regulate who gets the water and who doesn't. We need crops that need to be raised in California that are used
Thank you,
in
Mr. Dunn.
California, not shipped overseas. Thank
Thank you,
you
Mr. Dunn.
for your time and listening to.
Thank
You're
you as
welcome.
well.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to get to
Yes, sir.
Dr. Verna Jagor, be followed by Rick Dunas, and then Norma Wallace.
Verna Jagor here, and I'm representing my rainfall to groundwater project. I'm on Montane microwave internet, and I've been having some delays, so I may not fare much better than Mr. Dunn. And actually, some of the comments I hope I'll get to pertain to some of his comments, perhaps in an indirect way. So I'm dialing in from the Yosemite area, Southern Sierra Miwok territory, so South Delta. And I have for many years intentionally avoided the Delta issues because of their complexity. And I was dealing with my own complex issues. And in the last week and a half that I attempted to try and catch myself up on what was going on here, it only reaffirmed the complexity and that it was really too much for my brain. And actually, I was looking for the peer report, And Chapter 13 suggests that it was yet to be published. And so I didn't know until yesterday that it had been published, but it does not seem to be on that page where everything else was. I did a word search for peer and I didn't find it that way. So just a comment about that. And also my impression is that the VAs were not intended to be responsive to the peer review, which raises some questions to me about, well, what was the point? You know, that only the regulatory pathway was responsive to peer review. But, you know, peer review is behind me now. And I want to mention that my current work, when I'm not trying to catch up on the Delta issue, is about an alternative water supply strategy. And it's the working title of the preprint I hope to publish soon is California Opportunities to Increase Natural Recharge, Base Flows, and Detention Storage Hide in Plain Sight. And actually, I think if you Google detention storage, my page on that is one of the first hits you'll get on that. At least last time I looked, it was. And so this approach is I actually consider it absolutely an alternative approach to the sites project, and I think that's fair game here since I believe the water rights, that's part of the new water rights that you're considering here. And so my approach is below ground detention storage, be far less costly and far more environmentally sound. It's just below ground. It wouldn't be subject to surface evaporation. But of course, we're not going to get to hear about that as an alternative because alternatives are off the table now, as I understand it, to sites. And
Ms. Dr. Jagor, apologize if you don't mind not speaking about the sites project. It is a separate proceeding, and unfortunately, we have an ex parte ban on communications that are outside of the proceeding. So, yeah,
okay,
just
I thought it was
keep it to general. Yeah,
I
keep
thought
just
it was
general.
part of the new water rights. So apologies for that. But so somewhat relatedly, but I won't mention it again, is that your environmental analysis failed to consider the impacts of floodmar on the high winter flows that are part of the functional flows approach. And that seems like, you know, I mean, without considering that, it sounds like double dipping. If you're really seeking to emulate the magnitude and timing of high flows, which are part of what sculpted the ecosystem, the Delta ecosystem.
Thank
And
you, Dr. Jagor. Just to note, you've hit your 3 minutes. If you don't mind trying to wrap some of your points.
okay, I'll do the rest in my written comments then. Thank you.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. And to your questions about the peer review, we'll check with folks to see if it's on our site or where best to be able to find that. Ms. Riddle, I don't know if you wanted to make a quick comment.
Yes, I was just looking, I found the 2023 peer review. The other peer review, I think, is in another location, but we're happy to, I'm actually right now asking staff to make sure that we can put that on the correct page so it's all together so that everybody has access to that. It's somewhere else on our webpage, but we'll put it all in one location. The 2023, the scientific basis report on the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal is there in the same place. It needs to be moved down one bullet, but otherwise it's there, and we will move the other document, add a link there to the other peer review to the 2017 scientific basis report as well.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Riddle. And Dr. Jagor, I believe we have your email address here. We do. We'll also make sure and just fire off an email so you can make sure and be able to see those. So thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you today. Next, I'd like to call up Rick Dunas, be followed by Norma Wallace, and then Craig Breon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Rick Duenas, and I live on the San Mateo coast. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Chapter 13 of the Bay Delta Plan. I urge you to reconsider the voluntary agreements as proposed. I've recreationally fished for salmon and paddled the sloughs of the delta and rivers of the valley and the North Coast ranges as a hunter, birder, and angler for many years. Needless to say, I've been heartbroken in recent years to see the decline of so many revered species, especially some monarchs. I have two main concerns about the voluntary agreement. While I appreciate the habitat projects provided for by the voluntary agreements, I'm greatly concerned that they'll provide inadequate flows for salmon and other sensitive species life cycles. I'm especially concerned about this in sequences of dry years. We've been pretty lucky the past few years with some banner wet years and improved returns, but what happens when that luck runs out? Moreover, I'm concerned about the lack of teeth by which the voluntary agreements can be enforced. For example, time and again, the Trump administration has proven to be unreliable, unlawful, and not a friend to anadromous fish. You can recall untimely Army Corps of Engineers reservoir releases last winter, Secretary of Agriculture Rollins intervening in some federal proceedings on the Eel River, or even just White House press releases directly criticizing Delta smelt protections and calling outflows a waste of water. These examples don't exactly inspire confidence in the voluntary agreements. So once again, I just urge you to please or otherwise include greater flow requirements and
Thank you, Mr. Duenas. Appreciate your comments here. Thanks for sticking with us through the day and much appreciation. Next, I call up Norma Wallace, be followed by Craig Breon and then Naomi Schiff.
Jorge Tuhi. Not a scientist. These technical details. Sorry, I recorded this in advance because I'm so excited. Norma Wallace. Not a scientist. These technical details elude me. I do understand that the rebranded voluntary agreements remain unenforceable. Scientists have made it abundantly clear that salmon will be extinct soon if drastic changes in first principles at the Water Board do not occur. Would NASA send people into space with 1/3 the necessary air supply? Would that be okay? As I said, I'm not a scientist, so I'll ask you to play along as I tell you a story. Close your eyes wherever you are. Imagine this. You learn from irrefutable DNA evidence that your great-grands were tribal members in native California. What do you feel? I experienced this experiment myself in 2020. I'm adopted. A friend sent me a DNA kit. I sent it in and the results were clear. I'm from here. Further, not just anywhere in California, but from the East Bay where I live, where I was born. And I had to sit and ask myself, I know I'm proud to be Native, but would these people be proud of me? Would they welcome me? Would they think that I had done good things? Had I stood up for the right things? Had I tried to help preserve what little is left of Native California, which is, I remind you and the governor, all stolen land? I ask you, would you want those great-grandparents to look at you and what you do now, and would you feel good and proud of what you are doing and the decisions you're making to eliminate salmon forever? Or would you feel shame for letting California die? Because that is clearly the road we're on. And it makes me glad I'm at the point in my life where I hope not to live to see that. Al Sheepek. Thank you. The soul of our country is at stake. The soul of California is in your hands. Water is life. Basket weavers prepare plants with their mouths. All California is stolen. Prioritize the fish and let the rest flow from this first principle. Only you can stop the salmon genocide. Aship Ek.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wallace. Really appreciate your words here and your contributions to the discussion. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Craig Breon, be followed by Naomi Schiff, then James Cox, and Penelope Lapome.
Good afternoon. It does look like you can see me, even though I can't. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've got my 17-year-old trusted sidekick, Dachshund, at my side. Clearly thrilled by the proceedings. Craig Breon again. I worked for 12 years with the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. So I worked closely with the Santa Clara Valley Water District. I spent 3 years with the Sierra Nevada Alliance, seeing headwaters issues. And I worked 2 years in private practice out of Visalia. So saw the San Joaquin Valley. I've seen a lot of different aspects of this. A woman yesterday talked about sandhill cranes, and that reminded me that I need to step back and see the wonder of what we're dealing with and not just the hearings and the paperwork. And I really urge you to do the same thing. The sandhill cranes come in hundreds. Right now, this is the right time to see them, about half an hour from south of Sacramento. And if you haven't seen that, just give yourself the gift of pure joy and go out there. I was around in the mid-90s when the conservationists decided to give up the lawsuits that we were winning. Clean Water Act, Clean Water Act and Endangered Species Act lawsuits, and moved to the Delta Accords. I was one of the people opposed to that decision by the conservationists. And I think that the last 30 years have shown that that was probably a bad decision. But now you seem to be taking yet another step towards just giving up. The voluntary agreements would be that step in a long process of slowly giving up on the wildlife, the natural resources, and the many ways that people interact with those. In 1995, there were about 5 million acres under cultivation in the San Joaquin Valley. That number is about the same today, despite urbanization, because they've moved into more marginal lands as well. Meanwhile, the species and habitats and ecosystem have continued to decline towards collapse. This has not been a win-win scenario for decades now. And it is your opportunity. It's not going to come back to balance, but it's your opportunity to make a slight adjustment in that balance towards the factors that have been neglected for too long. We know some of the answers. Better technology for water efficiency and conservation. Take a brief look online at Israel. They produce tremendous amounts, more than 90% of the fruits and vegetables that they consume on small amounts of land in a semi-arid area. Their technology is amazing. Retiring some of the marginal lands out there. There are lands, for example, in the Westlands Water District that are marginally productive, have toxicity issues, and some of those have already converted to what would likely be a more economic use in the future, which is solar farms. And finally, modest adjustments even in the water pricing. You have groups like Modesto and Turlock irrigation districts that are still charging just $25 an acre for water. If you move that up to $30 an acre, those districts could then have the means, the financial means, to turn around and provide technical assistance and grants to the farmers in their area to do what needs to be done to use water more efficiently. These things, though, will probably not happen because they have not happened unless you give them a push. You're correct, Mr. Chair, in saying earlier that you don't have the ability to control a lot of water rights issues. That's correct. You folks do have the ability to make the push that will then force the irrigation districts, the farmers, and others to make some of the sometimes modest steps. I mean, we're not talking about low-hanging fruit, but we're not talking about killing the tree either. Modest steps in the right direction that will allow the resources to recover.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Okay,
Apologies.
thank you very much. You have a tough political decision. I hope you make the right one.
Thank you, Mr. Breon. I apologize. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Naomi Schiff, followed by James Cox, and then Penelope Lepome.
Hello, I am not an expert. I am a very long time resident of the East Bay, and I walked around Lake Merritt to see in 2022 10,000 dead fish. Why were there dead fish? Well, there were dead fish because not enough water was coming down the delta, right? We had red tide and algal bloom. And it was really the most depressing moment I've ever had since 1959 when we moved to California. My father-in-law grew up in Oakland. He was actually a state water commissioner, and I speak in Merrill Goodall's memory. When he was growing up during the Depression, the boys on his block, when they ran short of food for their families, would go down and get steelhead or salmon out of Temescal Creek, which is now mostly under a freeway. And it was easy, and it was kind of poor people's food, you know, because it was readily available and you didn't have to pay for it. I am very concerned about the saline intrusion, about the fish deaths, and about the idea that voluntary agreements would do anything. I have been witness to some other kinds of voluntary agreements, and they are mostly honored in the breach. And I worry about their longevity. All it takes is for you folks to move on to another board position or another job somewhere else, and the next group of people aren't even going to remember those voluntary agreements. If they're not enforceable, they aren't useful. And so I urge you to consider that voluntary agreements are really icing on a cake, and the cake needs to be regulation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Schiff. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up James Cox, be followed by Penelope Lepome, and then Ivan Fujinaka.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay, I am Captain Jim Cox. I am a retired sport fishing charter boat captain and president of the California Striped Bass Association. I want to start by saying that the entire membership of the California Striped Bass Association are against these voluntary agreements. We have heard how low flows and warm water conditions affect salmon, and I'd like to point out another situation that is caused by low flows and warm water. The situation is the growth of harmful algal blooms in the Delta. A decade ago, harmful algal blooms were unheard of in the Delta. The lower flows and warmer water have brought on these toxic conditions. When the naturally occurring algae in the Delta mixes with the nitrates off of the islands and the water is warm enough, this percolates into a toxic algal bloom. These HAVs are toxic not only to fish, but to mammals, including humans. The Department of Fish and Wildlife has determined that 1/3 of the sturgeon population have been lost to HAVs. Sturgeon, like salmon, are a native species. Unlike salmon, sturgeon have a much smaller overall population and are much slower to reproduce. The loss of these fish is an ongoing situation. Sturgeon are also affected by these low flows and warm water as it affects their reproductive cycle. Sturgeon do not spawn every year. They need cool moving water, and without this, they simply will not drop eggs. HAVs are also toxic to humans. Contact with affected water, ingesting affected water, or breathing the pollen from these blooms can be toxic. I walk my dog daily at Concha Loma Reservoir in Antioch. Concha Loma has been a hotspot for HABs over the last 5 years. The problem is so severe that there are now warning signs all around the lake warning visitors that have contact with or ingest lake water that they will immediately, or their dog, they will immediately need to acquire medical attention. This is how serious this is. There is no filter or treatment that can eliminate HABs. The only cure is to increase the water flows and lower the temperatures. The meager additional flows in these voluntary agreements is not nearly adequate. I would also like to address these habitat restoration projects promised through these voluntary agreements. Low water flows and warm water has destroyed the natural habitats. I do not see how habitat restoration projects can be successful without increasing water flow. The small increases in the voluntary agreements will not be adequate for this either. I trust the Water Board will make a decision that prioritizes the health of the Delta and the people that live there over political and commercial concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to go to Penelope Lapome, be followed by Ivan Fujinaka, and then we'll go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break before getting to the last 25 or so commenters. I see a few folks have jumped on in addition. Ms. Lapome.
Hello, my name is Penelope Lapome. I'm speaking as a citizen of California. Thank you for listening to public comments. I was encouraged by some of the presentations yesterday that demonstrated restoration, particularly the increase of the salmon and today's commitment to habitat. I particularly support the comments of Nancy Blastos, Mr. Herringer, and Mr. Gomber. While there is still much to learn, we do know that there is science that tells us what works. We know that water flows are most important to regulate water temperature, clean salinity, and reduce harmful algal blooms. The harmful algal blooms affect public health, recreation, and clean water. While there's discussion of unmitigated flows of 55%, I'm concerned that this is too little. I'd like to see 65%. I also support monitoring to be sure implementation is working. Regarding voluntary agreements, I oppose them. Previous presenters show that they are ineffective. VAs would deny or delay implementation of new rules for 8 years. Federal funds to support VAs aren't there. Others have listed other reasons. Basically, VAs only delay extinction, not prevent extinction. Also, we do need to review water rights, as mentioned in previous presentations and comments. I do appreciate the board's responsibility to balance the needs of various communities, for example, the Yolo County and Napa presentation. I support science-based decision-making and the inclusion of minority and tribal input. I value biodiversity, TEK, tribal environmental knowledge. My values are faith-based for environmental justice and reflect the interconnectedness of all life, people as part of the nature and dependent on all nature. Water is sacred. The board must adopt a science-backed, enforceable regulatory pathway that does not rely on voluntary agreements and that guarantees unimpaired flows of 55% or more in the Sacramento River and its tributaries. Thank you for your time.
And thank you as well for yours, Ms. Lapome. I appreciate you providing comment here to the board and contributing to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Ivan Fujinaka, and again, we'll go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break thereafter. Okay, Mr. Fujinaka, it sounds like you may have fallen off the platform. We will go ahead and go to one more commenter then, and then we'll be able to take your comment here after the break. I'll go then to Les Kishler. Mr. Kishler, it sounds like you may have dropped off as we got to you. We'll go ahead and take our 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. And the first commenter when we get back will be Mark Dubois, followed by David Ragland, just for folks to be able to prepare. Let's get back here at 3:40. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone. It's 3:42. Hope everyone had a good break. Thank you for it. We will now move on to our next commenter, who will be Mark Dubois, be followed then by David Ragland, and then Laura Hidas. Good afternoon. Good to see you, Mr. Dubois.
Yes, thank you very much for letting me share a few reflections and quotes and reminders. And I've always loved that bumper sticker, "Don't complain about farmers with your mouth full." Such a great reminder as we all depend on such amazing farmers. And sadly, it appears that agrobiz has seized the opportunity to replace farmers with, because they value cash and much more than healthy food, soil, and water. You've heard the line that those who don't know history are condemned to repeat it. I would say that you as a board face the opposite problem. Since the beginning of the environmental movement, your board built a reputation for making decisions that best serve all California's water interest. As our culture has moved towards money as its highest value, normalizing short-term profits and stealing from the future as norms, you have a daunting challenge. Sometimes when children get lost, you need grown-ups in the room. In your hands lies the fate of future generations. Even if you were appointed by a governor who seems to believe he's more beholden to agrobiz and Wall Street, your job description asks for much more. California miners learned quickly that when the canary died, they had to exit the mine very quickly or they would follow the same fate. It's staggering that we have a modern world that has not yet normalized the awareness that when the fish die, humanity soon follows. Voluntary agreements sounds like such a great idea, yet apparently after all these years of practice, it looks like it's just procrastinating and kicking the can way down the road while critical decisions are happening. Which fisheries have not been lost on your watch? Yes to supporting true farmers, stealing from agrobiz norms, subsidizing only pilfering investments doesn't work. 100 years ago, Governor Hiram Johnson, Newsom's predecessor, very progressively stopped railroad monopolies and pioneered land being for California's future. You could remind our governor that many youth are not voting for Democrats nor Republicans that normalize short-term financial profits rather than serving all of our children's future. Remember Lauren Isley's insight. If there's magic on our planet, it's contained in the water. Please grow the courage to make critical decisions that halt the destruction of California's precious water and return the true richness of California's verdant water and river systems. I honor how much you all have been hearing and how many very long interests there are from various different perspectives. And again, look forward to you helping set a precedent again that sets California on a longer term vision than we seem to be currently heading to. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Dubois. Appreciate your good comments here. Thank you for your time. It really appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up David Ragland, be followed by Laura Hidas, and then Tom Barnes.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for all your work on this. Thanks for everyone who's here interested in taking a stake in the state's water. My name's David Ragland. I'm an engineer and surveyor living in Sonora, California, in the drainage of the Tuolumne River. My older brother was a commercial salmon fisherman out of Bodega Bay until state water policy made that unfeasible. My first paid job at 14 years of age, I'll tell you how long ago that was tying flies for Johnson's Bait and Tackle in Yuba City for locals to ply the waters of the Yuba and the Feather and beyond. We're here again talking about the VAs, also known as the fox guarding the hen house. I want to tell you that it can't work. As a fisherman, I spent a lot of time studying our valley rivers and their flow graphs. What I see is a bunch of radical changes that are meant to maximize power production and maintain storage for irrigation districts through catastrophic 8-year droughts that have not happened in 500 years. The best science out there says we need 50+% of unimpaired to improve things for salmon. I would add, we need to increase the minimum flows. Salmon have an interesting advantage over resident fish, and that is they can spawn in a river that's healthy part of the year and literally goes dry another part. But we have other species, including Omicus, which rainbow trout, and steelhead, which has a resident mode of life, which increasingly they're being forced to live because it's too perilous to get in and out and through the delta. So if we're expected to tolerate getting by with resident trout only, let's take care of them at least. In these rivers, we also have hardheads, pike minnow, and a number of other native species that need higher minimums to live there residential year round. If you do the math, it takes something around 4% per year on a typical valley drainage storage to increase those flows to a healthy percentage of unimpaired. And yes, I understand that that potentially is additive yearly during multi-year droughts. But do not let the water selling uses tell you that we're asking for a huge portion of what they're doing when they're taking, for instance, approximately 80% per year from the Merced and Tuolumne rivers. Appreciate you hearing me. Been a long time coming, and I know that we've seen the best science out there that I referred to is the original biological opinion, which was a sealed deal until it got reopened behind closed doors. Again, thanks for all your work.
Thank you as well, Mr. Ragland.
Let's take care of these rivers.
Thank you as well, Mr. Ragland. I really appreciate your comments here and participation in the board's process. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Laura Hadass, be followed by Tom Barnes, Lance Eckert, and then we'll get back to Les Kishler. Good afternoon. You should be invited to unmute. It should kind of pop up here at some point. I believe it's like a small screen that, just asks if you would like to, come off on mute. And if not, again, it might be helpful if folks managing the platform just elevate you, I guess, to a co-host. At that point, you should be able to unmute without being invited. And also give you free reign on the platform, but we'll just leave that aside for now. Just kidding. Ms. Hadass, it doesn't see. Okay, you should just be able to unmute. Just go ahead and just come off unmute at this point. If you just hit your space bar button.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, sorry, I have two different devices, so I'm gonna turn that one off. My apologies. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Hopefully you can still hear me.
We can. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment during this important workshop. My name is Laura Haitis. I am the Director of Water Resources at the Alameda County Water District, or ACWD, and pleased to be sharing our comments today. ACWD is a water retailer providing water service to over 348,000 people and the many businesses and industries in the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City in the southern region of the San Francisco Bay Area. ACWD supports the completion of the updated water quality control plan, including the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. ACWD has an interest in the plan because we rely on the State Water Project for about 40% of our water supply portfolio, making it a critical supply that supports our region. Water from the State Water Project is key to meeting our community needs as well as to supporting sustainable management of our local groundwater basin. State Water Project supplies will continue to be important to our region's water supply reliability in concert with our substantial and ongoing investments in water use efficiency to drive down local water demands. And this is especially important as our climate is changing. We appreciate the State Board staff's extensive work on this important Bay Delta Plan update and efforts to rely on science and balance water uses. In closing, ACWD is supportive of finalizing the updated water quality control plan, including the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, to balance beneficial uses and make significant strides towards water resilience as we face current and future climate challenges. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Heides. Appreciate your comments and participation here. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Barnes, be followed by Lance Eckert, then Les Kishler. And just to note, I do see folks with their hands raised on the platform. At this point, if you don't mind trying to hold on, we are have about, 15, 20 or so folks to get through. And so you should be gotten to here relatively quickly if we can just keep moving. So, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you very much for taking my comments today. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Great. Good afternoon. I am, again, Tom Barnes. I'm work with Water Resources, and I represent the Antelope Valley East Kern Water Agency. We're in the Antelope Valley region of Southern California, and we serve about 500,000 folks here in areas like Lancaster, Palmdale, Edwards Air Force Base, and the Antelope Valley region, and then also in the Eastern Kern portion of the region. So we have residents, as I mentioned, about 500,000 residents, farmers, we have businesses obviously out here. We just want to express our support for the completion of the updated water quality control plan, and specifically including the Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal as part of that. So it's very important for us, as being users of the State Water Project system, to be able to supply an ongoing and reliable source for our region. For me personally, I've lived here all my life. I'm a native, so the reason why I got into water is because I am concerned for this area, and I want to, as a desert region, high desert region, I want to make sure that we're, be able to reliably and responsibly be able to supply water for this region. So that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to indicate that it's really important for us to look at the balance of water use within the whole of the system, and that's all of Northern and Southern California. And we want to hopefully, be able to support the human and environmental aspects of that. So thank you very much.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your time and words here, Mr. Barnes. Much appreciation. Next, I'll call up Lance Eckert, be followed by Les Kishler, then Barbara Berrigan-Perea, and Rebecca Goulet.
Thank you very much. I assume I'm unmuted.
You are, and we can see you as well. Good to see you, Mr. Eckert.
Great. Yeah, thank you very much for having me today. Lance Eckhart, General Manager, San Gornio Pass Water Agency, one of the state water contractors, and I want to further express my support for completion of the updated water quality control plan, including the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. It's very important to balance water uses that support business, families, schools, hospitals, local agriculture, and so forth in our region. The Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal is ready to be implemented and balances many human and environmental uses without causing major economic impacts. And a little about us. We were formed in 1961, along with a lot of other state water contractors. We're located in the Greater Inland Empire along the I-10 corridor, about 200 square miles, 100,000 population and growing. And we're between the low desert, the windmills, and the Cabazon dinosaurs. And then really start getting into Redlands, Yucaipa, San Bernardino, and you've gone too far. So that's our location. We are in one of the higher economic developing areas, and really one of the I think one of the last affordable housing areas for new housing in the Inland Empire and Greater LA, Southern California area. Our community is very impacted with disadvantaged communities, and that's why the affordable housing is so important. Part of to support some of our economic development and address the housing crisis is our importation of state water project water into our local groundwater basins. A little fun fact, it was 40 years that we were part of the State Water Project before we got our first gallon of State Water Project water. And when it did get here, the State Water Project started to become about 50% reliable because of climate issues, the State Water Project's getting more flashy, increasing regulation, so on and so forth. We understand the flashy nature of the State Water Project, and we really support the Healthy Rivers and Landscape to make very quick, nimble, real-time decisions collaboratively. We support the environment, but we also support people. We're smarter as a group, and we're really smart as a collaborative group, potentially. Really part of Healthy Rivers and Landscapes in our thinking and us being nimble is kind of the hallmark of our climate change response. I personally am a hydrogeologist. I consider myself and a lot of water managers around the state water harvesters. We take the water when it's available and we try to move it as quickly as we possibly can and move it into California's prolific natural infrastructure, which is our local groundwater basins. And we do that here locally. And we also bank outside our areas with partners moving water into the high desert, moving water into other parts of Southern California, and even moving water back and forth, trading water with Central Valley farmers, really trying to get that water used when it's available to places where it's needed. We saw in 2023, after the prolific drought, that there was a call to action, and the state moved over 4.1 million acre feet into the groundwater basins. And that's fantastic. As a geologist, that warms the cockles of my heart. We rose to the occasion and moved water around the state really effectively back in 2023. And we had some excess water. We're still moving water around a couple of years after, doing trades and water banking deals. And it shows that we can do this. We did it in a big way in 2023, and we can do it in a small way and a medium way with the flashy hydrology when the opportunity is there to balance both people and the environment. I think the California water abundance can be real.
Eckhart,
Yes.
I apologize, Mr. Eckhart, to interrupt you, but we've gone a bit past the 3 minutes, if you don't mind trying to wrap up just so we can help get to other folks too.
I'll wrap it up. We really support Healthy Rivers and Landscapes. Think a science-based approach where we're all collaborative is going to move the needle for us. Thank you for your time. We hope you support moving this initiative forward.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Eckhart, and sorry to have to interrupt, but really appreciate your comments here. As a native of the Coachella Valley, definitely know the pass and appreciate the work that you're doing at the local level. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Lex, I'd like to call up Les Kishler, be followed by Barbara Berrigan-Perea, then Rebecca Goulat, and then Tom Biglione.
Yes, hello.
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Kishler.
Okay, thanks. I'm a resident and taxpayer in one of California's water districts and a retired public school teacher. I backpacked in the high Sierras for 40 years, mostly in the headwaters of the rivers that try to flow towards the San Francisco Bay and Delta. It is important that there are adequate safeguards to protect the health and well-being of the Bay and Delta. The voluntary agreements aren't sufficient safeguards. The VAs are a euphemism for deals between water agencies and developers who have a vested interest in diverting more and more water from the Bay and Delta. Sufficient oversight by the broader public and independent science are left out of the voluntary agreements. Salmon are a keystone ecological species and are suffering from the ailing Bay and Delta. There is evidence of toxic algae blooms. Unimpaired flows to the Bay and Delta need to be increased, not decreased. Is there any optimism and hope that the State Water Board will stand up to give the Bay and Delta ecosystems stronger protection? Please do not accept the voluntary agreements as they are now written. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Kishler. Appreciate your comments here. And sorry, we had a quick technical difficulty with you earlier. So good to see you. Next, I'd like to call Barbara Berrigan-Perea, be followed by Rebecca Goulet and Tom Biglione, and then Ashley Castaneda. Berrigan-Perea.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. John McManus made a comment today about concerns around democracy and the work of this board. I want you to hold that thought. I also want you to hold the universal truths that were presented to this board this afternoon by the tribal panel and the historical accuracy of Dante Nomolini's explanation of the State Water Project. Yesterday, inaccurate statements were made by Secretary Crowfoot as to who has been included in the VA process and when. At points in time, members of the DTEC coalition, including me, have been asked by the state water contractors as to how to cure their failure to bring us all into the consultation at the beginning of the VAs. A problem that this board is seeking now to cure after the fact on their behalf. Today's state water comments discussed purchasing water from upstream water districts for the environment. Yet we all know that climate change is diminishing runoff into the watershed with aridification, and that we are facing major fishery extinctions under the regulatory authority of this board that will further harm tribes and environmental justice communities. While my confidence in this board has been shaken by the board's failure to follow through with DTEC in a tangible manner to address our concerns, I want to remind you all it is never too late to do the right thing. I urge you to stand up for democracy in water planning, protection of the public trust, to stop full species collapse, because right now you're entering a full species collapse plan, and to return to the science-based standards found in your own science reports that will protect all people, just not business interests. RTD has been before this board and has communicated EJ concerns directly to DWR, the state water contractors, Metropolitan Water District, and numerous other government agencies regarding the Bay Delta Plan update for well over a decade. The new cure is for every agency to create a tribal outreach effort after the fact. We still champion it because it's 180 years past due. But EJ concerns for dismanaged communities and tribes along the watershed are consistently ignored. California tribal members live in Delta EJ communities, and both tribes and EJ communities have difficulty with fish health, water quality, harmful algal blooms, public access, public health risks, and sustainable economic development tied to water economies. When we address this board and share that our concerns are not being acknowledged, the board's answer is usually about pride and outreach and the intent of the board and staff. That is fine. I have no reason to doubt you. But intent without demonstrated action in the Bay Delta Plan means little. And there is a big difference between hearing versus listening and taking action. I'm distressed that the needs of Delta EJ and tribal communities, from water quality to water for local economies, from HABs to fish health, are subordinated to decisions to first support water for consumptive use. Decades of disparate impacts continue to be ignored, but those water agencies upstream and downstream not only want to control delta flows and water quality standards, but many of the same people are tied to business interests that are seeking the full industrialization of the largest estuary on the west coast of the Americas through multiple water projects and regional industrial plans for the Delta. The people have been excluded from all that input as well. All of these parties are operating with the full confidence that the Water Board will approve the VA, big water projects, and regional plans for the full-scale industrialization of the Delta without the people's consent. You have the chance to do the right thing, to be real heroes for the environment and the people. We urge you to reject the VAs and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate your time and words here, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. It's good to see you. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Rebecca Goulet, be followed by Tom Biglione, then Ashley Castaneda.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Excellent. Thank you for hearing comments today. I'm here to speak against the so-called healthy rivers and landscapes, also known as the voluntary agreements tied to the Bay Delta Plan. I grew up on the Delta. I grew up in Antioch, and I currently still operate my business in the area. So it is my home. First, I want to say something fundamental. Humans are not separate from nature. We are nature, and biodiversity is not a luxury. It is not an environmental talking point. It is the life support system of this planet, including our own lives. And right now, the Delta is on life support. Voluntary agreements are not a solution. They are a deceptive delay. And delay in this case is deadly. These agreements are a slow, polite way to pull the final plug while we tell ourselves we tried. We don't have to guess what happens when we underprotect the Delta. We have already lived it. Over the last 50 years, bird and fish populations in the Delta have been decimated. Species that were once abundant are now endangered, functionally extinct, or gone altogether. And recency bias allows us to forget about it or ignore it. Salmon runs have collapsed. Native fish have been pushed to the brink. Migratory birds that depend on this estuary are disappearing right before our eyes. This is not a natural cycle. This is the result of human choices, choices that you have before you today, especially choices that prioritize short-term extraction over long-term life. With AI data centers threatening the Delta in various ways, is this the time to play it safe, to find a compromise? No, radical decisions must be made. When I hear the word voluntary, I think, voluntary for whom? Because the fish don't get a choice. The birds don't get a choice. Future generations do not get a choice, and none of those parties can be here to give a comment. Yet once again, we're being asked to trust the same systems and special interests that help create this very crisis to voluntarily fix it on their own timeline with minimal accountability. We need to talk about Indigenous knowledge because for thousands of years, Indigenous people stewarded these lands and waters sustainably. They understand that water is not a commodity. It is a relative and a responsibility, a collective responsibility. Indigenous voices have consistently warned us what happens when we over-divert, over-engineer, and disconnect rivers from their natural flows. If we are serious about healing the Delta, we must honor Indigenous leadership and lived knowledge, not sideline it in favor of politically convenient deals with powerful interests. This moment demands courage. The science is clear, the damage is visible, and the clock has run out. Voluntary agreements may be comfortable, but comfort is not what the Delta needs. It needs enforceable protections, real flow standards, and a commitment to life over profit. Because saving the Delta isn't about choosing nature over people. It's about recognizing that without a living Delta, none of us can live. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Goulet. Appreciate your comments here and contributions to, I know, what is an incredibly important discussion for the board. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Biglione, be followed by Ashley Castaneda, and then James Clark.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Biglione. I grew up within a mile of the San Joaquin River in Clovis, California. Lived 20 years, or 10 years rather, it felt like 20, in Stockton at the top of the Delta, and now live in Midtown Sacramento within a mile of the Sacramento River. My avocation is canoeing California rivers. I've canoed all of them save the Cahuilla, the Tule, and the ever-dry Fresno River. Right now, the American is my river of choice. I paddled and portaged the San Joaquin River in 2014, the first year that the exchange contractors called in their senior water rights to the San Joaquin River water deliveries through Friant Dam. Even so, I found myself wading in ankle-deep water below the Bear Creek confluence because there wasn't enough water to float the canoe with me in it. I'm glad I didn't have any open wounds. It's not the kind of water you'd like to wade through. I'm speaking today against the adoption of voluntary agreements. They haven't worked in the past, and I have seen and heard nothing to assure me that they will in the future. Every aspect of the Delta's water quality depends upon the fresh water flowing from its tributaries. And by that, I mean real water, not counterfeit paper water. A counterfeit Benjamin might slip past a store clerk once in a while. but the delta and the wildlife and the fish within it are dependent upon the real thing. If the chamber you're meeting in right now were at 10,000 feet elevation and as warm as the Central Valley in July, I imagine you'd all be very uncomfortable. Most of you be wanting to doze off or worse, pass out. Should we expect the fish in our rivers and the delta to react any differently? I can only wonder what we would feel like if it were a 45% reduction. Why have our states, tribes, and environmental organizations been excluded from the voluntary agreement negotiations? Why should 5% of our state's gross domestic product dictate water policy terms to the other 99% of our population? When rivers and wildlife, commercial, sport, and subsistence fishers and delta communities suffer poor water quality, all the state suffers the loss and shoulders the cost. Instead of accepting dehydrated promises, think of the dramatic and near immediate turnaround of the Klamath River after the removal of 4 dams. The board should proceed expeditiously with adoption and implementation of the Bay Delta Water Quality Plan, including new science-based protections that require flows of at least 55% in our Central Valley rivers in most years. In the spirit of Robert Burns, whose birthday we celebrated just this past Sunday, now's the day and now's the hour. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Biglione. Appreciate your comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Ashley Castaneda, be followed by James Clark, then Glenn Cowell, Tess Wellburn, and Victoria Lord.
Hello, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Ashley Castaneda, and I am the Communications Manager with Restore the Delta. I'm speaking today to share my concerns about the proposed updates to the Bay Delta Plan and voluntary agreements and how they are not backed by sound science and are incredibly harmful to Delta communities, tribes, and environmental justice communities. As community members and panelists come together to oppose these harmful updates, I want to also highlight how disheartening it was to see the board release these updates in December 2025, overlapping with the holidays. Impacted communities and environmental groups were forced to review more than 3,000 pages of highly technical documents under extremely limited time constraints. And when the same communities and groups that you all claim have always had a seat or been invited to the table requested additional time to review the updated plan, that request was quickly denied. Reviewing and understanding documents of this magnitude required significant time, expertise, and resources that many affected communities simply do not have. Not to mention the amount of time it takes to then share the updates with the general public. This process placed an unfair burden on communities that are already marginalized and under-resourced. Many of our members expressed their frustration with this unjust process, and many were frustrated with the limited time they were being allocated to respond to the documents. 33 business days for written comments and 3 minutes for verbal public comment is just not enough. Alongside community members and tribal partners, we continue to feel that California lacks a truly independent water regulator, and instead we see a board cut the public out of critical planning processes while prioritizing special interest water districts over the people and ecosystems that depend on the Delta for survival. Thank you so much, board, for the opportunity to provide this comment today.
Thank you, Ms. Castaneda. Next, I'd like to call up James Clark, be followed by Glenn Caldwell, then Tess Wellborn, Victoria Lort, and Denise Bullboy.
I'd like to first thank the members of the Water Board for their dedication and patience regarding hearing the testimony of so many stakeholders regarding the matter of the Delta Plan versus the so-called voluntary agreements. Your willingness to listen is noteworthy and is a credit to you as public servants. I'm testifying today in support of the minimum water flow requirements described by the board's own 2010 Delta Water Flow Criteria Report, in which it was stated by the board staff that unimpaired runoff should be 75% of available water and that this water needs to flow into San Francisco Bay. Since the time of this report, as board members know, there has been significant political pressure brought to bear by large water users who are well connected to the Newsom political machine. The science is clear. The era of overpromising water to large corporate users, resulting in environmental disaster to large segments of the California economy and ecosystem, needs to come to an end. The board has a fiduciary responsibility to all the people of California, not just to those with deep pockets who can pull strings in private to assure that they control the water that actually belongs to all people in California. I'm not going to review all the various elements of the Bay Delta Plan that have been well described by many stakeholders who have testified to board members and are well aware of the science, just as they are well aware of the politics taking place behind closed doors in order to meet the interests of a rich and well-connected group of corporate interests who care mainly for their own profits. This group is willing to sacrifice the needs of many other stakeholders on the altar of their own profit. For example, why should the citizens of California be allowing the water that we all own to be used to create crops that are exported to other nations? This results in very limited, if any, benefits to those who actually live and work here in California. Hopefully, the board realizes that its decisions impact everyone and that a small group of well-connected corporate users cannot and should not dictate the difficult decisions the board must make in order to assure a healthy resource that is owned by all its citizens. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak and for listening.
And thank you for speaking and providing your comments here to this discussion, Mr. Clark. It's much appreciated. I know it's been a long day for folks, so thank you for holding on. Next, I'd like to call up Glenn Caldwell, be followed by Tess Welburn, Victoria Lort, Denise Bolbol, and then Jillian Kraut. Mr. Caldwell, I saw you pop on camera there a moment. You should be provided an opportunity to unmute. There you are.
Are we good?
We are. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Board Commissioners. My name is Glenn Caldwell. I salmon fish when we have a season out of Humboldt Bay, Shelter Cove, and Trinidad for personal use and to share with friends and family. I urge you to adopt common sense, stronger protections to ensure sufficient cold water and river flows to restore the Sacramento Basin salmon runs. It would take very little extra water to have a very positive effect on those salmon runs. I have fished for salmon and lived in coastal salmon fishing communities my entire life. The area I live in now, for tribes and for the rest of us, salmon aren't just a food resource, but are a cultural cornerstone. Being able to catch and share Chinook salmon with my family and neighbors and having access to such an amazing and healthful food is a treasure that must be protected and advocated for. With healthy salmon runs, our North Coast economy could be strengthened and revitalized. Sadly, I'm old enough to remember the catastrophic fish kills of 2002 on the Klamath, the consequences of putting big ag interests over science and salmon survival. In September of 2002, an extreme ecological disaster unfolded on the Klamath, which flows into Northern California. Tens of thousands of adult salmon, mostly fall-run Chinook, died as they returned from the Pacific Ocean to spawn in the river. Official estimates documented at least 33,000 dead fish. Some analysis suggests true losses could have been over 70,000. Scientists and state officials concluded the die-off was tied to low river flows and high water temperatures, which were in turn linked to water diversions for agricultural irrigation upstream during a severe drought year. This caused diseases like gill rot and other infections to sweep through the fish pulled up in crowded, stagnant water. We can't let this tragedy be repeated in the Sacramento Bay Delta system. Your staff's analysis shows that the voluntary agreements in the current water plan will fail and worsen conditions for salmon. Don't fall for the scam. Don't create a path for another catastrophe like the 2002 Klamath fish kills. Ignore the political pressure on you. We're asking you to have the courage to listen to the science and do what's right. When salmon spawning fails, when return numbers are dropping each year, the consequences of fishing season cancellation for multiple years in a row are far-reaching and economically catastrophic for salmon communities. Frankly, I'd rather have salmon water supporting a sustainable salmon fishery than going to alfalfa farms, wine grapes, and tree nut farmers in the Central Valley. I'd happily trade away wine, nuts, and alfalfa for sustainable salmon runs any day. Salmon sustain coastal communities up and down the California coast. Healthy wild salmon runs are essential for a sustainable salmon fishery. Good fishing years follow 2.5 years after winters and springs with good river conditions for spawning, rearing, and outmigrating salmon. Adequate flows are essential to healthy salmon runs, fishing jobs, and a healthy salmon industry. You, State Water Board members, are the only agency with the authority and responsibility to protect fall run and the fishing industry. The future of salmon runs and salmon fishing is in your hands. Please act responsibly to ensure salmon can thrive in California into the future. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Welburn. Appreciate your good comments here and participation. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Victoria Lort, be followed by Denise Bolbol, then Julian Kraut. I apologize. I may have
No, I'm here. Sorry.
No,
It just
sorry,
took a
Ms. Lort.
second to unmute.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was saying apologize because I think we'll go to Tess Wellborn after you because I skipped over him. So apologies. But yeah, Ms. Lort, you can go though. Good to see you. Good
Good
afternoon.
to see you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Victoria Lort. I'm the Director of Public Affairs and Conservation at Desert Water Agency, or DWA. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today in support of the updated Water Quality Control Plan and in support of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Proposal, otherwise known as HRL. Desert Water Agency is a state water project contractor and groundwater sustainability agency that serves the Palm Springs area in the Coachella Valley. It's an arid desert region that receives less than 5 inches of rainfall per year. We provide drinking water and recycled water to Palm Springs, Cathedral City, and portions of Riverside County, serving a diverse population that includes disadvantaged communities. Reliable and affordable water is essential to every aspect of life in our region, from homes and schools to hospitals, small businesses, and tourism, which is a key economic driver for our region. DWA strongly supports completion of the Bay Delta Plan update with the inclusion of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Program, formerly known as the Voluntary Agreements. This is a central component of that plan. We appreciate the board's continued consideration of this proposal in addressing California's water challenges, which reflects a more collaborative, science-informed, and balanced approach to water management. As you may know, DWA does not have a direct link to the California Aqueduct. Instead, we exchange our state water project water for Colorado River water, and that is also essential for recharging our local groundwater basins. Unfortunately, the reliability of these critical supplies has decreased, forcing us to seek alternative solutions to secure our region's water security. Our water supplies must support both environmental outcomes and the essential needs of the communities we serve. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal is ready to be implemented, and more importantly, it achieves environmental benefits without causing the significant economic and water supply disruptions that would result from more rigid approaches. DWA relies on the State Water Project for our groundwater replenishment, which is essential to maintaining basin sustainability and preventing overdraft in the Coachella Valley. Further reductions in the State Water Project reliability would have real consequences for affordability and long-term water security in our community. The HRL offers a practical path forward, one that improves ecosystem health while preserving flexibility and reliability for water agencies across the state. For these reasons, DWA is unequivocally supportive of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. It aligns with California's state goals, balances all beneficial uses of water, and provides a path forward for water resilience in the face of climate change. DWA respectfully urges the board to move forward with the updated water quality control plan in a way that would fully incorporate and support the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today.
And thank you for those comments. Much appreciated, Ms. Lort. Good to see you. And thank you for contributing to the discussion here. Thank you. Next, we'll go back to Tess Wellborn. So next is Tess Wellborn, followed by Denise Bolbo, Julian Kraut, Cindy Charles, then Holly Heath.
Good afternoon. I
afternoon.
appreciate you as you are working to preserve water, quality water for many, many constituents. I'm Tess Wellborn. I live in San Francisco and also have backpacked in Yosemite for years. I respectfully request that you actually go and lobby for any additional powers that you need to be able to achieve the goals that have been stated today. The Healthy Rivers and Waters, that's obviously a no-brainer. You've got to send at least 55% of the water to the Central Valley rivers without having diversions. You must reject the so-called voluntary agreements with big agriculture. It's not based on scientific data. It ignores their overdrawing of groundwater. It is not sustainable. It's not monitored in any way. You can't, tell what they've actually done. And we must stop water subsidies to water hog crops such as almonds, cotton, alfalfa, etc. You can do some things about that. Subsidies to big ag actually support these wasting water crops, the crops that don't belong in California. Listened to all the advocates that have been speaking. I'm just so impressed by them and wish I could be as eloquent. Listen to their reporting on the devastation. And remember the coming droughts. We've already had a couple of good ones in many of our lifetimes. We also ask you to boost conservation measures in Southern California in particular, but all throughout the state. Raise the water district rates, as Craig Breon said, and address the saline intrusions. You got a big job. And I thank you very much for having public hearings, being more transparent about your decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Wellborn. Next, we have Denise Bolbo. Good afternoon.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say I echo Mr. Colwell's call. I would happily give up livestock, dairy, wine, nuts, and alfalfa for a healthy Bay Delta estuary and waterways. And I am a native Californian, born and raised here, and I remember when we used to care about the environment. But apparently not enough because we've been destroying it for so long. As you all know, the Bay Delta is the largest estuary in the West Coast of the United States and the Americas, and it's the most endangered ecosystem. How ironic. The richest state in the country fails to take care of this important habitat. It's shameful. You've heard from many, many good comments detailing the chronic destruction of the Bay Delta estuary and waterways, from toxic water blooms to the crashing and extinction of native species. These are the facts. The only comments that ignore these and push for the irresponsible management and dangerous trajectory are business interests. If you push forward with this plan, it will only confirm what Americans believe today, that government doesn't care about the people and only cares about business and those with political power. Is that what this California Water Board represents too? Only catering to political power and ignoring the people? We, the people, are speaking loud and clear. We urge you to reject these deceptive voluntary agreements, which maintain the failed status quo that has caused the massive water diversions and exports, driving species to extinction. Wait, what happened to me? Oh, sorry.
We still have you.
Okay, sorry, I
Continue.
saw a different lady up there.
You're good.
Thank you. extinction, causing toxic algae blooms, destroying the fishing industry, impacting tribal and cultural uses of water. We, the people, urge the Bay Delta Water Control Plan require at least 55% in the Central Valley rivers at the very minimum. Well, I am a water district customer of one of the water districts that is probably supporting this horrible plan that as it is today. But the water board must reject these voluntary agreements. They will only maintain the status quo, which continues the trajectory of destroying our Bay Delta estuary. When you hear environmentalists, anglers, and hunters all calling for the same thing, you know you're on the wrong side of the issue. You individuals, you hold the power, but how will you use the power that you hold? Will you do what is right or what is being pushed by business and the anti-environmental governor and others who don't care about the Bay Delta? Please, I'm urging you to immediately adopt and implement the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan that includes strong new protections requiring increased flows of at least 55% in the Central Valley rivers and in most areas. And you know, we all have a little bit of power in this world. You on this board hold more power than most of us. And if we all do the wrong thing, then the world keeps on the downward trajectory we're on right now. But if we stand up for what's right, then we can see a difference in the world. And I just hope that you will do that. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Boble. Next, we have Jillian Kraut, followed by Cindy Charles. Ms. Kraut, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. So my name is Jillian Kraut, a resident of Modesto, California, for over 30 years. My dad instilled a love of nature in me from a young age. I grew up hiking, swimming, and fishing in lakes and rivers throughout Stanislaus, San Joaquin, and Tuolumne counties. Some of my fondest memories were made at Pinecrest Lake. My dad also took me deep sea fishing out of San Francisco on numerous occasions. We fished for salmon, and I'll always remember how when I was 10 years old, I won the prize pot for catching the biggest salmon on the boat. It was so big, I needed my dad's help to hold up the fish for the photo. I still have that photo, and I cherish it. These experiences shaped who I am as a person, someone who is connected to place, who values outdoor experiences, and who wants to protect water quality, fisheries, and recreational opportunities for myself and future generations. As a child, I envisioned having a family of my own and taking my children to these same lakes, rivers, and ocean to create lasting memories like I did with my dad. I'm worried that I won't have the opportunity to do so because of the massive diversions and water exports that reduce water flows and are driving the species I fish for to extinction. They're destroying the fishing industry itself, and they're causing toxic algae blooms that pose a public health hazard and prohibit recreation in places I love to visit. Flow is vital to protect water quality in fisheries. Reduced flows harm native fish, including salmon and sturgeon, as was pointed out by the captain earlier today. It does this by raising water temperatures, limiting habitat for spawning, restricting fish passage, and reducing food production. This affects other species because salmon is a keystone species. More than 100 other species depend on salmon for survival. The huge decline in salmon because of reduced flows has canceled the commercial salmon fishing season for the past 3 seasons, harming people's livelihoods. Reduced river flows cause toxic algae blooms in the delta that make people sick and kill pets and wildlife. I live in Modesto, but I spend a considerable amount of time in the East Bay area. Friends and family of mine who live in the East Bay have repeatedly lost access to water recreation because of these blooms, a harsh reality and triple-digit heat. I'm calling on you, members of the State Water Board, to act and to protect the Bay Delta watershed and our rivers by rejecting the proposed voluntary agreements. These agreements only maintain the harmful status quo and do nothing to encourage true innovation and problem solving. Water is a public trust resource, and it's your responsibility to protect it. You can have a lasting, positive legacy, one that all of our descendants can enjoy. Please do not choose the easier path. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, the ultimate measure of a man is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands at times of challenge and controversy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Cindy Charles, followed by Holly Heath.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Charles, board member of the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance and the Yosemite Rivers Alliance. I'm a longtime fly fisher. I've spent decades working to help restore native fish, including wild salmon and steelhead in California. I do this important work as a volunteer, because these fish are desperately imperiled, but I believe they can be restored if given enough cold water at all times in their life cycle. I grew up in San Francisco and fished off the Pacific coast for Chinook salmon with my father in our family's boat. Sadly, the ocean salmon fishery has been closed now for 3 years, with only a very limited recreational opening last year. In just one lifetime, we have reached the point where there are hardly any wild salmon. In my past comments to you over all these years, I spoke of how my father was an avid recreational salmon fisherman well into his 80s. He would have a broken heart to see the state of the fishery if he were alive today. Given the state of the salmon fishery today, that activity is not really possible anymore for my family. The time is long overdue for the State Water Board to take meaningful actions to save these fish. I ask you again not to adopt the VAs for the Bay Delta Plan. Those VAs are scientifically unsound and only benefit yet again the water users of this state. They don't set water quality standards and don't have science-based objectives to restore the fisheries once and for all. The regulatory backstop is weak and will fail. The fish need adequate cold water flows to recover. Continued massive diversions and exports will further drive wild salmon to extinction, causing toxic pollution and destroying the salmon fishery industry. It's time to give up on the VAs and update the Bay Delta Plan with science-based protections. That's it for this time around. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Charles, for your ongoing comments. Next, we have Holly Heath, followed by Scarlett Rader. Good afternoon.
My name is Holly Heath. I live in Murphys, California, a historically Central Sierra Miwok territory. I am a restoration project manager with the Yosemite Rivers Alliance. We are a nonprofit that works to restore and protect habitats in the Tuolumne, Stanislaus, and Merced River watersheds, as well as connect people with our local rivers. That being said, I am speaking here today on my own personal behalf. Over the past 2 years, I've had the opportunity to work on river restoration projects on the lower Tuolumne River below the LaGrange Dam. There, our organization coordinated the construction of floodplains and riffles to provide spawning and rearing habitat for the imperiled salmon populations on the Tuolumne River. I have seen salmon fry using these floodplains and seen what these habitats can be during the experimental pulse flows on the river. This essential work is made possible through the use of grant funds comprised of California's taxpayer dollars. It is said that at one time salmon ran so thick in this state that a person could walk on their backs to the other side of California's rivers. Today, however, I count myself lucky every time I see a salmon swimming in the Tuolumne. Now is a key time to act. Restoration projects on our rivers are creating vital habitat for salmon to recover. Spring runs have returned for the first time in decades to the Tuolumne. What is needed now is consistent flows of cold, clear water to help our salmon go from imperiled to thriving. The board can make a huge difference for this keystone species that can provide vast benefits not only to our ecosystems, but also to our economy. I ask that the board adopt and implement the Bay Delta Plan with its strong science-based requirement of 55% minimum flows. I ask that they reject the voluntary agreements that fall short of providing the changes that we and our ecosystems need. Regulatory decisions work. Voluntary agreements rarely do. Please support these investments that our taxpayers have made to improve our river ecosystems by providing them with the water that they need. Please adopt and implement the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Heath. Next, Scarlett Rader, followed by Mary Kate Droz. Good afternoon, Ms. Rader.
Hello, my name is Scarlett Rader. I am 13 years old in 7th grade and I live in Chico, California. Last October, my class went on a 4-day rafting trip on the Sacramento River. We learned a lot about river ecosystems and the salmon living in California's rivers. We learned that over 130 species eat salmon. Some of these include iconic species like bears, eagles, wolves, orcas, and even humans. But salmon are in danger of dying out on California's rivers because of dams and water diversions. On the rafting trip, we saw several examples of floodplains and learned that baby salmon do better when they grow up in floodplain habitat. The slow-moving water gives them time to get bigger and to eat and get bigger before going out to sea. We understood the importance of protecting and restoring this habitat. But we also know that floodplains will never be habitat for baby salmon if it's not covered in water. It doesn't matter how nice a job people do planting willows, dry land is not habitat for fish. I've learned this in 7th grade, but I've known that since I was preschool. Fish need water. I'm only 13, but I understand that a deal like the voluntary agreements that promise habitat instead of water are a joke, because fish need water. They have a lot of promises for restoring habitat, but without rules that restore the necessary water to the river, salmon are on a path to extinction. People are smart enough to figure out how to farm with less water, but the fish can't live without it.
Thank you for your comments, and we really appreciate you taking time to share your experience with us. Hope you continue to be engaged in these issues. Thank you. Okay, next we have Mary Kate Droz, followed by Matt Richardson.
Hi, my name is Mary Kate Droz, Anine Bourgeois, Ayakwi. I'm coming from Northern California, and I want to say great job, Scarlett. One of the things I've done is been an educator for a lot of years with youth, adults about TK and native steam. And I see you pulled up the PowerPoint, and I'm not sure if I'm just going to have to say click when we need to click through.
Yes, we've got someone, yeah, that'll do that for you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just say click. I'm coming to the final point being that the voluntary agreements are asking a kid to clean up its room without having accountability and the adult check the room. So that's not going to happen. The 80% of the developed water in this state is used by agricultural interests. We can't talk about rivers without talking about flows. We can't talk about healthy environments without talking about flows. And when we talk about flows, we talk about water temperature and water quality, which is not something that can be addressed by voluntary agreements. I'm here as a tribal community member and to promote tribal co-management. If not, and if you're listening to what the panels are saying earlier, again, we have thousands and thousands of years of experience knowing the river. I take kids out on the water, and it doesn't take rocket science to understand how the fish kill happened in our area in 2022. Our community was devastated. You can click to the next slide. Our experiences are for thousands of years is called indigenous science. Kids participated by learning and living. And when we see that after the dams were taken down in the Klamath River, the smallest tributaries, even that flow in like Prairie Creek, have seen salmon come back. So we know what the Bay Delta is capable of in recovery. You can click. Indigenous technology such as fire science is something that was suppressed since 1906 when the state parks were established. But now it's being adopted and learned from because we know that that's what's healthy. So the precedent of tribal science and technology such as fire science being understood as appropriate and the most successful natural resource management system yet is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about learning from tribal science. You can click. The California state parks are forefront in this area where local tribal communities are able to practice cultural burns, traditional management in partnership with local parks. You can click. The State Water Board has an opportunity to do this on a statewide level. When tribes are talking about how to manage waters that are part of origin stories, traditional culture for thousands and thousands of years, it's time to listen, because the DNA of tribal peoples today is connected to the DNA of salmon thousands of years ago. It's part of the language, it's part of the community, it's part of the ceremonies. Can click. People today, youth, have been participating in this water protective movement. I was here last year with my children. My children participated on the California Indian Water Commission panel. You can click. Our children are learning about the tradition of fishing technology, natural management of the salmon for thousands of years. The ceremonial management where people didn't create fish dams until the salmon had reached the upper headwaters of the rivers, and that tribal co-management was connected through different tribes up and down the rivers. This is thousands of years of ceremonial natural resource management. This is what is the basis of tradition of tribal co-management today. You can click. You can click. You can click. These traditions are passed down today, as well as knowledge of the river. You can click. These are some of the children that are learning about this ancient tradition of natural resource management that I'd like the State Water Board to consider giving weight to the tribal panel and what those recommendations are. Can click. I've been part of the movement to bring youth into the conversation, and so that's why I'm so glad that Scarlett was able to make it. The Bay Delta has shown that there's no time to waste in making changes to the way the water is diverted out of our warming rivers, resulting in declining salmon populations, collapsing ecosystems, and failed drinking water supplies. You can click. You can click. In this slideshow, there's video footage that I'd encourage the board to watch that I won't have time on this three-minute speaking comment period. But the proposed, I hope that you listen, because the way the water is diverted from the Trinity has already impacted the salmon, and the big ag and being chosen over traditional food resources that feeds people to this day. In the cities, you don't think about how nature feeds you because you're not connected to it. But when you go out and there's people that fish and they feed their family that way and have for thousands of years, and people do today. The proposed Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan should not be relying on voluntary agreements and the cooperation of the Trump administration at the time when they're gutting environmental laws. They're non-binding, lack regulation. And how is that going to be? And lack enforcement. Without water water temperatures rise. The kids see it when we do what we do, our experiments. It's not rocket science. I would please ask the water board to listen to what tribal scientists, what tribal communities, what tribal leadership is recommending, and have this thousands of years of indigenous science and natural resource management, the most successful natural resource management system to date, would have recommendations for what the board will do today. Thank you for listening, and that's all.
Thank you as well, Ms. Draws. Really appreciate those comments. And thank you for Vice Chair for stepping in here as I had to take a quick call. Next, I'd like to get to Matt Richardson, be followed by John Rosapepe, Sydney, Chris Anderson, and then Andrew Nepo Musino.
Hello, Water Board members. Thank you for allowing us to give public comment. I know it's been a long day. It's almost 5 o'clock. I hope we can have your attention just for a little bit longer. I was born and raised in the Bay Area, mostly in the East Bay, and my grandpa taught me how to fish when I was in second grade. I have fished in the upper Sac, the lower Sac, all throughout the Delta. I have gone swimming and sailing in the Delta and on the San Francisco Bay. I have 4 generations of cousins that have gone swimming in the San Francisco Bay, and I've also swum from Alcatraz 3 times. The reason why I'm mentioning these things is because middle stream and downstream users need good cold water pressure flows just as anyone else. In 2022, we had our first, I think, largest algae bloom in the bay. I was actually on a sailing boat. I've never seen anything like it. The bay water was brown, green-brown. I have a picture of it on my phone. And so we need cold water flow coming down through the bay to keep everything clean and healthy. This also allows salmon and steelhead to swim upstream back to their spawning grounds. It also helps young crabs migrating to the San Francisco Bay. And I'm sure most people really enjoy California crab. I do appreciate the other speakers that mentioned the Klamath. I do remember the fish kill in the Klamath, and I think there's some real strong parallels between the Klamath River and the San Francisco Bay. The dams needed to come down on the Klamath because they had fish kill and they're having massive algae blooms. And it was an unhealthy dying river and the fish were dying. And similarly in the Bay Delta, we need freshwater flows to help support the salmon populations, the steelhead populations, because we're killing them as it is. In summary, I would like to just say that Water Board members, you have a real exciting opportunity here. I hope you make decisions for all of Californians, and that includes middle and downstream users. I would really like you to reject the voluntary agreements. I think they're a political side deal, and there's not for the next 8 years, and there's not enough enforcement mechanisms in there. We need strong cold water flows that your scientists have already established. The percentages and the water flow, I'm not going to get into that, but there are multiple generations, people in multiple counties, people who are not born yet, who are relying on you to make the decision, good decision for all of Californians. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you as well, Mr. Richardson. Appreciate those comments. I know it has been a long day, so appreciate you hanging on as well and providing them to the board and being part of this discussion. It means a lot. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up John Rosapepe, be followed by Sydney, then Chris Anderson, Andrew Nepo Musino, and I believe our last commenter for the day today will be Peter R. Douglas.
Hello, Chair. Thank you very much, along with the other members on the board, for taking our testimony. My name is John Rosapepe. I was lucky enough that I grew up fishing with my parents and my grandparents. I later was a fisheries biologist and commercially fished. I didn't get to see or come to the Bay Delta area till midlife back in 1987. It was a lot more vibrant before then than it is now, as many people have talked about the problems of not getting enough flow, about not getting enough cold water, and the different algal blooms we've seen in recent years. I'm opposed to voluntary agreements. It's kicking the can down the road while we look at further extinction of many of our salmon. I've spent a lot of time and still do, both as a biologist and a volunteer, doing a lot of stream restoration, planting trees. And as other people have mentioned, and I'm sure you know, that habitat without healthy cold water isn't going to revive our salmon. Again, I'm concerned that I'm in my mid 70s now, and I've seen areas where salmon used to be part of life. And in California, that's not anymore, as the salmon have disappeared. It's part of our culture, and it's disappearing. And, so, I worry about, I'm lucky to have nieces, they have kids. What's going to happen with them and future generations without salmon? As other people have mentioned, the voluntary agreements don't have enforcement, don't have a lot of requirements to restore clean, cold, healthy waters. As other people have said, there needs to be a minimum of at least 55% inflows. Once again, thank you. I hope you have, I'll say it, the courage to vote against the voluntary agreements. Be well, and thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Mr. Rosa Pepe. It's good to see you again, and I really appreciate your continued engagement here and the board's project and process. It's meaningful. It means a lot. So thank you. Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Sydney, be followed by Chris Anderson, Andrew Nepomuceno, and then again, I believe our last commenter then for the day will be Peter R. Douglas. And I'll take a quick look at the Zoom platform. If you have not spoken and are looking to speak, please do raise your hand. And if there's anyone in the room, just pop up.
Hi, everyone. It's Sydney. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and have us on the in the discussion. Like so many others on this call, I am calling because I am urging you to reject the voluntary agreements, and for many reasons. Time and time again, big corporations, big ag, water agencies, and so many people in government have proven that they cannot be trusted when making big decisions and when the lives of our communities and countless species are in their hands. Time and time again, they have shown greed and corruption. They will take however much they want, and they do not value the safety, health, and stability of people, the planet, our future, and so much, as much as they should. Also, I am really saddened to hear how much in danger the delta, the Bay Delta is. We need at least 55% flow rate of unimpaired water. In fact, 65% would be better, especially in the driest, hottest months of the year, because we need enough water to flow to keep the salmon and other countless species that our ecosystem and our environment and our food supply rely so much on in good shape. Also, you have the power to make a decision that will spell stability or catastrophe for our future. I'm very concerned as well about when water levels get too low. When water levels get too low, the algal blooms, all kinds of other things that grow and decay. How much carbon emissions is that going to put in our air? Is this going to negatively impact the surrounding communities, especially indigenous communities? Will people be able to still enjoy fishing and water activities the way that they used to? Probably not. This is going to negatively affect people's mental health as well, as they may not be able to enjoy the outdoors without fear of getting terrible diseases. And also, like so many others, I want my tax dollars to fund a plan that is so needed. The Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan has not been updated since the 1990s. That is way, way, way too long. It's way overdue. I want my tax dollars and our water rates to fund a plan that will regulate how much water big agriculture and water agencies can take out of a delicate ecosystem, that will have sustainability in mind, and that will also implement infrastructure that is rooted in justice, sustainability, and also uh, the balance of the ecosystem, the water flows, uh, emissions reduction, and so much more. And that will give all communities, including communities of color, low-income communities, and indigenous communities, and people with disabilities, a voice at the table. You have the power to make a difference, and I urge you to reject the voluntary agreements in the next Bay Delta plan, because we need to regulate certain agencies, and we cannot just take however much water we want, whenever we want, because it will negatively affect everything, including our lives. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you as well, Sydney, for your comments here and continued participation. It's appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Chris Anderson, then Andrew Nepomuceno, and then Peter Douglas.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members, Chris Anderson on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce. And just apologies up front, I'm traveling and calling in on my phone, so I'm going to remain off camera. But Cal Chamber, myself, just calling to comment and express our continued support for the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program before you. We sincerely appreciate the extensive work of the board and your staff to continue advancing the ball and ensuring the Bay Delta Plan update provides the requisite balance necessary to protect the environment and water supply reliability. We remain excited by the innovative water management approach proposed in the HRL program. Dedicated flows focus on maintaining river functions that support ecosystem health, like sediment movement, water quality, flow timing, aligned with species migration and reproduction. Of course, the program also includes substantial investments in habitat restoration, and it was great to hear this week how many projects have already materialized. As you well know, your hands will remain on the steering wheel after a plan update is adopted. And implicit in the term adaptive management is the continual monitoring that will occur as the program is implemented. And built into the program are regular opportunities to evaluate what's working, what doesn't, and adapt as necessary. This watershed is essential to maintaining the economic viability of California. The health of this system is intrinsically linked to our state's economic prosperity. It's supporting agriculture, urban water supplies, recreation, and countless jobs that depend on reliable water resources. A degraded ecosystem ultimately undermines the very water security that our economy depends on. Conversely, strategic investments in ecosystem restoration and adaptive flow management can deliver both environmental resilience and long-term water supply reliability. So again, we just urge you to move forward with the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal and really appreciate your leadership and certainly for consideration of my comments today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. We appreciate those comments. It's good to hear from you. Appreciate your participation here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrew Nepomuceno, be followed by Peter Douglas. And you should be, there you are. Good to see you.
Hello. My name is Andrew Nepomuceno. I live in Palo Alto, California. Although I often see the world in shades of gray, I speak today confident that one of the choices we face is clearly superior. We can taste victory if we choose it, and I'm excited about the prospect of being part of a win for people and planet. However, before painting a picture of victory, I feel it necessary to paint a picture of the dire consequences we face if we choose foolishly. I'm currently conducting a meta-research project about misinformation as I pursue graduate study in epidemiology. Politically motivated misinformation is a topic near and dear to my heart. As we painfully learned during the COVID pandemic and continue to learn through the unfolding catastrophe of climate debasement, When people believe misinformation and fail to heed scientific guidelines for health and safety, everyone suffers and some die. I testified at the previous hearing of the Water Board asking you to heed the already established and science-based guidelines outlined in the Bay Delta Plan. The science requires very little explanation. Sufficient water is essential to sustain ecosystem integrity with all its benefits for everyone. If we discard the Bay Delta Plan in favor of unscientific wishful thinking, promulgated by those willing to sacrifice public interest for personal gain, we will suffer at least two notable losses. The first is the direct damage to our waterways with consequent loss of their services to all. The second, and more profound, will be yet another among 1,000 cuts in a crisis of confidence, in which Americans continue to lose faith in our already failing institutions. I feel some disappointment and apprehension that I even need to testify again today. Compared to my home state of Texas, California is a state I associate with science and sanity. People still look to us as a beacon during this dark time in American history. The question I pose today is, will we continue to shine? Joaquin, Doreen, Sean, Laurel, and Nicole, we're watching you. I can only imagine the behind-the-scenes pressures you face. I'm here to stand with you for common good. We have the power to do the right thing. Please stand with science and implement the Bay Delta Plan. We're all counting on you to be the public servants we know you can be. I look forward to the day that we can look back on our actions and celebrate. Thank you for honoring me with your attention.
And thank you for honoring us with your comments here again, Mr. Nepomuceno. It's good to see you and appreciate your comments. Thank you. Lastly, I'd like to call Peter Douglas.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, this will be more of a personal perspective. I came out to California in 1978 because I wanted to be on the ocean and I wanted to go fishing. In 1980, I bought my first boat that I could fish salmon with. In 1986, I moved up to a 27-foot ocean-going vessel, which I still maintain at Pillar Point Harbor, or otherwise known as Half Moon Bay. And over the years, I took my mother fishing and my father salmon fishing, my wife salmon fishing, my children salmon fishing, and hopefully, again, I will start taking my grandchildren fishing. So salmon fishing has been an important part of my life. I don't hesitate to put my money where my mouth is. You know, I maintain a boat, slip fees, and maintenance. I support Coastside Fishing Club, Golden State Salmon Association, California Trout, and Trout Unlimited. Salmon, to survive, as you all know, they have to have water in which to swim upstream and water for the babies to swim downstream. You don't need to hear any more science stuff. I implore you, I beseech you, to make sure that we have adequate flows so this species does not become extinct. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Douglas. Looking quickly to the platform to ensure that there isn't anyone on the virtual platform that hasn't spoken yet that wishes to do so. And if so, do just raise your hand. And then here in the room, not seeing folks, I think that brings us to the end of today's individual commenters and toward here the end of another long day, but one that I am incredibly appreciative of. I really appreciate everyone's just passionate, well engaged, reasoned, and valuable comments to this board. To see the number of folks that are tracking the project, are again passionate, concerned, and engaging us in this decision making is just really appreciated. So thanks to folks, and here particularly thankful to the tribal voices today. Certainly resting with a lot of what I heard. Continue to be interested in hearing from folks. Again, this is just end of day 2 of a 3-day workshop. So we're here moving on to our last day. But before we do, I do just want to look to fellow board colleagues if they have any comment or question current, or there's no one to ask questions of but staff, but want to make any comments or before tomorrow's last day. Seeing none currently, I know we'll have further discussion here at the dais and amongst everyone. Just a lot of appreciation again, and we'll see everyone here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. We will be on in recess until then. Just really quick, I think our first, well, I won't attempt to try to say what our first panelists are tomorrow morning. I think we're going directly into individual comments. Our first panel will actually be at 11 with some of our tribal interests. We'll have a number of tribal voices tomorrow as well, including youth. So really looking forward to that. Thank you, everyone, again, for the passionate, well-reasoned and engaged comments. It means a lot to us here at the board as we do our best to make a wise decision amongst, we know, a lot of competing interests and needs. So thanks, everyone. Have a great evening. We will see you tomorrow morning, starting again at 9 a.m. Be safe, be well.